The maid enters the Emperor's chamber, carrying his special meal, and asks him to eat, insisting that everyone is worried about his health and that he hasn't eaten anything at all for a long time. Emperor Agnes watches her and tells her she's despicable. The maid is shocked by his words and quickly apologizes, telling him she'll remove the food right away and that she didn't know he wouldn't like it. Agnes tells her to calm down and adds that he wasn't talking to her, he meant the book he's reading, a book called Borsmeer's Book. He scoffs, wondering how such a filthy book even made it into his palace library. The maid is surprised and asks what's in the book that made him this angry. He answers that it's a book imagining the fate of the kingdom and his family 100 years from now. He explains that the kingdom went to war against the Demon King and his army, but refused to help the hero, so the kingdom and the ruling family were destroyed along with him. Because of that, his family became infamous for treachery and cowardice for having betrayed the hero, and the world suffered because of them. Agnes gets worked up and says the bastard author packed the book with details as if he'd seen the future himself. He then throws the book aside and says that bastard doesn't know his strength or his family's strength, and that it's impossible for anyone to destroy his kingdom or his family. He adds that none of this matters, and that it was his mistake for reading a novel by a failed writer, trying to get attention by insulting his family. He tells the maid to get back to work and that he'll eat on his own. She replies, "Understood," and quickly leaves. Emperor Agnes keeps thinking about what he read, simmering with anger, and tells himself he achieved great feats by uniting the first human kingdom against the demons. So much so, that the demons themselves respected him, and he was known as the strongest emperor in the world. But he admits to himself that was a long time ago. Now he has no goal left in his life. He achieved everything he wanted, and there isn't a single patch of land on the continent that isn't under his control. Yet he feels terribly bored. He wonders if there's something he can do. He doesn't want to live out the rest of his life in boredom. Then he decides to sleep and think about it later. Some time passes, and the scene shifts elsewhere. We see a guard running in a panic inside the youngest prince's palace. This guard had been wronged, and he thinks to himself, what's going on? Where are the guards and the royal forces? There's no one protecting Prince Gian at all. He adds that Prince Gian is weak and lost his right to compete for the throne, but he's still a prince and must be protected, so why did everyone abandon him? The guard keeps fleeing, saying that even if running like this leads to his doom and ruins his life, he still has to keep Prince Gian safe. At that moment, two assassins appear and block his path. One of them attacks, saying the guard should have ditched the prince like everyone else, and looked out for himself. The guard quickly dodges his strikes, but the other assassin lunges at him trying to wound him. The guard musters all his strength to fend off both attacks at once. In that moment, one of the assassins rushes Prince Gian, trying to stab him, but the guard pulls Gian away just in time and tells them they're cowards with no honor. The assassin laughs and says the guard should have run and left Gian, now he'll die with him. More assassins appear behind the guard and get ready to attack. The guard throws Prince Gian away from them and tells him to wait, promising he'll save him and take out these bastards now, swearing on his honor as his personal guard. The assassins charge the guard, Redo, trying to finish him off. He parries their strikes and demands to know who they are, and who ordered them to target Prince Gian. One assassin replies that they're both going to die, so he won't need to know the answer. Then another assassin heads toward Prince Gian and attacks, saying he knows Gian's life has been hard and that no one liked or respected him, so he'll put an end to his suffering and kill him right now. Fredo is shocked and shouts to Gian to dodge and run, but the assassin lunges, saying Gian won't be able to escape, and it's better for him to die here than be a burden to them. Gian snaps back, "Shut up, you're not allowed to talk like that." The assassin is stunned when he finds his sword suddenly stopped, and he can no longer stab Gian. The head assassin asks him what he's doing and why he hasn't finished him off and completed the mission. The assassin answers that he can't move, that his whole body isn't responding to his commands. In that moment, Gian comes to and wonders what he's doing here. He stands up and grabs the assassin's sword, asking him if a piece of trash like him really thought he could kill him. The assassin calls for help from his comrades, screaming for them to save him fast because he can't move. They rush to attack Gian, saying they'll get rid of him quickly, but Gian uses his special ability called Fall of the Black Star, unleashing a massive surge of dark energy that strikes all the assassins and wipes them out in an instant. Fredo is stunned by what happened and asks Gian what's really going on, insisting it's impossible that this is the Prince Gian he knows. Gian laughs and says he really isn't his former self. It becomes clear that he is actually Emperor Agnes, who has manifested inside the very novel he despised so much, 100 years in the future and before his family's destruction. Agnes keeps laughing and says it looks like things have wrapped up. Then he recalls that in the novel he read, many members of his family die in the future, including a very weak prince with unstable magic and a frail body that couldn't even support itself. When he failed to prove his strength in the struggle for the throne, he was completely cast aside. Agnes looks over Gian and says he never expected he'd end up manifesting as the most useless character and the weakest member in his family's history. According to the novel, Gian was supposed to die in the assassin's attack on his palace, but Agnes saved him at the last moment. Agnes adds that, luckily, it wasn't just his soul that transferred. Some of his former power came with him into Gian's body too. He then explains that the special power he retained from his past life is the falling black star ability, and that if it weren't for this power, he would have died in Gian's body because of how weak it is. Agnes tests his power in Gian's body and feels all his senses and emotions are completely dulled. He realizes there's something different about Gian's character, that this boy had been suffering for a long time. Agnes says if he really has manifested inside the novel Hero of Baspid, that means this latest ambush doesn't matter, because 3 years from now, the demons will invade the human world, and the kingdom will be completely destroyed. Because his family betrayed the hero had to fight the Demon King's army alone and lost, and the kingdom was destroyed shortly after. Agnes admits he doesn't know exactly what's going on, but he might return to his body and the real world at any time, so he believes he has to save this world first, and that he will change everything here. He goes on to say, the biggest upcoming event will be the first battle between humans and demons 2 years from now, and that he has to prevent the division that will tear the kingdom apart because of the family's infighting, so they can face the demons with unified strength. He notes a problem. His body is very weak right now, and worse, the Black Star ability didn't transfer at full power, so it's much weaker than the original. He wonders how a side character like him is supposed to save the world, finds it hard to trust anyone here, and sees a serious risk he could die at any moment. Agnes feels his heart pounding with fear for the first time and keeps laughing, saying he remembered this delightful feeling. He's scared and tense. He's the weakest here, and there are many who want to take him out, even the demons. He considers this the thrill he's been seeking his whole life. Gian decides he should first clean up his surroundings and track down the bastard who tried to assassinate him and deal with him. Gian leaves his room and scopes the area. Fredo is surprised and asks if he's okay. Gian replies that there isn't a single person on Earth crazy enough to try to assassinate a prince of the royal family, except Agnes himself, which means the one behind this incident is someone incredibly strong, and it's very likely one of his siblings or relatives. That's why the guards weren't around when the assassins attacked. Gian tries to leave the palace, and a guard stops him, asking where he's going. Gian says he's going out for a walk outside the palace. The guard tells him he can't do that because night has fallen. Gian reassures him not to worry, the place is safe, and no one can hurt him, but the guard insists, saying they have clear orders not to let him leave. Gian laughs and asks if he received that order from a specific person, then rushes him and kills him, saying that the knights follow his orders and his alone, and he doesn't recall telling any among them to stop him from going out. The other guard is terrified, steps aside for Gian, and says he'll carry out his orders, while Freddy is stunned and wonders to himself what's going on, noting that Gian wasn't this violent before. Gian goes out and looks at the moon and finds it's a blood moon. He says he's now completely sure he's in the world of the novel. After that, all the guards in the palace converge on Gian's location and ask him what he's doing and why he did that. Gian tells them the attack wouldn't have happened if all the guards had been at their posts. Based on that, he considers all the guards here traitors except for Fredo, and says the punishment for a traitor is well known: death. The guard captain asks what's going on and why he killed one of the guards assigned to protect him. Gian answers that it's a stupid question, and that he'll execute them all for betraying royal blood. At that moment, the guards are shocked, and ask Gian what he means by that. He answers that this guard was accused of committing many crimes just like them, neglecting his watch, insulting his lord, and disobeying orders, and most recently, running away from the palace during the attack. Because of that, he had to be punished with death. Then he explains that, as a prince of the kingdom, he has judged them all guilty of treason, and that their fate is death now. He asks if any of them has a confession or a last request before their execution. The captain of the guards grew fanatical and said the prince had discovered their betrayal and involvement in the attempt to assassinate him, which meant they had no choice but to carry out the plan. He ordered his soldiers to draw their swords and assured them they would get rid of Prince Gian in obedience to orders. Gian laughed and said the situation was entertaining, since no one had ever dared betray him in his previous life. The captain of the guards charged at Gian, saying he would finish him off, but Gian kept laughing and told him he had asked him to confess his crime before his death. Yet not only did he fail to do so, he added another crime on top of it. The captain told him to shut up and die, then attacked him with all his strength. But Gian dodged easily and struck back with dark magic, saying he would add the attempted assassination of the prince to the captain's crimes himself. He explained that it wouldn't make a difference anyway, since the captain would die regardless. The guards and soldiers were shocked by this display of power and said it was impossible for the weak Prince Gian to have defeated their strong captain so easily. Fredo was stunned and couldn't believe what happened, saying this wasn't the prince he knew. Gian then addressed the soldiers, saying he could wipe them all out just like he did their captain, but that wounded dogs were better than new dogs, and that they now knew their fate. From this moment on, they were not to obey any orders except his. Fredo and all the soldiers bowed to him, pledging their loyalty, and Gian laughed, saying it had been a long time since he'd felt such fear in the hearts of his enemies. The next day, Gian started training at the palace using his special ability, saying that if his calculations were right, he would soon be able to boost the power of the fallen Black Star to 1 star. At that moment, Fredo came and told him there was a guest asking to see him. Gian asked who it was, and he answered, his fiancée, Priscilla. Gian then remembered from the novel that Priscilla was an important character known as the Princess of Bad Luck, and he hadn't known before that she was engaged to Gian in the story. Gian went to meet Priscilla, and she apologized, saying she hadn't wanted to waste his time. She explained why she had come, then said she was there to ask him to break off their engagement. She knew the timing was bad, but said she was forced to do it, and noted that if he objected, they could come to an agreement. Gian told her he wasn't interested and agreed to her request. Priscilla was surprised by his response and asked what he meant by that, but he left, repeating that he agreed to end the engagement and promised to send an official letter to her family and the royal family when he had the chance. Priscilla was in shock, wondering what was going on and why he agreed so quickly. As Joan stepped out, he was surprised to find Priscilla's guards lined up in front of him. One of them stopped him and asked him to go back inside and apologize to Priscilla. Joan asked what he meant by apologize. The guard answered that Priscilla was a high-ranking noble and he shouldn't have treated her that way. Gian laughed, showed his boldness, and gave his opinion on the guard's demand immediately. Meanwhile, Priscilla was in her room wondering what was happening and why Gian had dropped her with such coldness when he had begged her family to propose before. She felt like Gian was the one who had broken off the engagement, not her. She decided she wouldn't let him reject her like that. If the engagement had to be broken, she would be the one to do it. She stepped out of her room to call him and tell him she needed to talk, but she was shocked to see Joan had overpowered her guard and defeated him easily. She said in disbelief that it was impossible for Joan to beat her family's strongest knight, Griego, without even touching him. Another guard tried to attack Gian using magic, but Gian struck him and almost killed him. He changed his mind because he found him too weak to deserve death, then hit him with a wave of darkness that left him badly injured. He grabbed him and told him he would spare him this time, then tossed him next to Priscilla with a warning to know his place, saying they were just bugs in his way and he would crush them whenever he wanted. Priscilla was shocked by everything she was seeing and said this wasn't the Gian she knew. He had been a weak coward. Gian told her to take her guards and leave, pointing out that he had spared them only out of respect for her and her family, but if it happened again, he wouldn't spare their lives. Priscilla ran after Gian and asked him to wait, telling him she wanted to talk to him, but Gian found her annoying and asked what she wanted, emphasizing that there was nothing left to talk about since she was no longer his fiancée. After Priscilla asked Gian to let her stay in his palace for a while under the pretext of attending the procedures to dissolve their engagement, she assured him her presence wouldn't bother him and that she was just waiting for the official matters to be settled. Gian refused at first, but then reconsidered, asking himself what the point was of kicking her out now, especially since he might be able to use her magical ability to detect hidden enemies in the palace that were hard for him to identify. He finally told her she could do as she wished and stay in his private palace. Priscilla was delighted and thanked him, resolving to learn more about his new, mysterious personality, which seemed completely different from what she was used to. 3 days passed, during which Priscilla grew very frustrated. She only saw Gian once, even though she thought he would have initiated a conversation with her since he had agreed to let her stay. She kept wondering why he had changed so suddenly, and about that strange energy he used to defeat the guards so easily. She decided she had to figure out the truth today, and wouldn't let him keep ignoring her. She went to where Gian was training with his soldiers and called out to him, complaining about his disappearance for 3 days. She asked why he allowed her to stay even though he was constantly avoiding her. Joan stopped her and spoke calmly, asking her to speak with the respect due to his status as a prince and hers as a noble, and reminded her that she was the one who asked to stay in the palace, and that he wasn't even obligated to speak to her. Priscilla was stunned by his words, promised she wouldn't bother him again, and left silently. As for Gian, he completely ignored her and ordered his guards to tighten night security for a full week, as well as provide strong armor in preparation for any emergencies. 3 more days passed, and then a group of assassins began attacking Gian's palace again. Gian was sitting and waiting for their arrival so he could confront them, while the leader of the assassins was sensing how hard it was to infiltrate the palace, and noticing how strong the security was compared to what had been rumored. Doubts spread among them that they were walking into a well-laid trap. Suddenly, one of the assassins was attacked and killed without them knowing how it happened, and then the rest of the assassins began dropping into the darkness one after another, until only the leader remained. Terrified, he asked the attacker to reveal himself. Gian appeared, announcing that he was the one who killed his companions, and that the leader's fate would be no different from theirs. The assassin was stunned. He had thought Prince Gian had hidden his strength during the succession battles. He tried to escape to report back to whoever sent him, but Gian ambushed him with the Dark Eagle attack and killed him, telling him he had initially intended to let one of them escape to inform their sender, but that it was his bad luck that he wouldn't be that dog. Gian kept checking the palace, sure there were more assassins hiding in the walls. Suddenly, he heard sounds of magical explosions, and wondered what was going on. He remembered that among the assassins were mages, especially since Priscilla was staying at the palace, and she was a mage too. Sure enough, Priscilla was facing one of the assassins with her magic and demanding to know who he was and how he dared attack a royal palace. Priscilla used wind magic to defend herself, but the assassins quickly countered her attack and expressed surprise since they hadn't expected a mage to be protecting Gian in the palace. One of the assassins tried to finish Priscilla off using Legis magic and lunged at her, saying he would end her right away. Priscilla tried to defend herself with shield magic, but the assassin's dagger shattered her shield easily. She was stunned and terrified of dying, and began screaming for help. Just as the assassin was about to kill her, he was shocked to find his body suddenly unable to move, without knowing why. While he was still in shock, Gian appeared, struck him with dark magic, and killed him. One assassin had been watching all this, paralyzed with fear. All their old intel about Gian was wrong. He had been thought weak, while today he seemed powerful, with a terrifying aura. Gian noticed this assassin and asked if he intended to attack or run. The assassin chose the latter and fled, saying he wanted to live. Gian expected that and found it a smart move. Priscilla approached Gian and asked why he allowed that assassin to escape. He answered that he had planted dark magic in the man's body, so he could track him back to their base later, and now he could reach them easily. Gian said, threatening, "Whoever chose to disturb me should be patient. I'll be paying him a deadly visit soon in revenge for what he's done." The next day, Gian started his day as usual, thinking about the recent assassin incident. He told himself that after that attack, his black star had reached the strength of 1 star, which made him much stronger than before. But he had a serious problem. Gian's body was too weak, and his internal magical power was harming it. He realized he needed to strengthen his body better than this. A little later, Gian went to the guest room to meet his half-sister, Evelyn Agnes, who had arrived to talk to him. Gian describes Evelyn as one of the strongest candidates for the Emperor's seat, like him, and her power was so great that some compared it to the hero's strength in the story. Among all his siblings, she was the closest to actually taking the throne, as she was the only one who supported the hero in his fight against the Demon King and his army, while the rest of the siblings used that against her. Evelyn started off by telling Gian she was happy to see him again, and that it had been a long time since they'd had a friendly chat. She asked how he was doing, but he seemed reserved, and asked what she meant by that. She told him she'd heard about 2 assassination attempts on him in his palace during the past week. Joan replied that he was being watched by everyone, and that those who attacked him were a bunch of stupid amateurs like the ones she sent, and that he dealt with them quickly. Evelyn was surprised by his tone and said John had never treated her like this before. She expressed her sadness and said the recent incident had affected him and ruined his mood to the point he no longer trusted anyone, not even his family. She apologized, saying what happened was her fault, and she should have been more careful about his safety. She offered to send an entire squad of her knights to guard him at the palace, so he wouldn't have to worry about another attack, and vowed to hunt down whoever wronged him to the end. But Gian cut her off and reassured her he didn't need her soldiers, surprising her by saying he could protect himself. He'd also personally selected a group of knights to start training them to guard the palace. He then asked her what the real reason for her visit was, saying he didn't believe she came just out of concern for him. Evelyn answered that she really did come to check on him after hearing the news, despite being extremely busy, and that he was her younger brother, even if they had different mothers. She pointed out a problem awaiting him, He had reached the legal age for the royal family, which forced him to participate in the succession ceremony soon. She pleaded with him to withdraw from those ceremonies and anything related to the succession for his own safety. Gian was puzzled by her request and asked why. She explained that her motives were fear and affection and said she wouldn't deceive him. If he participated in the ceremonies, she was sure he would fail, maybe even die, and if he succeeded, his enemies would multiply, and he wouldn't be able to withstand the trials given his skills were weaker than his siblings. She pointed out that even if he pulled off a miracle and succeeded, his life would move to the one-star palace, with siblings whose only concern was the crown and the throne, and she believed his stay there would be short anyway. Evelyn released part of her power and threatened Gian with her special stars ability, insisting that even if he passed the tests, he wouldn't last more than a day. Gian examined the energies radiating from her and identified them as heavenly starfish, the ability that marks the official royal family's children, the power of legitimate heirs to the throne, destined to rule. Gian laughed, commenting with admiration on Evelyn's power, acknowledging that she truly deserved to rule, but added that she had just one problem. Then he unleashed his power in front of her, revealing the fallen black star ability, and asked, "Which idiot told you I'm weak, or that I wouldn't be able to rule them all?" The scene then shifted to Evelyn, returning to her palace, surrounded by guards who saluted her at the entrance. The guard captain asked why she had come back with all the soldiers who accompanied her, and she told him that her brother Gian refused to receive any of them, which surprised him. Evelyn said she didn't know the reasons, but she was convinced of one thing. Her little brother had changed so much she barely recognized him, and she started wondering if he had been like this from the start. She also mentioned the strange, mysterious power John showed, confirming it wasn't the heavenly sea ability of the royal family's children, and that it was completely different from any power she had seen before. She ordered the guard captain to increase the number of guards around the castle, and plant a spy to watch Gian constantly. She wanted to know everything happening around him at all times. After that, the head butler went to Joan and said with a smile that Evelyn loved him so much, she sent him a gift like this to take care of him and protect him. Gian was shocked when he saw the gift his sister sent and said, "This is a ghoul's heart. Whoever absorbs it will gain the power of a 1,000-year-old ghoul." Joan realized he could massively boost his strength with this heart, and felt happy he hadn't clashed with Evelyn, and that she admired him enough to support him with such a precious gift. Then he remembered Evelyn's heavenly starfish, and said it was very strong and quite similar to the black star he possessed. He wondered if his family had also inherited the black star or not, while believing no one but him could use this ability, even if they were from his family. He noted that this world doesn't follow logic, and that he needed to keep his relationship with Evelyn, since she could be useful in the future. At that moment, a servant arrived to tell John that Priscilla had come to see him, so he allowed her in. Priscilla entered angrily and asked why he had summoned her after humiliating her in front of everyone and treating her like a maid. John replied that she had lived in his palace for a while, and it was time to pay for her stay here. She wouldn't live with him for free. Priscilla was stunned and asked what he meant, pointing out that he was a prince and didn't need her money. He told her he needed something more important than money. He handed her a manuscript and asked her to estimate how long it would take to activate it. Priscilla took the manuscript and examined it, and before she fully understood it, she was shocked. She said it was an extremely powerful magic circle and asked who drew it. He told her he drew it himself. She didn't believe him because the circle was drawn with symbols and magical letters she didn't recognize, and said that only the strongest master mages in the world could draw such a spell. Jaeon answered that he didn't want her opinion on the matter. He asked about the activation time. She said that if she started feeding it with her magic now, it would be ready by tomorrow. Then she added, surprised, that she hadn't known John was this gifted in magic. From her analysis, the circle seemed to be a tracking spell meant to force something to appear. She promised she'd start activating it, but wanted to know what he planned to use it for, calling the magic strange. Jaeon told her he intended to use it for hunting, and that there were people he needed to get rid of. The next day, Jaeon gathered all the servants and guards for an emergency meeting in the palace's training yard. Leanie the maid asked the head butler, Cyan, why they were meeting. He answered that he didn't know, and that Prince Jaeon had changed so much he'd begun to fear him. Now he preferred to carry out orders without asking questions for fear of death. The maid agreed that she was scared of him too. It had been a long time since she'd felt this way, and news of Jean was spreading through the kingdom because of his behavior. Jean addressed everyone and told them not to move from their spots. Then he asked Priscilla to begin activating the magic circle immediately. Priscilla agreed and started pouring her magical energy into it. The magic spread and began affecting everyone present, servants and guards alike. Leanie noticed a strange change in her body because of the magical light, and couldn't understand what they were doing exactly, but she knew they were in danger, She tried to ask head butler Cyan, who looked nervous and couldn't answer because of the magic filling the place. In the next moment, Priscilla pricked her finger and let a drop of blood fall into the circle's center, activating its second phase. Cyan was shocked and shouted for them to stop, but he lost control of his body and began to fully transform into a terrifying monster. Joan watched and said, "This circle is called the Enemy Detection Circle. It emits powerful detection magic that reveals any disguise within its range." Priscilla was stunned and asked what the monster was. He answered simply that this was their enemy's true form. Then he explained that the enemies of humans and the kingdom in the novel were monsters who served the Demon King and helped him return, and that he had learned those monsters had infiltrated the kingdom disguised as humans to serve their interests. At that moment, the monster attacked Priscilla, trying to take her out. She called out, asking why it was attacking her and not Gian, the one who exposed it. The guards intervened to protect her and declared they would fight the monster. Gian said it was only natural for the monster to attack Priscilla, known as the unlucky princess, since her family's blood is described as evil blood and monsters like it a lot. He pointed out that according to the events of the novel, the monsters would capture Priscilla in the future and take her as a blood source to their kingdom, where she would remain tormented between life and death for the rest of her life, which is why she was known as the unlucky princess. The guards tried to stop the monster, but to no avail. Even the weakest monsters easily outclass 6 normal men, and facing them is nearly impossible for any human without a special ability. Gian kept watching and told himself he'd have to step in personally. He didn't want trouble or chaos in his palace right now. Gian moved into the battleground and faced the monster himself. Priscilla was shocked and asked why he was risking his life. He was a prince and wasn't supposed to put himself in danger. At that moment, the monster charged Gian with full force, laughing and vowing to kill him. Gian didn't hesitate. He gathered his black energy, grabbed the monster, and examined it closely, saying he hadn't dealt with monsters like this before it had 2 hearts. While the monster tried to hit him and push him away, Gian went on the offensive again, provoking it with mockery and asking if it was scared. The monster roared, "Shut up. What kind of magic is this? How did you force me to show myself? This is a strange power I've never seen in my life, not even among monsters. And who are you really?" It swore it knew Prince Joan well, and that this young man definitely wasn't him. Gian smiled with contempt and said, "My identity isn't important. What matters is that you're my enemy, and you're going to die now." The monster shouted that it hated tricksters, and swore that if it defeated him, it would take him to its kingdom for interrogation, threatening that he would regret this insult. Joan taunted it, saying it was just a petty monster to him. He gathered the Black Star's energy and used darkness magic to easily block the monster's attacks, which stunned it. Gian then mocked it, saying he wasn't even strong and that he'd warned them from the start. Then he unleashed a spear of darkness that dealt fatal blows and finished the monster off completely. Gian thought that if his ability hadn't evolved to 1 star, he wouldn't have succeeded in the fight. He needed to regain his full power and keep strengthening his body. He also figured normal human bodies might not be able to handle the Black Star at full force. He noticed he had destroyed the monster's 2 hearts and its magic core, so it could no longer send information to its comrades before dying. At that moment, a large number of terrified knights rushed into the palace grounds. A knight named Alex stepped forward and introduced himself as being from the White Lion unit, saying they had come to protect John. He asked what had happened. From them, John learned they were the guards Evelyn wanted to plant in the palace. Gian told them nothing had happened that warranted their concern, that he himself had taken down the enemy that appeared, that he hadn't summoned anyone, and that he hadn't needed help. He then pointed out that they should not barge into his palace again without his permission. Alex explained they moved when they heard a big commotion and noticed the lack of security, so they came to make sure he was safe. Joan repeated that he had the situation under control, and that his enemy wasn't even worth using his full power against, and assured them no one needed to worry. Gian thought he needed to hide his true power, so that neither his human nor monster enemies would know anything about it, at least until he was ready to hunt them all down, once he recovered a larger share of his energy. In another scene, we meet one of Jaeon's brothers, one of the senior princes. His aide arrived and told him there was a problem at Jaeon's palace. The prince was surprised and asked for details, since the assassins he sent there had failed despite Jaeon's weakness. His aide told him there were reports of another incident, unrelated to the assassins. Spies near the palace had detected massive dark magic inside, and they tried their best to figure out what happened, but all their spies inside the palace were eliminated, and even the servants were too afraid to say anything. The prince said it didn't matter much, but he ordered more spies to be sent to watch the palace because something strange was going on, and he stressed that everything should be monitored. Before leaving, the aide told him a circulating rumor. John had changed a lot in a week and had become violent, and anyone who offended him was killed on the spot. He had also manifested unknown, immense powers that no one understood. The prince scoffed, saying Gian had been a failure since birth, a disgrace to the family, and he compared him to an angry worm that wouldn't be able to hurt anyone in the end. The aide told the prince there was a rumor saying Gian had decided to join the struggle for the throne, and he found it unexpected. The prince replied confidently that there was no need to worry. He called his brother stupid, and said he no longer needed to try to assassinate him, because Gian would perish on his own through the succession rituals. He then asked his aide to confirm whether they had influence over this year's ritual exams. The aide confirmed they could intervene, so the prince asked what he needed. He laughed and said he wanted to make Gian's coronation ceremony a fun party, and they would make sure Gian never came out of it alive. At that time, Gian was wandering the city, deep in thought, telling himself he had just 1 week left before the coronation rituals began, and that he needed to solve a few problems before then. He searched the city for a specific place described in the novel, until he reached an old building he identified. This is the headquarters of the secret Moonlight organization, but it's just a front. In truth, this is a branch of the famous Moon's Eye intelligence organization. He pointed out that the whole city knew the place, and that entry was allowed to certain people, but that was just a cover. Gian entered the disguised restaurant, and soon a waiter came to ask for his order. He answered with the password, Moonlight Soup. The waiter was surprised, then asked Gian to follow him downstairs, where the building's secret entrance was. There, the waiter took him into the branch director's office. She was surprised that he was the first actual client to request a service from this place, and told him it was a rare case. Gian checked if she was really the director, and told her he wanted to request information, but the director insisted he identify himself first, saying that the branch had only opened recently, and almost no one knew about it, not even the other branches. So she insisted he explain how he found them. Gian dodged the question, saying they usually didn't need a client's identity. If she wasn't in dire need of his money, then there was no need for the deal. When he tried to leave, the director ordered the guards to stop him. They attacked, but he blindsided them and froze their bodies completely, using the power of darkness. They stood there in shock, wondering why their bodies had stopped. Gian mocked them, saying they were skilled but rude, and that he likely wouldn't deal with an idiot organization like them. He used his power and took everyone down easily, threatening to smash the entire branch, but he spared them and settled for punishing them for raising their weapons against him. Gian then cut down every assassin who attacked him with ease, before approaching the director and saying, "Are you still worried about my identity? I think I just proved it well enough. All you need to know is that I'm strong, and you're obligated to fulfill my request without any more questions." He ended by asking if she had any objections. She replied in fear that she did not, and that they would do everything he wanted and provide it for free as an apology for what they did. Gian told them his requests and left, telling the director she would contact him when the information was ready. The director Irene was left stunned by what happened, saying his quick defeat of the organization's best assassins was unbelievable. She found his requests easy. He wanted information about the Black Forest and asked for a forged identity. The waiter came and discussed with her the danger posed by this mysterious royal customer, again suggesting caution in dealing with him. Irene agreed and ordered their best spies to be assigned to watch him. They were now entangled with someone from the imperial royal family. Agnes. She had examined his distinctive gray hair during the fight. She remarked that they didn't have the luxury of being enemies with a man of such power. They needed to know his intentions, especially why he had left the royal palace in disguise. She also instructed them to gather all the information he wanted about the Black Forest, and stressed the need for extreme caution, because if he became their enemy, their end would be near and swift. The waiter agreed to Irene's orders, and said he would start immediately by gathering all the necessary information and sending spies to monitor Gian and uncover his identity. Irene sat thinking about Gian, trying to analyze his strength, his unique personality, and his overwhelming presence. She began to strongly suspect that he was one of the imperial family's sons, and maybe even one of the candidates for the throne, but she wanted to confirm it herself. We then shifted to Priscilla, who was storming through the palace in anger, feeling Gian's constant neglect since her arrival. She blamed him for using her only to activate the black magic circle and expose the disguised monster, then completely ignoring her without explaining anything, even though she had helped him effectively. She guessed the main royal palace might already have information about what happened, but she didn't want to risk contacting them. She went straight to Gian's room to ask to see him and get answers. Guards confronted her at Gian's door and barred her from entering, so she protested that she had a right as his fiancé, but Alfredo told her that his master, Gian, had forbidden anyone from entering, and that he was currently busy contacting the great families about the incident, which was a lie, and had completely banned leaking any information about the monster outside the palace. Priscilla pressed, saying she wasn't a stranger or just a guest, but his fiancé. Alfredo countered by asking if she really was, and she faltered, remembering that she herself had requested to break the engagement. At that point, Alfredo delivered Gian's message. He no longer needed her in the palace, and if she didn't want anything, she should return home. Priscilla was shocked by his stance and grew furious. Meanwhile, Gian had left the capital and was now traveling by magic train to another magic palace. He was amazed that magic trains actually existed and wondered if his kingdom would really develop like this after 100 years, as the novel said, vowing he would never let his descendants surpass his achievements in technological development. He activated his detection ability and found that spies from the Moonlight Organization were already following him. He'd expected that and had left his gray hair visible on purpose to scare them into taking him seriously and fulfilling his requests quickly. After all, his goal from the beginning was to take control of them and benefit from the organization. He recalled details from the novel. The Moonlight Organization would later become a secret guild, supporting the hero against the monster army, and they would make a massive sacrifice for the hero after everyone neglected him, even his family and the kingdom, with no compensation. That's why he had come to them himself to verify the events and to influence their path. The train attendant announced they were approaching the city of Rowan, so Gian got ready to disembark. When he stepped off the train, he thought about needing a new aide. He found that the Royal Knights didn't have enough talent and would take a long time to train. He decided to use his knowledge of the future and the novel to choose a worthy aide. He knew that person would be here in Rowan. Gian entered the city and watched it carefully and alertly. He was sure he was in exactly the right place at the right time. He knew from the novel that every month there was a harsh religious cleansing event for the city's residents, and that this very month the city would be destroyed after the cleansing incident, and that the destruction would start from the Black Forest, which alone held the secrets of the residents' true identities. He wanted to enter the Black Forest, and that wasn't possible without permission from Baron Rowan, the man with influence here, which was extremely difficult. Gian went to the security post, and there he used the power of darkness to summon the spy who was tailing him, threatening her to come out immediately or be killed. The spy appeared, collapsing in fear and shocked that he had completely exposed her. Gian told her he didn't want to interfere with the Moonlight Organization's original mission, but he had a special, immediate task for her now. The girl stared at Gian in amazement and shock, real signs of alarm on her face. She asked in a raspy voice, noticing his firm insistence, "How did you know I belonged to the organization? I left no trace behind, and no one saw me at all. Who are you, for heaven's sake?" But Gion's expression stayed cold. He looked at her with a chilly gaze that held no hesitation or mercy, and cut her off in a commanding, firm tone. "Be quiet now. I only care that you focus on my request. What I need from you is far more important than your loyalty to that little organization of yours. Gather every possible bit of information about the mercenary recruitment contest that will be held at Baron Rowan's manor. I also want to know everything about those people in the city who bear a lion's head tattoo with 6 stars, all the details, names, locations, even their old secrets." The girl's eyes widened even more, and she stammered back with obvious worry, "My lord, I don't exactly understand what you're talking about. Information this precise about the tattoo? Why these people in particular? I have no idea what the point of your request is." But Gian didn't care about her excuses or attempts to understand. He cut her off again as he turned to leave. "You don't need to understand. I'm the one who sets the mission's objectives, not you. Just carry out the order as I requested. Don't argue and don't waste your time. You're a spy supposedly in the best intelligence organization in the kingdom. Covert work doesn't need a lot of questions, and this mission should be simple and clear to you, no matter how vague the details are." The girl stood frozen in place for a few moments, unable to move from the shock. She spoke to herself, "How does he know all this about the secret contest? Where did he hear about the 6-star lion tattoo? Our organization isn't even that influential in the kingdom, and if he already knows all these secrets about the city, the organization, and Baron Rowan, why ask me to dig further? He's a mysterious man unlike anyone I've ever seen in my life. This man must have goals that go beyond any mission I've faced before." Meanwhile, the scene shifted to Baron Rowan's manor, where Rayan entered on her father while her eyes burned with determination and resolve. Her father, the Baron, rose from his seat and asked her in a calm voice tinged with paternal concern, "Rayan, are you really sure about what you want to do? Did your enthusiasm get ahead of your thinking this time too? The matter isn't as simple as you imagine." Rayan replied with a fierceness she'd never shown before, firmly declaring, "Yes, this is our only chance to survive, my chance to free these people from the grip of those bastards who call themselves purifiers. They're the reason for the city's corruption and our people's suffering. I have to act, and I won't back down." The Baron, even more worried, asked her, "But how will you get rid of them when they're the ones who've maintained the city's balance for years? Your ancestors, who had the ability to use the power of sealing, failed at more than just containing the demon's evil. They couldn't eliminate the purifiers. And despite their cruelty, without them, the city would become easy prey for monsters and demons. Rayan cut her father off, clearly furious. Enough with the talk about the ancestors. All you do is sing the praises of the past and forget your people's suffering today. If our history really matters to you, why are you letting the purifiers control us like this? How many times have they made us suffer? How many innocent lives were taken in the name of so-called purity? I have to put an end to this farce once and for all. Then she left him, extremely angry, and spoke to herself. Always the same talk about the ancestors who saved the kingdom from evil, but he forgets that the purifiers doubled people's suffering compared to what they saved them from. How long are we going to live at their mercy? Rayan headed to the training grounds, and her colleagues' eyes followed her in silence, noticing her tension. One of them, looking curious, approached and asked in a low voice, "Rayan, why are you so worked up today?" Another colleague, Ragno, jumped in immediately, mocking, "It's obvious she fought with that dumb old man again. When will she drop her stubbornness and listen to some wisdom? Honestly, I don't listen to anything that comes from him." Leon, one of their friends, stepped in to calm things down. "Ragno, speak respectfully. You're talking about Baron Rowan, the owner of the land we stand on. Whatever your differences, you need to respect him," Ragno replied stubbornly. "He still puts his family's business above everyone else's interests. That's the real reason for our problems." Leon tried to keep the discussion in check. "Enough fighting. This won't help us at all." Rayan tried to change the subject and asked them about the mercenary recruitment. "Did you find anyone strong enough to join our ranks?" Ragno answered with a sneer, "You can watch the applicants yourself. Most of them are just pitiful thugs. Their presence in any battle is absolutely worthless." Leon confirmed what Ragno said. "He's right. We're wasting our time with these meager numbers. No one stands out so far." Rayan felt disappointed. She hadn't expected everyone to be at this level. She turned to Hart and asked for his opinion. He replied confidently, "Actually, there's only one person I think isn't like the rest. The moment he entered the ring, I felt he was different. I suggest you keep an eye on the arena. He's there now." All eyes turned to the ring, where the mysterious mercenary Gian was, in disguise so no one would recognize him because of his hair color. All the mercenaries gathered inside the ring, while everyone stared at Rayan and her group in astonishment. Some whispered to each other, "This group is dangerous. They're among the strongest hunters in the northern region. What brought them here?" As for Gian himself, he was scanning the place with a sharp gaze and spoke to himself. "The purification rite is about to start. If I don't move fast, the city could end up destroyed like in the original novel." But he finally noticed Rayan and said with quiet excitement, "Found her at last. The legendary girl who will one day be one of the hero's most important allies. She's the one with the rare talent that only appears once every 1,000 years. In the future, she'll be known as the strongest spear user ever, bearer of the heavenly spear. But she hasn't matured yet. The Great War hasn't started. I need to use her appearance during this time to my advantage and get her to join under my banner." The referee suddenly announced in the arena, "You there, get ready. Your match starts right now." Gian stood and prepared, walking calmly into the ring amidst curious looks and whispers among the crowd. At that moment, Gian's opponent appeared a man named Rio, a terrifying, infamous criminal known to everyone in the city and neighboring towns. None of the security forces dared arrest him because of his ruthlessness and savage strength. Rio stood defiantly, looked at Gian, and said mockingly, "You weirdo. Listen up, this spar allows us to finish each other off. You'll be the first victim today, and I'll make sure your end is not a happy one." But Gian didn't care to respond to the challenge and said indifferently, "Are you going to stop yapping and start the fight already? This duel is so boring." Rio lost his temper and snapped, "You should have withdrawn before it was too late, but you'll pay for your stubbornness. You'll regret this." He launched a fierce attack with his spear, shouting, "I'll make you a lesson for anyone who thinks of opposing me." But Gian calmly observed the situation and thought, "Any physical attack in this world always has strengths and weaknesses. If I use the strengths, I can stop it easily, and by understanding its weak points, I can avoid the damage. Unfortunately, Rio's power is too weak for me to even need to use my special ability, Black Star, against him." Then Gian started dodging Rio's attacks with unexpected agility, avoiding every strike with astonishing ease. Gian didn't give him a chance to process what happened. He launched a counterattack as fast as lightning, focusing a huge amount of power into a single, strong, precise strike. It sent Gian flying out of the arena, crashing to the ground with a thud that kicked up dust, leaving everyone stunned. Gian then stood on the platform with quiet confidence and said to himself, almost mockingly, "Seriously, this is a waste of time. I expected a little entertainment, but it seems they overestimated my opponent." Every eye was on him, and murmurs and exclamations spread among the mercenaries and spectators. Someone shouted in shock, "No way, he beat him with a single strike." We've never seen power like this. Everyone was stunned by Gian's strength. They had thought he was just some weird newbie that nobody knew, but he proved in an instant that he had skill and power beyond their imagination. Even Rayan and her group were exchanging looks, completely astonished. On the viewing platform, Hart watched Gian with intense interest. He turned to Rayan and asked, his eyes shining with genuine admiration, "What do you think of this guy? I haven't seen anyone with a style like his. He's impressive, and what's stranger is that he uses the least effort to pull off a finishing move that's the mark of a true fighter." He continued his analysis. "Even so, I think his body's weak. It's obvious it doesn't suit the power he's got inside. Maybe that's why he chooses precision and speed instead of relying on direct confrontation all the time." Rayan nodded in agreement and said, "True. His strength is obvious, but I think he's hiding much more than he shows. There's something mysterious about this man." By contrast, Ragno was angry and totally unimpressed. He scowled and said sarcastically, "I don't get why you're all so impressed with that punk. In my opinion, he's so weak that if I hit him by accident, he wouldn't leave here alive. I don't see anything special about him. Just a fragile body that might suit mages or long-range magic users. But he's no match for real fighters, and he's not fit for close combat. And since he can't even use his physical strong points properly, there's no way he'd be any use to us." And slight as the first for the first embouchure, Rayan sighed and said tensely, "Maybe you're somewhat right. Yeah. His physical strength is weak. That's not what I expected after all the preparations and searching for mercenaries. I spent all this time dreaming of attracting a major talent to our side, and in the end, even the mercenaries here aren't offering much," she murmured to herself sadly. "The purification is about to start, and it looks like we'll have to rely on ourselves to survive without anyone's help." But before she could finish, Rayan and everyone present were shocked when a strange man suddenly appeared in the ring, as if the shadows had swallowed him for a moment, laughing with mockery and pride. His eyes gleamed with an evil look, and a strange tattoo was clearly visible on his leg, a six-pointed lion's head. Rayan gasped and stepped back, screaming in shock. "Impossible! That's the symbol of the secret members of the Purification Organization." The crowd was stunned, and fearful whispers spread. Everyone knew the Purification Organization was just a cover for a secret network serving the demons and sealed monsters in the depths of the Black Forest. They unleash plagues, bring monsters, and try to break the seals of ancient evil. No person or land has been spared by them. Their curses never end, wherever they go. The stranger spoke loudly as he laughed. "You idiots, you can't stop us. When our masters return to this world, they won't find anyone to get in their way. You have no protection, and there won't be any power left to stop us. You'll be the first to vanish today." The mercenaries lunged at him, shouting, "Who is this bastard? Who let him in? Let's finish him off right now." At that moment, the man began to transform, shedding his human form, releasing an evil energy that terrified all the leaders and fighters there. Rayan, having regained her composure amid the panic, stepped forward and shouted, "There's no place for evil here." She charged at the enemy with all her strength, using her speed and weapon, and unleashed a devastating strike that obliterated him completely in front of everyone in an instant. The rest of Rayan's group rushed to her, worried. They quickly asked, "Are you okay? Were you hurt?" She shook her head and said tiredly, "I got rid of him. But who knows if he had hidden allies? Search the area fast. Be careful. There might be more." She had barely finished her sentence when another shadow appeared, a monster hiding among the debris. He laughed mockingly, his eyes glowing with malice. He addressed Rayan, saying, "You're right. Haven't you figured it out yet? This was all a trap. We wanted to gather you all here to wipe out all the defending forces in a single simple blow, with explosion magic." And Rayan shouted immediately, "Everyone, get ready now. This was a trap to wipe us all out. He's going to blow up the arena now." The crowd gathered their strength to respond, but the villain immediately began activating the explosion magic. His body flared with catastrophic energy, and suddenly the place exploded with a deafening roar that nearly shattered eardrums. Chaos reigned for a moment, but as the smoke cleared, everyone was stunned. The explosion hadn't harmed them at all, and the villain had already been taken out. Shock spread among them, and soon some whispered, "What happened? What kind of energy canceled it like that?" Ragno and Lian stepped toward Rayan and said, "We always knew you were strong, but we never imagined you could nullify an explosion like that. How strong have you gotten?" Hart chimed in, agreeing, "That's right. Even against the Purification Organization. I guess you won't be needing us anymore." Rayan smiled faintly and denied it, saying, "You're all wrong. I wasn't the one who stopped the monster's attack or the evil energy. Didn't you notice? Right before the explosion, the strange mercenary Gian, he disappeared for a moment and suddenly appeared behind the monster. And then amid the destruction, he unleashed a strange magical energy, and it felt like everything stopped for a moment. Gian managed, at the critical moment, to stop the massive explosion, and using his unique power, he protected everyone in the training grounds from destruction. Time seemed to freeze amid everyone's shock, and as the blast's effects faded, the field looked as if nothing had happened at all. Everyone stood there stunned, wondering about the source of that legendary power. Meanwhile, Gian watched the situation with sharp eyes and a faint smile on his face. He spoke to himself calmly. Thanks to my knowledge of the novel, I can predict most events and avoid disasters before they happen. If I didn't know the fate that was waiting for everyone here, a huge catastrophe would have happened just now, and most of the people in the arena would have been wiped out by the explosion. Defeating the other mercenaries wasn't enough to catch Rayan's attention, but after stopping this attack and saving them all, I think I've finally come under her gaze. Things moved quickly, and a day after the incident, Rayan gathered everyone who passed the mercenary filtering test and stood before them with a serious look, saying, "Starting today, you'll be one team with me. We're facing a dangerous raid and we need solidarity. Our next goal is to subdue the Black Forest and eliminate the demoness threatening our city. So I want you to get to know each other now. From this moment, you're my teammates." Gian kept a close eye on everyone Rayan chose, realizing that all the core members of her team were already there, along with the girl, Kayla, and her partner, Nomni, who had secretly joined the test and were also famous northern mercenaries. Another girl caught his attention too, Siri, since she was the only one who stood out with obvious strength and was officially selected from the mercenary gathering. He looked at her carefully, noticing she was hiding real power behind her calm features. Rayan asked everyone to focus on her, then started explaining the main plan briefly and quickly. There's a huge forest separating our city from the western side of the Salos mountain range. Everything in that forest is dark and black, the soil, the trees, even the air. That's why it's called the Black Forest. Long ago, anyone who went in never came back, so passing through it was completely banned. No one escapes once they cross the magic boundary. Siri interrupted her curiously. "I've heard a lot about the Black Forest and I know some stories about it, but what I want is the truth. Why do you want to raid it now? Specifically, what makes this timing so dangerous?" Rayan answered with a sad look. "A long time ago, it was said that my great-grandfather, the founder of the city, faced the greatest evil when he came here. They said he soaked his body in dragon blood, gained their power, managed to drive out the evil and destroy the source of corruption, then founded the city of Rowan. But the truth isn't like they tell it. In reality, my great-grandfather couldn't defeat that evil. He used dragon blood to seal the demoness inside the heart of the Black Forest. Since then, our city has suffered because it pays the price of keeping this demoness sealed," she added, looking at the whole team. "Everything we do, from purification rites to sacrificial festivals, is just a way to appease the demoness and keep her from breaking free and shattering the seal." Here, Joan stepped in and said, with interest, "So you're talking about the Purification Festival? It's the annual ritual where they offer a sacrifice to the demoness to make sure she never gets free." Rayan replied, confirming, "Exactly. After every purification festival comes the purification arch process, meaning they bring the criminals who were arrested in the city and throw them to the demoness in the Black Forest as a regular sacrifice. The goal isn't just to get rid of criminals, it's a doctrinal ritual passed down through generations. It goes back to trying to protect the city from the greater evil." Hart picked up the thread and asked her, "I get it now. Since you're mentioning the purification arch, do you mean that all the city's convicted criminals are actually sacrificed that way?" Rayan answered with a light pain in her voice. "Yes. Not just the notable convicts, sometimes they even choose people who were falsely accused, or those whose guilt wasn't proven. For the demoness and for tradition, they'll sacrifice any number they can. They used to tell children not to go near the square, and I remember when I was little, watching some innocent people being driven by force to the arch and sacrificed without mercy, just to keep the demoness's seal in place and let everyone feel a false sense of safety." "Thanks for watching." Rajno laughed mockingly and said, "Now I get your point behind all this. At least now our participation in the raid has meaning, and we can feel that our goal is truly human and noble." Then Rayan added, "The demoness in the forest, her powers are weakening because the magical barrier has lasted thousands of years. But because of that, only a very small number of the strong can enter the forest, and so our only hope of ending this nightmare is your success as a team." Here, Kayla stepped in and said to Rayan firmly, "I'm convinced by what you said and I'm ready to fight, but there's one question bothering me. Why did you choose this man, Gian, to join us? At first glance, he seems the least useful, suspicious and weak compared to the mercenaries." Rajno agreed and laughed. "I'm with Kayla on this too. I was surprised you included him in the raid when, honestly, he's far from strong or exceptional. No matter how much he tries to prove himself, I don't see anything in him that helps us on this mission." Jones smiled with disdain and said to himself, "Northern mercenaries are arrogant as always, so confident in their strength, they're practically blind. Even so, I know from my knowledge of the future that they'll be a powerful help to me if I guide them well. My presence among them today will change a lot tomorrow. Even though the number of northern mercenaries participating in the mission this time was only 5 out of the original 7, their prestige remained the same. They're considered a strike force in everyone's eyes. Just having them on any squad makes rival teams rethink things 100 times. No one dared underestimate them. Even the strongest or bravest mercenaries feared the name Northern Mercenaries and expected their chances of surviving against them were very slim. Rayan stepped forward with confident, steady steps, her eyes scanning the faces around her, her tone inspiring trust. I know full well Gian hasn't shown his strength or explained his abilities to you yet, but my gut never fails me. I'm sure he'll be a key factor in this raid. His presence with us isn't a coincidence, and I hope you'll trust my choices, even if you don't share my vision right now. Rian's words had a strange effect on the group, especially Rajno, whose expression shifted from surprise to disapproval. His eyebrows shot up, and he looked like he couldn't believe what he was hearing. In a tone laced with sarcasm and a hidden anger, he said, "Rayan, have you lost your mind? Since when do we add someone to the squad who hasn't shown any skills or even tried to fight seriously with any of us? If he couldn't prove himself among the northern mercenaries, that means his presence is more of a burden than a benefit. Honestly, he'll be a liability the moment we're in danger." As for Gian, he watched their whole conversation with calm, expressionless eyes, as if none of it concerned him, or as if he had a quiet confidence about what would come later. Inside, he was thinking, looks like Rayan is still hesitant like the rest of the members. She's seen a glimpse of my power, but she's not convinced enough. More importantly, she still hasn't said anything about my power in front of them, which means she still doesn't fully trust the northern boys. I also think she realizes that the attempt to infiltrate the palace training grounds wasn't a coincidence at all, and that there's a traitor in the group who helped the organization from the inside. I actually know who that person is, but I won't reveal them yet. It's important that I let Rayan learn and rely on her own wits to figure it out herself. It'll help her and make her stronger later. Rayan cut off his train of thought and called out firmly to everyone present, "Come on everyone, calm down a little and focus on our main goal. We're going to talk seriously now about the Black Forest. We'll study together how we're going to enter it, which route might be safer, and review the plan step by step. Time is running, and getting distracted isn't in our favor." The tension stayed on Kayla's face. Her eyes didn't leave Gian for a second, and it was obvious his presence increasingly annoyed her, almost knocking her out of her usual composure. As time passed, each member started preparing in their own way, each dealing with the mission's pressure differently. Gian chose isolation and trained alone with his dark magic. That heavy black aura spread around him like it was about to swallow the place. Leaves trembled under the effect of his magical waves. Even the soil seemed like it wanted to flee from him. After he felt the entire area was saturated with his power, he suddenly drew everything back in, and the magic vanished in an instant as if it had never been there. He whispered to himself, barely audible, "Just 1 star. It's what's suppressing my power and always keeping me weak, unable to unleash what I really have. The technique I'm thinking of is super strong, but the price is that my body will practically collapse if I use it against one of the 7 sibling mercenaries. And the real problem is they're no longer my most dangerous enemies in the novel. There are stronger, fiercer foes coming after them, so I have to hurry and reach the 2nd star fast. Once I'm freer, I'll be able to use techniques stronger than anything I used in my previous life." Suddenly, while he was lost in thought, a strange girl appeared in front of him. He hadn't sensed her arrival through the dark aura, but she walked toward him confidently and said, looking at the lingering traces of his power, "What's this? Your energy is really strange. I haven't seen anyone move dark magic with that level of mastery in years. How do you control it and draw it out for yourself? I really want to know all the secrets of your power." Joan was startled by her sudden appearance and looked at her cautiously. "Clearly, you're not an ordinary person. Important question. How did you get out of the seal?" "I was sure the seal hadn't been broken yet." A wide smile curled on the girl's lips, her tone dripping with mockery. "So you figured out my identity that fast. You're as special as I expected. But listen to my advice. If you really want to stay alive, don't enter the Black Forest with Rayan and her team." Joan asked her in genuine surprise, his curiosity starting to stir. "And why's that? I'm surprised you just showed up here out of nowhere. Why are you warning me specifically?" She laughed and said to him in a calm but threatening tone, "The answer's simpler than simple. I'm not repeating myself. If you enter the forest and ignore the warning, I'll wipe you all out myself, whether you come alone with your power or with them. My advice, listen to me, and don't throw away your fate with your own hands." She vanished as quickly as she appeared, leaving no trace, while Gian kept smiling quietly, his grin never leaving his face. "The demoness herself came out to threaten me. I couldn't waste a chance like this. Looks like my moves are changing the course of the novel more than I thought. But whatever. I never liked this story anyway, and I've decided to change everything my own way." Minutes later, While wandering, Gian sent signals at night to the Moon Eye spy, and she appeared hiding up in a tree. She jumped down in front of him, panting in shock. Seriously, how do you find me every single time? You're actually scary. Gian asked her, did you get what I asked for? She answered while digging in her pocket and pulling it out for him. The rare thing you wanted, a top-grade storage stone, exactly like you described. It was hell to get, and that's why you're paying extra really. The job was nearly impossible. But what are you even planning to use a storage stone for? He took the stone and looked at it with a pained smile and said, surrender. She stared at him, confusion all over her face. Surrender? What are you talking about? Even when you work me to death, you don't explain a single thing. Gian left her without giving any more details, just said calmly and briefly, you'll understand soon. The spy hesitated, trying to make sense of his actions. Every time, he treats me like I'm his servant, won't even say how he's going to act. I'm just gonna report to the manager, that's all. Anyway, work is work, period. After that, Gian headed to rejoin the rest of the group, and they all started walking cautiously as they prepared to enter the Black Forest. His heart leapt with anticipation, and he smiled to himself. The real adventure starts now. They entered together into the depths of the forest, and with every step, the darkness grew thicker. The trees got blacker. Even the trunks and leaves seemed to absorb the sunlight completely. Even the air grew heavy, carrying the smell of ancient dust and a frightening magic. Hart kept looking around suspiciously, and the tension in his voice grew as he said in amazement, what is this place? The whole forest looks cursed. This is impossible. The kingdom itself should have come and sent its strongest knights and mages to save us from whatever's going on here. Not us. This looks way beyond anyone's capabilities. Everyone's eyes darted around, watching the shadows moving among them, and the journey into the Black Forest began, full of danger and pitch-black mystery. As the group pushed deeper into the Black Forest, tension started showing on some faces, especially after they realized how deep the darkness went and how still the air was, like even the wind was afraid to move there. Hart, not used to such bleak vibes, looked worried and said in a low voice, honestly, if I were you, I'd turn back. This place isn't normal, and the risks are obvious. Ragnar, as usual, mocked him and let some of his sharp nature show, saying with a mocking smile, if you're scared, Hart, just go back. I don't like working with cowards on my team, and if I feel there's a coward among us, they better shut up or find another path that's not ours. Then he kept moving forward like he was deliberately provoking the others, but the group ignored the squabble and kept walking. Gian watched everyone from the rear with a keen eye, a lot of questions spinning in his head. What's weird is Rayan never actually explained the demoness's threat level in the forest or anything about her power, but I noticed the trust between her and the team is almost blind. They're all following her without even asking for a plan or the simplest warning. They're really loyal to her, and that's exactly what I like about her, the leader everyone follows without hesitation. He looked at Keela in particular and thought to himself, pretty sure someone like Keela is the most suspicious of me here. Her eyes are on me the whole time, like she's expecting me to attack, and she has zero intention of believing or trusting what Rayan says about me. At that moment, Rayan reached the middle of the forest. She felt the air grow heavier, and the dark black energy become suffocating. She quickly turned to the team and announced, get ready. The demonic energy here is very strong. I think we're close to the demoness herself. Lian asked about the plan, fear creeping in. Are we seriously going in just like that without any prior plan or prep for the fight? Rayan replied with rare confidence. Exactly. There's no conventional plan that'll work here. The only solution is overwhelming force, go straight in. Logical solutions all end in this place. She pulled out her famous spear, lightning spear, swung it, and added, but to keep our dignity as knights and nobles, we have to warn the forest dwellers before we barge in. Said as Hather, and this conchly size and take into Feisment. In a single instant, Rayan hurled the lightning spear forward with force, obliterating the entire area ahead. Everything turned to ash. Trees exploded, and the air burst into flashes of blinding lightning. Then she let out a confident laugh and said, now, when the beasts and demons in the forest see us, they won't be surprised by our presence, and the direction of the battle is crystal clear. Gian, amazed by the scene, looked at her in disbelief and thought, can she really be this reckless? Attacking the entire place as a declaration of war? Smart, but still crazy. Then Rayan shouted, move now. Our goal is to wipe out every trace of dark power here. She sprinted deeper in, urging the rest of her team to follow. Ragnar watched her advance, smiled with a mix of satisfaction and caution, then said to Lian, See? As usual, she's the first to rush in. You got a plan for when everything goes off the rails? Lian shook his head. Unfortunately, no. Ragnar didn't wait any longer and dashed after Rayan, saying with feigned surprise, so basically, if things blow up, no one's here to keep it together. Best we avoid trouble and focus up. At that moment, Rayan was speeding between the dark trees, but she suddenly stopped at the sound of rustling and several red eyes in the gloom. Massive feral wolves appeared in front of her, more than 10 of them, and they started circling the team with terrifying calm. Rayan stood her ground, tightened her grip on the spear, and said in a serious voice, "These are the feral wolves. I've heard a lot about their strength. They're actually behind all the recent attacks we've been dealing with on the city." She barely finished before all the wolves leapt at her with terrifying speed. Rayan showed a moment of hesitation and said, "I think I rushed in too hard. Their numbers and speed are beyond even my ability to escape." But Ragnar didn't leave her stuck. He used his special ability, activated his explosive hand, blinked in front of Rayan, struck the wolves with a single blow that shook the earth, and wiped out most of them on the spot. Then he turned to Rayan with a smile and said, "Told you not to be reckless, didn't I? I'm always known to be at the front, and I'll keep protecting everyone no matter what. I'm the only one allowed to charge in like that." Hart didn't waste time either. Using his assassination skills and quick movement, he jumped between the wolves and strangled them one by one with quick, precise moves. Then said to Rayan while fighting, "You focus forward. I'll cover your back and take out any beast chasing us. Let's finish them fast and get our strength back." With each round, every time they finished off some wolves, even more showed up, fiercer than before, until the team started to feel worn out. Keela watched the situation closely and called out, "Their numbers are unnatural. It's like they never end. We need to change our approach." Ragnar started feeling the pressure and said, "Anyone got an alternative plan or group magic to gather them up? We can't keep this pace and effort." Keela raised her hand and announced, "Listen up. I've got a plan, but all of you need to fall back immediately. I just need some space." And Keela, laser-focused, began summoning her energy. A halo of blue fire flared around her. Then she unleashed a devastating wave at the wolves. Anyone touched by the blue flame burned completely until nothing remained. The ground itself looked like a burning ember, and the main wave of wolves was finished. Namni moved up to Keela and said quickly, "Careful, fall back, I've got you now." It didn't take long before new monsters appeared and started pouring in by the hundreds. Gian kept watching everyone from behind and said to himself, "Truly impressive. There's real cohesion in this team. Looks like they've trained together since childhood and know each other's moves literally. Their movements are synced like they share one mind." Gian continued thinking, "This is the perfect time to move to the next step of my plan. There are increasing numbers of monsters in every direction, and they've started to surround the entire place." Suddenly, a massive feral bat appeared above Gian's head and dove at him with blinding speed. Gian smiled and said, "Nice. The perfect punk to test something I've been working on." At that moment, Sari screamed a warning. "Gian, move now, its strike is deadly." Gian moved with agility, easily dodging the bat's attack, then turned to Sari and said in a calm, confident tone, "Just watch. No need to worry about me." He unleashed his dark magic black energies wrapped around his arm, and in a single moment, he slammed the giant bat to the ground and finished it off completely. Keela and the rest of the team stared at Gian in complete shock. Their view of him changed. They watched him with intense interest and deep suspicion, especially after he showed a power no one expected him to have. And so the clash escalated, and it became clear to everyone that Gian wasn't just some ordinary guy on the team. He had his own secret, and he might be the deciding factor in their upcoming fight deep in the Black Forest. Gian stood in the middle of the forest, watching the giant feral bat's body turn into black shadows that faded with the wind. He muttered to himself in a low voice, like he was explaining to himself or sending a hidden message. "I cut the magical link between this beast and the demoness, and that's the fastest way to get rid of them without a long fight. Every time this magic core is severed, any beast bound to the demoness either fades out or becomes ridiculously weak. That way we save our strength for the battle that actually deserves a fight." Seconds later, Keela strode up fast and sharp, her tense eyes fixed on Gian. She stopped right in front of him like she was challenging his very presence, and said in a tone full of anger and confusion, "Who exactly are you? What kind of power are you using? I've never seen dark magic like that. What are you really, Gian? Answer me now. Cut the crap." Gian stayed silent, giving only a cold look and a faint smile, holding the edge of his cloak on purpose to hide any mark that might reveal his power or identity. The tension spiked, and Keela raised her voice, losing her temper. "You gonna answer me or not? If you keep this up, I'll take you as an enemy and hit you myself. But the decisive moment was interrupted by the ground itself, and a massive feral bear appeared between the trees, as if the earth expelled all its anger in the form of a single beast. Its roar shook the night air, and the remaining rays of sunlight vanished in an instant. Rayan shouted immediately, "Enough pointless infighting. Get ready. Now back to combat formation. That beast is way bigger and stronger than anything we've faced." Her voice turned into a clear military command. "Focus. If we lose concentration for even a second, we're all dead." In that moment, Gian let out a low laugh, somewhere between satisfaction and mockery, like he'd been waiting for this beast in particular to show up. It finally started. "This is the moment I've been waiting for. Now this is fun." Slowly and eerily, the trees around the group began closing in, forming dense natural barriers that almost cut off all movement or escape. The darkness thickened until everyone felt trapped inside an unbreakable cage. Gian raised his hand and called out, "Everyone, watch yourselves. The trees aren't moving by accident, and if you don't want to die, stick to your positions and be ready for attacks from any direction." Rajno, despite his intense tension, shouted at the group, "Don't lose focus. Keep formation and follow the instructions like we agreed. This bear is dangerous, but we're up to the fight." The feral bear suddenly lunged with immense force toward Rayan and Rajno, but with astonishing agility they managed to dodge at the last second. Hart was trying to rejoin the rest of the group, but the trees suddenly closed in on him and cut him off from everyone else. He found himself trapped with Gian inside a dark circle that sealed around them, and the ground itself seemed to change shape and began carrying them away from the main battle. Hart tried to move quickly and whispered, "This isn't normal. The trees are breathing around us and moving us. Why am I the only one separated and brought here with you?" Gian laughed and said calmly, without any trace of panic, "The answer is simple. I brought you here on purpose. Because I'm not giving you a chance to kill Rayan like you're planning. I'm sure about your intentions, and I know your plan in full." Hart's eyes widened in shock and his breathing quickened. Then he laughed nervously. "What are you talking about? Are you delusional or threatening me? You're weird and spouting nonsense." Gian answered confidently, "Enough lies, Hart. I know you're the son of the noble Samia Del family, rulers of the north, like the Riam family governs the provinces, and I know that despite your good reputation as a noble and a strong mercenary of the Seven, the truth nobody knows is that you're also a member of the secret purification cult. Not just any member, but a high-ranking one. You serve the she-devil and manipulate everyone for your personal gain." Hart took a step back, stunned, and said in a hoarse voice, "How did you find that out? And does anyone besides you know this truth?" Gian laughed harder and said in a sharp tone, "Why would I tell anyone else? This is between you and me, and you're the one who needs to know who's standing in front of you." Hart smirked and, with his confidence restored, said, "You're stupid or way too confident. Because right now, the easiest thing I can do is kill you here before anyone learns anything about me. That way my secret dies with you forever, and I'll keep going with my plan and get rid of Rayan at my leisure." Gian replied, "You're overconfident, but unfortunately for you, all your plans are going to fall apart here." Hart suddenly used his signature cutting sword skill and drew his blade with terrifying speed. "You're about to see my strongest techniques, and you won't even have time to think about running." Hart attacked at incredible speed and grinned roughly as he shouted, "My speed keeps my enemies from even seeing my sword. Only one hero in all my battles ever managed to dodge it. You're not one of them. Get ready to die." But the surprise was that Hart's strike didn't hit Gian at all. Time seemed to stop for a second, and Hart found himself screaming in pain. Gian had stepped into his attack range and cut off the hand holding the sword with stunning skill before Hart even registered it, and said in disbelief, How did that happen? Why didn't my fastest strike hit you? I didn't even catch a glimpse of your attack." Gian stood before him in deadly calm and said, "You made two big mistakes. First, you assumed you were stronger than me, and that's not true. Second, you didn't come at me with everything you had from the start. You had your one chance to finish me in the first moment, but your arrogance made you play around and show off. Now, your chance is gone." Gian then unleashed his Black Star power, a dark aura flaring around him as if it swallowed the light from the air, and said, "You're smart, but that arrogance of yours won't help you against someone like me. And yes, I was deceiving all of you into thinking I'm weak. I've just changed the rules of the game." Hart was terrified, but madness took over him. He screamed and unleashed his final special ability, hurling himself with everything he had left straight at Gian in a desperate attempt to attack. Hart charged with his attack, using his special ability, Moon Cutter, and shouted with pride and confidence, "I'm attacking you with my special ability, Moon Cutter, and no matter how strong you are, you can't survive this strike. It's my unique technique, no one knows it but me. Not even my friends have ever seen it. He laughed mockingly and asked Gian, "What will you do now? You'll meet your end today, no doubt." But Gian faced it with calm and poise. He looked at him with eyes full of scorn and said, "You're repeating the same mistakes I just told you about, and it seems you don't learn." He then unleashed the Black Star ability, his magic bursting everywhere around him as he easily countered Heart's attacks, and added, "I told you not to underestimate my power, but you really are an idiot." Heart was stunned by the scene and said, mouth half open, "This is impossible. No one can handle my attack." In a split second, Gian appeared in front of Heart, stepped in close, and said in a cold, focused tone, "The worst enemy of any person is their ego. You lost our fight before it even started. You know why? When I confronted you about your betrayal, you should have realized the massive gap between our powers. That was your cue to use the chance and run." Gian's magic surged at full intensity in that instant and struck him, landing a fatal blow. Heart was stunned, the signs of death creeping over him as he said in a weak voice, "Even if you finish me off, you won't be able to stop our plan because it's already underway, and I'm not the only one here." Gian replied with quiet confidence, "Don't worry, I know all about them, and about the undercover members like you. The moment they make a move, I'll take them down one by one, just like I did you." Heart said in disbelief, "That's impossible. Who are you?" Gian finished him off right then and said, "A fact like that is more than you deserve. You're far too weak. And even if you knew the truth, it would only waste my time." Gian then moved through the forest, his voice calm as he spoke to himself. Rayan and her group should be in the middle of the forest by now. I need to wrap up here fast and catch up to them. As he moved through the dark forest paths, he soon came upon a massive stone slab in one of the shadowy corners. He muttered, "I knew I'd find this slab here. This is a sacred tablet, used previously to seal the she-devil in this forest all these years. I don't know why they left it here. Would have been better to keep it in the middle of the forest where its power's stronger. But it doesn't matter now. I don't have time for these details. I need to use the slab for my plan right away." But as soon as Gian approached the slab, he was surprised by the appearance of giant hands behind him. He said, "Seems there are strong spirits sealed in this slab, and they started showing up the moment I got close." Those giant hands rushed him, but Gian was at peak focus, parrying all their strikes with high skill using his magic. He muttered to himself, "Taking out those hands won't solve the problem. I need to find the main spirit controlling them all." He didn't hesitate. He went straight to the spirit hiding within the forest's shadows and said, "This is the spirit I'm looking for." He attacked with all his power and finally managed to destroy it, then added, "And with that, the hands and the other attacking spirits will fade on their own." Sure enough, those spirits began disappearing one after another, along with the main spirit's demise. Gian approached the sacred slab again, his eyes filled with seriousness and a challenging resolve. According to the story, the hero's party is supposed to use this slab in the future to seal the so-called evil she-devil. But of course, if I let them do what they want, the seal will be far too weak. That's why I have to step in myself now. He began merging his magic and ancient magic circles with the slab and said, "This way, I'll make the seal much stronger." Then he used a storage stone to transfer the sacred spirit into it to aid him against the she-devil. But suddenly a strange energy surged from deep within the forest, and Gian said, "Looks like the event I've been waiting for has finally begun." He quickly hurried to where Rayan and her group were advancing through the forest and heard their tense argument. Rajna was asking them, "Are we still pushing forward? We should have rescued Heart before coming here if we're going to take all this time." Kayla answered him firmly, "Cut the useless chatter and do your job. We've got a lot of monsters ahead, and we need to deal with them." Rayan said to them, "We need to move deeper into the forest. I'm sure that's where we'll find the she-devil and her sealing stone." Rayan was tense, wondering to herself about the she-devil's power they were about to face, but she didn't actually know anything real about that power. But Sari suddenly stepped in front of them and said in a cautious tone, "You'd better not keep going. There's a huge danger ahead." Rayan asked her, "What do you mean?" Sari said, "I can feel an immense demonic energy up ahead, and I'm telling you for sure you'll all die if you go any farther." Suddenly the forest started closing in on them, and the trees sealed off all the paths. Rayan was stunned and asked her, "What's happening? And why is the forest trapping us like this?" At that moment, the she-devil appeared before them out of nowhere, a presence wrapped in darkness and dread, and approached them, saying, "I've been waiting for you a long time. You wasted so much time." Rayan was terrified and whispered, "Evil has finally appeared." But the she-devil was puzzled by Rayan's words and asked, "Are you calling me the evil one? I really hate that title." She moved closer and added, "Why do you call me evil? I was just pursuing my goals, the same way each of you has your own goals you're chasing." Rayan shouted to her team, "Get ready, we're fighting her now. She's only recently been freed from the seal. so her power must not be complete yet. Rajnal was stunned and said, I can't believe this is the powerful she-devil who was imprisoned in the forest. Rayan replied to him, I was sure it was her, the sealed she-devil. I could sense her presence, but she's very weak right now because the seal hasn't fully disappeared yet. Then she told everyone to attack the she-devil immediately, saying, come on, we have to strike now and finish her. But she was shocked when Rajnal collapsed in front of her, fatally wounded, and fell dead beside her on the spot. Rayan was stunned and asked, in disbelief, what's happening? Who attacked him just now? The she-devil didn't even move. She started checking her team members, only to discover they had all been killed by Lian himself. Kayla was in shock and asked Lian, what have you done? Why are you attacking your friends? Have you lost your mind? Rayan was dumbfounded and said, this is impossible. Lian laughed and backed away from them, saying, you're all so stupid. I don't have friends at all. My only loyalty is to the beast that rules this forest. He then approached the she-devil, revealed his tattoo, and said to her, I came to your place like I promised, and I must fulfill my vow to serve you and free you from this place. Pretended it not herself. Rayan was stunned and said, no way. Lian belongs to the purification cult? How? I don't understand. As for Lian, he said to the she-devil, I punished the scum who invaded your forest intending to harm you, and I brought you Rayan, the granddaughter of the hero who sealed you in this forest, so you can finally get your revenge. Rayan was shocked and asked him, what are you talking about? We're friends. We should be more than family. We grew up together since we were 3 years old. He ignored her and said to the she-devil, the hero's granddaughter is now at your mercy, and you can take your revenge on her for the injustice you suffered when you were sealed in the forest by her grandfather. The she-devil said to Lian, you're right, I don't like this girl. She looks dumb and unaware of her true power. But even so, why did you kill my prey? I don't like anyone sharing my meal. Lian was surprised and said, what do you mean? I got rid of them to protect you, that's my duty. But the she-devil attacked him with her magic and killed him instantly, saying, I hate stupid followers like you. Then she turned to Rayan and asked her, so, what do you think? Do you believe you came to my forest as a hunter or as prey? And at that moment, we cut to Siri, who appeared before John as he was heading to the demoness's location. Siri looked terrified and begged John to run away with her immediately, saying, Leon betrayed us. He wiped out everyone in the group. The demoness that showed up is insanely strong. No human can defeat her or even touch her. Joan looked puzzled and asked, did you abandon your group and run? Siri, shaken, shot back. What are you thinking? We have to get out of here right now. There's no time. The demoness will find us soon and kill us. We need to ask for help to save Rayan. But Gian just laughed and said to Siri, why would we ask for help? This is the perfect chance for Rayan to get stronger. That's been my goal from the start. Then we learned the truth about the demoness. She was just an ordinary human, born and raised with a normal childhood. But as time passed, her thirst for blood grew, and she couldn't explain what was happening inside her, until she met a fortune teller who told her that her fate was already sealed, that she would become a notorious demoness and an enemy of humanity. The girl didn't doubt the fortune teller because she was convinced her destiny had been drawn for her, and she couldn't change it. In fact, she didn't want to change it at all. She didn't want to run from a fate that sounded enjoyable to her. That way, she could savor the thrill of killing without blaming herself. She knew the end result would be being sealed away, since she would become an enemy of the entire world. But she didn't care, and kept walking the path of blood. That path was the only way she could feel euphoria. We return to the demoness standing before Rayan, who taunts her and asks, are you really the granddaughter of the hero Denner? I never thought that strong bastard would have such a weak descendant. Bringing him to me was fun. He was extremely weak to me, but he did manage to find a way to seal me. But you? You don't seem fun at all. Not even killing you would be entertaining for me. Then she asks, do you know I'm going to attack the city of Rowan and wipe it out completely after I get rid of you first? Rayan suddenly froze in shock when she heard the demoness threaten the city of Rowan. She immediately started gathering all her strength, determined not to let evil spread to her people. The demoness mocked her, saying, I've been suppressing my urge to feed on humans for a long time because of the seal, and I was only allowed 5 people a month. But now I'm free, and my hunger is so great that even one city won't be enough. Rage flared across Rayan's face. She unleashed her power and said firmly, I will never let you do that. The demoness looked at her in surprise and asked, so you decided to resist after all? I thought you'd surrender or try to run. But Rayan tightened her grip, summoned her lightning spear, and replied, I can't let you do as you please. I'll end you now and protect my city. She charged forward and stabbed the demoness with the lightning spear, demanding sharply, how many humans will you need now to satisfy your monstrous hunger? You've killed so many innocent people from my people, and I'll end your life along with that hunger." The demoness laughed loudly and said, "Finally, you've come to your senses and decided to fight me. I thought you were boring and that I wouldn't enjoy eating you. I hate feeding on desperate people because my pleasure is weaker. I love devouring them at the peak of their courage." Rayan felt confused and wronged, thinking, How is she still alive? I attacked her with everything I had." The demoness laughed and said, "That power won't affect me at all." Suddenly, she released several feral wolves from her body and said, "I really like that glint of despair in your eyes. You finally let go of your courage and chose to give up." Rayan was terrified and replied, "I'll die if these beasts hit me." With incredible speed, she dodged the wolves' attacks and pulled away, then shouted, "I'll finish you now." She closed in on the demoness again, but at that moment, another feral wolf appeared and swallowed her spear before it could touch the demoness. Rayan was stunned and cried out, "Impossible! My spear made of black metal shattered like this." Immediately, the demoness summoned a large number of monsters and said to Rayan, "You better use all your strength now, my fun is starting to fade." Rayan was in utter shock and whispered, "I never imagined the gap between our powers would be this huge." The monsters rushed her, and she tried to attack, but she had to dodge them and get out of their range fast, while the demoness kept laughing and saying, "You need to use all your strength now. My wolves will take you out as if you never even fought me." Rayan darted upward, gathered lightning magic, and summoned the lightning spear in her hands. "I have to take down this demoness in one hit. She's way too strong right now, and if her power is fully freed from the seal, she'll be a threat to the entire world." She poured all her mana and magic into the lightning spear and thought, "I'll lose all my energy after this strike, but I've got no other choice." She launched a fierce attack that blasted the ground and wrecked the entire area with the spear's power. Rayan collapsed to the ground, racked with pain, drained of all her energy and magic. She groaned, "I haven't burned through my strength and magic like this in a long time. My body will suffer for a long while after using my secret technique, but I had no other choice. The demoness must have taken a heavy hit from that. I need to make sure she's finished before she recovers all her energy." But then, the demoness appeared before her, laughing mockingly and asking, "Did you really think an attack like that would kill me? Your strike was strong, and if I were actually weakened by the seal the way you think, I'd be dead now. But you're wrong. The seal was broken a long time ago. I just didn't move or attack you because I was recovering my strength, and now I'm at my peak." She then summoned a massive number of demonic snakes and moved to attack. Rayan said, "This is impossible. That means she's been at full power for a long time." The demoness kept laughing and said, "Exactly. You never had any chance of beating me from the start. I was just giving you hope so I could crush you at the height of your despair." She sent her snakes to attack Rayan and asked, "What do you think now? Do you still believe you can defeat me?" Rayan's strength failed her, and she stammered in a broken voice, "This is impossible. No one can beat her. We never had any chance at all." The snakes attacked Rayan. She couldn't move. She muttered in pain, "There's no chance for me to escape or win. This is all my fault. My friends were killed, and my city will be annihilated because of me. I was a fool and deserved to die before them." The snakes closed in on her, about to finish her off. Then Gian showed up at that moment, using dark magic to block the snakes, completely shocking Rayan. Where did that magic come from? Her face was full of astonishment when she saw Gian right in front of her. She stammered, "What are you doing here?" But she quickly lost consciousness. Gian watched her and murmured to himself, "Looks like she was deeply shaken by what she faced." The gap in strength was so huge it snuffed out the courage that kept her fighting. The demoness kept laughing and asked Gian, "I didn't expect you to show up here. I told you before I'd kill you if you came to my place." Gian smiled and asked, "Should I call you by your demonic name or by the name Loshina from when you were human?" The demoness froze and stared at him in surprise. "I never expected you to know who I am." She started gathering her magic and asked, "Do you know my other titles too? Are you really dumb enough to come here knowing my true power?" Joan smiled calmly and said, "Of course I know all your titles. You're humanity's enemy, and the fiercest being to ever kill humans in their history, and the most famous number the world knows you by is your title, the demonic blood witch." Loshina replied coolly and confidently, "I know you're not stupid, and what you've just seen should have been enough to warn you to run away from me," Joan said with a confident smile. "Why would I run?" she answered. "Because I'll kill you if you don't run from here. Isn't that obvious?" Gian laughed and said, "Unfortunately, I don't plan on dying today, especially not by your hand." Loshina looked surprised and asked, "What do you mean? Why did you even come here in the first place?" Gian said, "It's simple. I came here to make you submit to me, and from now on, you'll be one of my subordinates." Then he added confidently, "From the moment I arrived in this world, you were always one of my main targets to turn into a follower to achieve my goal. At first I planned to add Rayan to my team, but I decided to let her go because she's not mature yet, and she's supposed to be part of the heroes team. I don't want to mess with his path, because he'll be useful to me in the future. Loshina burst out laughing and said, Are you saying you're going to turn me into your subordinate? You must be an idiot. But I do enjoy entertaining enemies. I'll give you a chance to prove you can do that. She unleashed her power, releasing an army of demonic beasts and sent them at Gian. Show me what you've got and face me with everything you have. Gian pulled out his storage stone and summoned the spirit of the sacred seal from it, threw it in front of her, activated it in place, and started activating sealing magic on Loshina. Loshina was startled and asked, What are you doing? Joan said steadily, I'm sealing you. I told you from the beginning you'd become my subordinate. In an instant, the two of them were transported into a magical world created by the sacred tablet. Joan said, This magical world was made with the magic in the sacred tablet, and the tablet's function is to harm the soul and the beast that tries to serve it. Here, we'll be trapped in a magical world, and the stronger soul will seal the weaker one. The mage who created this tablet is known for soul-destroying magic. He continued with a crafty smile. I was ready for this fight from the start. That's why I searched for the tablet first and stored it in the storage stone I took from the spy. The sacred tablet has several parts, but I can't store them all, so I only used the core piece. Sure, the magic will be weaker, but it'll get the job done. Loshina laughed again and said, Do you think this old trick will let you seal me again with ancient magic? There's one problem with your plan, she added confidently. I knew what you were going to do, and I've been watching you and your team since the moment you entered the forest. Did you think I let you take the sacred tablet just like that for no reason? I knew you'd use it against me, she said coolly. The answer's simple. It won't work on me. Soul-destroying magic isn't sealing magic like you think. It's an ancient art that consumes the stronger soul to destroy the weaker one. That's why I'm telling you you'll fail, because the spirit of the seal is far weaker than me. Then she continued, That bastard drainer used tons of tricks to manage to seal me at my weakest moment. But luck doesn't strike twice. I spent centuries sealed in the forest and fortified my soul with demonic magic and massive sacrifices. It's impossible for you to win now. Power surged around her and she asked Gian, So what do you think? Do you really think you can defeat me despite the strength of my soul? I gave you a chance to run and wanted to spare you, but you're a fool and trapped yourself in magic where only one soul survives. You'll lose your life because of this, Jaeon said calmly. I don't even know which soul is stronger. We'll check that now. We won't lose anything. He continued. I always wondered, is the soul inside me really that of the strongest emperor in the world? Or is it just Jaeon's soul carrying memories and a fraction of the power? I'll test my theory now. Others Plainum, he went on to explain, soul destruction, magic compares two souls. Then the stronger soul destroys the weaker one. If my original soul is still inside me, I'll lose this fight now. Lucina laughed loudly and asked, Did you really come here to test your soul and power? You couldn't even beat 7 of the strongest mercenaries together. How do you think you'll beat me? She went on, threatening, I was thinking of letting you live because your power is worth sparing. But you provoked me, so I've decided your life is worthless now. She said that, unleashed her power the next moment, and began summoning a large number of demonic snakes. Do you know how many souls I've stored in my body? She asked John, then merged those snakes into a giant demonic serpent, saying, This is my ability, Sangria Dream, which will absorb your soul and erase it. Lucina attacked John with the giant serpent, laughing mockingly as she said, You're finished now. You'll become part of my power, and my soul will crush you. But Jaeon unleashed dark magic in a flash, annihilated the serpent in seconds, and cut off Lucina's hand at the same moment. Lucina stood stunned, staring at her severed hand in disbelief, and said in shock, What's happening? Why was my hand cut off? I'm sure you didn't use a special attack, so why did my ability vanish with my hand? Joan answered calmly, The answer is simple. Snakes can't swallow prey far bigger than themselves. Because of my power and thanks to your soul and our entry into soul destruction magic, I can unleash a large portion of my power without fearing my body will shatter. That's why I can use part of my old power now, and when the Black Star's power is fully released, no enemy can stand against it. Lucina was healing herself as she asked nervously, What did you do? He replied, I think you already know. You're weaker than me now. Lucina got angry and unleashed her magic, shouting, How dare you end it like this? I'll finish you now, Jaeon said coldly. You talk too much. You're a waste of time. Then he attacked her with full force, slammed her into the wall so hard the spirit world shook, and a crack appeared in the magic. While Lucina remained stunned, What is this power? What's happening? Jaeon shifted in front of her quickly and said, You know the truth, or you're dumber than I thought. She said in astonishment, That's impossible. No human is stronger than me. Jaeon didn't give her a chance. He lunged at her at speed and destroyed her head, saying, I came here to prove your theory wrong. Your power doesn't compare to mine. I'm the strongest. And as she was about to collapse, he asked, Will you surrender now? Resistance won't help. Lucina quickly regenerated her head and retreated far away, screaming at him and cursing, How dare you? I'm the strongest demon witch who terrified humanity. I've forgiven you a lot, but now you'll learn why humans feared me. I'll make you suffer and beg for death before I end your life. But Gian shifted to her, attacked her with his prayer-based magic, and finished her off again, saying, "You talk too much. I told you the power gap between us is so huge you won't even be able to scratch me." Lucina kept regenerating her body with the demonic blood witch's power, but Gian kept killing her each time. And with every attempt at regeneration, Lucina grew more stunned and wondered, "What's happening? Why can't I escape him? His power is overwhelming, and my body is destroyed every time he touches me." She began to suffer and scream, "No, this is impossible. No human can do this to me." For the first time in my life as a demonic witch, I feel humiliation and disgrace, and worse, I've started to feel fear. When did my heart start to beat with fear? I think it was the moment he stopped my strongest ability and cut off my hand without me even seeing his attack. No, it was when he told me he came to test his power on me. I didn't understand his words then, and I never suspected he wasn't an ordinary human. I thought I was in control from the moment he entered the forest, and I allowed him to take the sacred tablet, thinking he wouldn't be able to use it against me. I imagined I would control him in the end, but I was wrong all along. He tricked me from the start, made me think he lost control when he was the one weaving the threads of his plan to control me. Lucina's eyes filled with terror and she whispered, "What do I do now? I never thought I could die even in front of the heroes themselves. Is it possible that the first time I fear death is because of a human?" At that moment, Joan activated the Black Star ability on her and asked, "Are you afraid of death now? Have you finally started to understand your situation?" Lucina screamed, "Shut up, I'll never be afraid and I won't die. No one like you can eliminate me." But Jaeon ended it immediately and killed her mercilessly, and kept killing her whenever she regenerated. He asked her mockingly, "Are you sure you're not afraid of death? If we hadn't entered the world of soul magic, you would have run away from me by now, right?" Lucina kept screaming, complaining, and begging him to stop, but Jaeon laughed. "You want me to stop? Don't worry. I know your body holds many souls fused with your main soul, that way you won't die now." He kept attacking, burning her with the Black Star's power, and said, "Your special ability, Sangaria Dream, lets you siphon the life and lifespan of those you kill, and use it for your power, which is why you have many souls inside you, and you don't die easily." "Arao, that my goning." Lucina was shocked. "How did you know about my special ability, and the souls? That's impossible." Joan said briefly, "Be quiet." He kept tearing her apart every time she regenerated, and added, "There are many magical obedience contracts, but the strongest is the one that seals and binds the soul directly. That's extremely rare, because no one can reach another person's soul easily. But because we're inside soul destruction magic, I can now imprint the obedience I want on your soul easily." He kept laughing loudly and said, "I'll teach you obedience myself, and you'll know that I'm your master, and you'll serve me for the rest of your life." Jaeon smiled and said, "The Black Star's ability is to plant fear in the soul of any being, and I'll use this power to turn you into my servant." He kept laughing and addressed Lucina. "All that happened is you only lost a fraction of the souls you possess, and I haven't even reached a quarter of them. I'll keep killing you over and over until I reach half the souls, then we'll talk." Moments of brutal fighting passed inside the world of soul destruction magic, and when the battle finally ended, Gian emerged victorious from the magic. He found himself in the same place he had entered from and said, watching things around him, "Looks like not much time has passed since I entered the spirit world. Rayan is still asleep on the ground. I think I was only there for 5 minutes." He glanced toward Lucina, who was still suffering from what he did to her in the spirit world. He thought to himself, "I've engraved the obedience contract directly onto her soul. It's not the perfect contract I wanted, but it does the job. I intended to root obedience deeper into her soul, but the soul destruction magic couldn't withstand the Black Star's ability and broke quickly. The important thing is, I managed to do it. If I hadn't intervened and defeated Lucina, she would have unleashed her power as a chaos demon witch, spread ruin across the world, and caused many disasters for the kingdom and the hero. Now I'm changing the future again." Lucina finally came to, watching Joan in astonishment and muttering, "This is impossible. I was defeated. For the first time in my life I felt this fear in front of a human, and worse, he engraved an obedience contract onto my soul itself. Where did this bastard get such overwhelming power? I've never faced a human this strong before." Despite her bitterness, she started laughing and said to him, "I'm now bound to obey you thanks to the contract, but I promise you, the day will come when I lift this shackle from my soul, and my full power returns, and then I'll finish you off in the worst way possible. I promise you that as the strongest demon witch on earth." Gian smiled and said, "Fine. If you're ever able to hurt me, I'll welcome any attempt when you free yourself from your contract." He added, "And by the way, from now on you will address me." Lucina paused, looking stunned, and said to him, Fine, I admit that you are my master. Then she stood before him and said, since you're my master now, I have a question. Gian was surprised and said to her, what do you want? We need to leave here, I have a lot to do. And we'll tent. She answered, actually, I just wanted to let you know that I love killing. That's my nature and my fate. I can't go against it even if I tried. My menu includes all living and non-living beings, and I prefer the strongest among them. Then she looked directly at him and asked, since you're my master now, how many will you allow me to kill? You have to supply me with victims to satisfy me. Gian laughed and reassured her, don't worry, as long as you're with me, you'll be supplied with a number of victims you couldn't have imagined your entire life. Days passed, and one day Baron Rayan came to Rayan, who had returned to her palace. He asked her worriedly, are you going to stay like this for long? Rayan didn't answer and was extremely upset, so he said to her, 3 days have passed since we found you unconscious outside the Black Forest. We inspected the forest and found traces of a massive battle, and we didn't find any of your friends who entered the forest with you. Since you came out of there, you haven't spoken to anyone and refused to tell us what happened to the witch or your team. Rayan left her and said, rest or at least eat something. Your health is important, and you need to recover. Rayan stayed sad, repeating to herself, everything that happened was because of me. I entered the forest with my friends, despite my weakness, and didn't assess the situation properly, and they all died because of me. I can't believe the people I lived with my whole life ended like this, because of my recklessness and my desire to take down a power far beyond us. Then she spoke to herself with determination, no, I won't let their sacrifice go to waste. I must become stronger and I won't be defeated again no matter who my opponent is. She added, I'm sure the demonic blood witch is still alive. I felt a link between us when she attacked me, and that link is still there, which means she's still alive. I promise I'll get stronger, I'll find her, and I'll avenge everything she did, since all that happened was my fault. She suddenly wondered, and what about Gian? I don't know anything about him since I left the forest. Is he still alive, or did the witch kill him before me? No, I saw his power with my own eyes, and I'm sure he's still alive. There's no way he'd die at the hands of that demon witch. I really hope to see him again, but before that I have to be much stronger so I'm not a burden on others. Meanwhile, we switch to Elena, the branch director of the Moon's Eye organization, who was receiving a report from her followers about the events in Rayan County and what happened with Gian there. Elena asked her assistant, is this news true? He replied, yes, our best spies watched the strange man who showed up recently and compiled this report. Elena listened and then said in surprise, according to the report, the Black Forest disappeared along with the evil that inhabited it. All the monsters were wiped out, and the forest is now completely normal. No one knows what happened there. Does that mean the witch was killed and that's why the forest was purified and we took control of it? The assistant replied, the spies weren't able to enter the forest after Rayan's team. They feared they wouldn't make it out. But judging by the actions of the survivors, it's believed the witch was taken down. The slave to the dermer, Elena said slowly. But if the witch who lived in the forest was the demonic blood witch, how could she be defeated so easily? She cut herself off and added, the defeat of the demonic blood witch, for whatever reason, shouldn't be ignored. I must investigate and find out who beat her and how they won. Did the royal family intervene personally and send one of their specially gifted children? There's no other human who could face the demonic blood witch, even if the only explanation is the royal family's involvement. Elena said that her organization had been monitoring the royal family for a long time, especially the sons, and discovered that each one of them possesses a terrifying power beyond human comprehension, and that they alone are capable of facing the blood witch with ease. She added that her biggest suspicion revolved around the person they'd been watching, who entered the forest with the raiding party. She was sure he was one of the royal sons, but she couldn't determine his exact identity. Then she asked her assistant if they had learned anything about that boy, and he replied that they searched the records and history of the entire royal family and found no prints matching those traits except for one person. Elena said she had been sure of it, and that such savage power could only come from the royal family. She asked him who that person was, and he answered that according to what they knew, it was Prince Gian, known as the Imprisoned Prince, the youngest son of the emperor. He added that the news they had received indicated that his brothers were planning to get rid of him soon. After that, we moved to the Royal Army Mage Bingham, commander of the 4th Division, who was speaking with the chief guard Fredo, asking him if he was going to keep wasting his time like this. He said he needed to see Prince John immediately, and wouldn't leave until he met him. Fredo asked why he wanted to see the prince, reminding him that princes are busy and don't meet ordinary people like him, and that it would be better to make an appointment and come back another time to meet the royal family. Bingham then asked if he was stupid, explaining that he came with direct orders from the royal family and needed John's signature on this paper right now. Fredo told him that Prince Joan had left on his trip about a week ago and wondered why he hadn't returned yet, noting that he couldn't keep stalling the royal family and their followers any longer. He wondered if something had happened to Prince Gian, especially since he was very strong and supposedly no one could hurt him, yet he couldn't help but worry. Bingham asked Fredo again why he was stalling, confirming that he'd already told him Gian had to sign the papers to participate in the succession ceremony, and that this was his last chance or he'd be permanently excluded from the succession. He told him to deliver the papers to Gian immediately, or else he would return and report to the royal family that Gian had withdrawn from the ceremony. Fredo asked why this delegation even existed, insisting that no prince had ever signed papers to participate before, and that Gian had already told them he would join the ceremony like the rest of his brothers, so why insist on a signature? Bingham kept laughing, saying he was sure Gian didn't want to participate. He added that he'd been waiting to meet Gian for 3 days, and every day the guard told him Gian was busy or sick, or gave some excuse to prevent him from meeting him. He was sure Gian was in the palace but was deliberately avoiding him, or maybe he'd already run away from the palace. The rest of his brothers were at the main palace, while he alone was at the exile palace, because he'd been kicked out of the main palace for being weak. He explained that if Gian tried to leave his palace, he would have to notify the royal family first, so either he was dodging him or had already fled. He kept laughing, insisting he would prove to the royal family that Gian was either avoiding his responsibilities or left the palace without permission, which would be a huge favor to the third prince and earn him a hefty reward. He then told Fredo to tell them where Gian was, right away, for his own good. Fredo told him that Gian was sick, so he was resting in his room and wouldn't be able to meet him, and that he was supposed to return tomorrow. But Bingham ignored him and rushed toward Gian's room, shouting at him to shut up and that he had to meet him today. Fredo warned him to behave respectfully, because what he was doing was a serious crime in the prince's palace. Bingham just kept laughing, saying Joan wouldn't be a prince after today, so it wouldn't be a crime to enter his room then. Fredo panicked, calling the situation a real mess, wondering where Joan was. Bingham burst into the prince's room and apologized for entering without permission, but said he needed to meet him immediately. He was shocked to find Gian sitting in his room. Joan told him that what he did showed great disrespect for his position, and that he'd made a grave mistake. Panic spread across Bingham's face, and he wondered how Gian was here. He had thought Gian was either avoiding him or not in the palace at all. Gian said he had asked a question and hadn't received an answer. Bingham stammered and apologized for his mistake, insisting he had come to hand him papers that were necessary for his own good. Then he stood there, staring in disbelief, wondering what was going on, trying to figure out whether the rumors he'd heard about Gian were wrong, or if the prince had truly changed. Now he saw him with a commanding gaze, a powerful aura, and strength that could be compared to his terrifying brothers. Gian then asked him for the papers. Bingham was stunned and asked, "What papers?" Gian replied, "The papers you shredded and want me to sign." Bingham was taken aback and said, "Right." Then he went to hand him the documents, apologizing for wasting his time, and explained that the signature was necessary. Gian did sign the papers, then warned Bingham, "I warned you and the one who sent you that I don't like rudeness when dealing with me. This will be your last warning, or you'll face the consequences." After that, Fredo asked Gian, "Where were you? I was dying from worry about you. The royal palace has been looking for you all last week just to sign those papers." Gian answered with a smile, "I was already late, and I was going to miss the succession ceremony, but that's not important." Then he wondered to himself if Lucina had completed the orders he gave her in the capital, and reassured himself that she was supposed to return before the ceremony started. Gian then asked Fredo, "Did you prepare what I asked for before I left on my trip?" Fredo said, "If you mean the ghoul's heart that you received as a gift from Princess Evelyn, it's already been prepared the way you asked." Gian replied, "Now's the right time to absorb the power of the ghoul's heart. I had to wait a while because the process I explained to them is difficult, but the wait was worth it. By absorbing the heart, I'll greatly boost this weak body's strength and my mana as well. This way, I'll be able to reach 2 levels of Black Star power before the succession ceremony. That's really important for carrying out my plan smoothly." Meanwhile, we switched to the assassins' hideout, the ones who were attacking Gian in his palace. Their leader was talking to the group, saying that the person who hired them to assassinate Gian was furious about their failure, especially after they botched it twice in a row, which was only natural since he paid a lot of money expecting success. His assistant said, "According to one of the assassins who managed to escape from Joan's palace, there's someone very strong protecting Joan from any attacks." One of the assassins who overheard asked, "Why would anyone risk their life to protect someone cast out by his own family? Even his family abandoned him, so what's the point of defending him?" The leader replied, "I don't know, and I don't care. We have a job to finish. We need to find a way to deal with that mysterious protector. Get ready, we're attacking tonight. If we don't finish the job, we won't get paid, and we'll be hunted." They answered, "All right, We'll prepare all our followers and head to Jaeon's palace in 2 hours. We'll go all out this time, the leader said. Get ready now. Everything you need is available, and we'll attack as soon as preparations are done. One of his followers asked, I heard Jaeon will take part in the coronation ceremony. Doesn't that mean the royal palace will protect him? The leader answered confidently, Don't worry, the person who hired us will help us as usual and open a direct path to Jaeon with no interference from the royal guards. Another follower asked, Who is the person who hired us? If he's that strong, why didn't he do it himself? The leader attacked that follower with a dagger and killed him, shouting, Shut up, you're not one of us to be asking that question. Then Lucina appeared. She had taken control of the dead assassin and kept laughing as she said to the leader, You really are sharp. You figured out fast that your assistant fell under someone else's control. That's what I'd expect from a veteran assassin like you. You've got very sharp instincts. She stared at the corpse and said, But there's a problem. This assassin was my meal tonight, and I hate sharing my food. So, I'm going to feast on all of you. The remaining assassins surrounded her and asked, Who are you? And how did you get in here? She taunted them. Why do you even want to know? Either way, you'll be dead soon. The assassins charged her, saying she was way too arrogant, but that it didn't matter since they were going to take her down now. Lucina kept laughing, saying, I never thought my master would provide my first meal this fast. I was starving, and you bastards are strong. You'll make the perfect dinner for me tonight. One of the assassins tried to strike Lucina, shouting, I'll finish you now. But Lucina's special serpent appeared, and another assassin lunged at her quickly, leaping over the serpent and trying to attack her while shouting, I'll avenge my friend for what you did to him. Lucina told him, If you're sad about him, don't worry, you'll be joining him right now. She then struck him with a blood blade, finished him, and said, Now you two are reunited with a single purpose, boosting my power. At that moment, 2 assassins used stealth to attack her, managed to wound her and pin her in place, and said, We finally got you. The assassin's leader stepped forward and attacked her with force, shouting, It's your time to die. I'm a beast, and I'll show you no mercy. He managed to cut off her head. His followers all gathered around Lucina's head and said, What's with this rose? Where did it come from? The leader said confidently. I don't care who she is or who sent her. I just want to know who sent her to us. He ordered his followers to complete the mission first and then investigate the girl afterward. But Lucina's head started talking, saying, What beast are you even talking about? The assassins were shocked and said, What's happening here? Lucina began regenerating her body again, laughing non-stop as she mocked them. Have you even seen the rest of my power or my abilities to be calling me a beast? One of my titles is Mother of Beasts. Don't you dare compare me to a common monster. The assassins felt wronged, and one of them shouted, That's impossible. Lucina completed her full regeneration in moments and unleashed a huge number of serpents using her ability. She turned toward them and said, You only took 1 soul from me out of thousands I possess. You'll have to make up for that by becoming my meals now. The assassins backed away from her in terror, some of them wondering what was going on, while their leader asked in a trembling voice, Who are you? You're not human, and your power surpasses even monsters. At that moment, Lucina attacked them mercilessly and started devouring them while laughing, thanking them for the meal. I was so hungry, and my master gave me this feast for my very first mission. Now I'm heading straight to join him at the succession ceremony. Then we learn the details of the succession ceremony, which is held as a test for members of the royal family when they reach legal age, and from it the crown prince candidates for the throne are chosen. Naturally, not all children are required to participate. The strong ones are nominated by the emperor himself without needing to take the exam. And it's not only the official children of the royal family who are allowed to enter the ceremony, but also the children of the branch families and the emperor's children from his concubines. Even though the children of branch families and concubines can't become crown princes even if they pass the test, their participation is meant to prove their strength and gives them a chance to enter the main royal palace, which is usually off limits to them, and this chance comes only once in a lifetime. At that moment, the scene shifts to the palace, where the succession ceremony will be held. There, 2 children of the branch families are talking together, a girl speaking to her relative or brother, saying, I didn't expect you to participate in the ceremony. We learn that the boy's name is Vale Eunice, and he replies, I didn't expect to see you here either, Lynat. Lynat says to him, I'm someone who likes to seize opportunities, so I have no choice but to participate. And we find out her full name is Lynat Eunice. Lynat says, I couldn't believe the coronation ceremony would be held this year. I thought they would cancel it. Vale said, it could have been cancelled, but because the exiled prince is participating, they decided to hold it. Lynat laughed and said, I never expected the worst prince in the history of House Agnes, who brings shame to his family, to take part in the ceremony. Vale said, if the rumors about his failure are true, what makes him participate in the first place? I really don't understand anything. Lynat told him, By participating like this, it's like he's almost sentencing himself to death. I think either he was forced to join, or someone pressured him so they could get rid of him," she added. "An emperor must have qualities that set him apart from everyone else. He has to be highly intelligent, able to distinguish truth from lies, have a strategy to make the kingdom flourish, and of course possess overwhelming strength over allies and enemies alike. King Agnes, I set up the succession test so that only those who deserve it compete for the throne. I heard no prince has died during a coronation ceremony because the royal family usually intervenes to protect them, but I think Gian will be their first victim, and that suits us perfectly so we can gain fame at his expense." Vale said, "He lives like a rat now, even though everyone knows him." Lynette said sarcastically, "He's very late. It's obvious he won't participate. This will be the first succession ceremony with no legitimate prince in attendance." The rest of the participants were laughing, saying they would finally get the fame without a prince stealing it from them, while the exam supervisor told everyone, "Get ready. We'll begin right now in Prince Gian's absence." And that Walden all the robite, with you needed not stating that was news. But at that moment, Gian walked in and said, "I'm here to participate." Everyone was shocked and asked, "Who is that?" Lynette kept watching him and said, "This is impossible. He's completely different from the rumors I heard about him. I won't believe any rumors from now on. This man isn't weak. He's extremely dangerous." Joan apologized to the supervisor for being late and asked him to start right away, so the latter said in amazement, "Since Prince Joan has arrived, I'll explain the test and we'll begin immediately. This year, the succession ceremony test will be held in the Palace of Qualifications." Jaeon looked around and said to himself, "I really was late. They were about to exclude me from the ceremony, and that would have ruined my entire plan. To be able to reach 2 stars with the power of the Black Star, I had to strengthen my body significantly, since a weak body can't handle the overwhelming mana of the Black Star. So I absorbed the power of the ghoul's heart that my sister Evelyn gifted me. As soon as his physical strength increased after absorbing the ghoul's heart, he was able to easily upgrade the Black Star to 2 stars. After that, John started thinking about the type of test that awaited him, and mentioned that the novel he read actually starts after Gian is killed by the assassins who attacked him in his palace, and for that reason the royal family cancelled the succession ceremony for a while. Joan observed all the participants in the test, and he was able to read their emotions, finding that most of them either doubted him or mocked him, while some pitied him thinking he would die in this test, and that not a single person believed in his strength. He told himself he expected this from them since they all knew the rumors about the weakest imprisoned prince, and he intended to prove them all wrong, though some of them had already seen a glimpse of his true power. Meanwhile, the supervisor Henry was talking to everyone at that moment, explaining that their test was very simple. The palace consists of several floors, and only the first 3 to reach the top floor will pass the succession ceremony. He explained that there are supervisors on every floor to monitor and ensure the participants' safety if needed. He asked them to start immediately and wished them luck, and stressed that they should be careful in this challenge because it wouldn't be easy for most of them, then left, telling them to choose the gate leading to the upper floors carefully, pointing out that luck is an important factor too, since each floor differs depending on the person who enters it. Joan noticed this and said to himself that he was sure the supervisor would never explain the details of the test's nature, and he also expected that plans were being schemed behind the scenes. We then move to Henry as he goes up to the floor he'll supervise, where he was surprised by John's drastic change. He had met him a month ago, and he was a completely different person, so weak and scared that he wouldn't look anyone in the eyes, keeping his head lowered to the ground even in front of the guards. During training, he would fall to the ground just from being touched or sensing the intent to fight. He had no skill in dueling, and no magical ability befitting members of the royal family. Henry kept telling himself he couldn't believe he had changed that much in such a short time. Now he radiated an overwhelming, powerful aura, and his body had improved greatly, and he was no longer as weak as he used to be. He wondered about the secret of this sudden transformation. Had his power awakened late, or was something else going on? But he asserted that none of that mattered. The entire succession was just a trap to execute Jaeon by order of the royal family itself, and many princes and retainers wanted him dead because his presence is a disgrace to them, even though his weakness poses no threat. Thus, everyone decided that Jaeon would die during this ceremony no matter how strong he was, and even if he guessed the shape of the test, he wouldn't be able to overcome it. He also explained that many participants from the branch families would be killed as well, so that no one would suspect the truth of what happened. Those were the orders everyone received. The scene returned to Jaeon, who watched all the participants rush toward the gates that led to the upper floors, repeating that they had to hurry since only the first 3 would pass, and there were 3 gates with only 1 winner per gate. Lynette ran toward the gates with them, determined to win, but she suddenly stopped, watching Gian in surprise because he hadn't moved from his place, and she asked herself why he wasn't moving. At that moment, Vale called to her and asked why she'd stopped, insisting he would go in and get ahead of her if she didn't move right away, and insisted he would be among the winners. Then he ran and entered the gate in front of him, so Lynette quickly caught up with him, saying she would enter with him and had no choice but to win too. Meanwhile, Gian waited until the others had chosen their gates, and when the hall was empty, he chose one of the doors and went in, telling himself that rushing in tests like this is often a mistake, even if you're confident in your strength. Gian moved forward, thinking about the possible tests the organizers had prepared, wondering what their real purpose was in testing the new emperor's qualities and strength, and feeling like there was something he still didn't understand. He reached a strange door, and as soon as he passed through it, it closed behind him. At that moment, he sensed his surroundings and heard a sound like running water, but it wasn't flowing water, it was more like a strange buzz. He checked the ground and was shocked to find a massive number of flesh-eating insects heading toward him to attack him. Joan kept wondering what was going on and said to himself, "This isn't a test. Any normal person would die the second these insects touched them." He then wondered if they had changed the exam for the other participants, or if they had invented a way for them to bypass the insects. He confirmed to himself that he could get past the insects easily, using his intelligence and movements, but he didn't intend to do it the usual way, especially now that he possessed 2 black star powers, and he needed to test his new strength and show it off in front of everyone. At that moment, he started using his black star ability and said, "Having 1 star made me a strong person, but now having 2 stars is a massive difference in power." He immediately used his ability, Sea of Darkness, covering the entire ground with his darkness and destroying the insects that attacked him. He added, "The presence of my darkness erases any other existence, and I'm the only one who doesn't perish within it." He kept moving forward until he reached the other end of the hall. He wondered out loud if the supervisors were watching him, and he confidently asserted that they were baffled now and didn't understand what was going on. He told himself he could imagine their situation right now. They were definitely trying to report to the royal palace to figure out what kind of power he was using, but they wouldn't understand the truth no matter how hard they tried. Jaeon continued forward until he reached the next floor, and was surprised that the second test was a massive maze. At first, he thought it was easy, and that he'd enter through the maze door and start immediately, but suddenly he noticed someone approaching him quickly. Jaeon instantly knew the test wasn't just a maze. That person attacked him, and Jaeon dodged his strike quickly and skillfully, then watched him to realize he was a Death Knight. He was astonished. Since when does the royal family use zombies in the succession ceremony? Either they've lost their minds, or they don't want anyone to succeed this year. The knight lunged at him quickly, trying to strike him, and Jaeon kept dodging lightly, then used his special ability, Dark Vision, to see the zombie's heart and source of energy, saying with focus, "I finally found it." The zombie's body shifted in front of Jaeon suddenly, so Jaeon halted the knight's movement with his ability and dark magic, then attacked him and destroyed his body completely, saying, "You're strong, but you're no match for me." But it wasn't over. A large number of dark knights appeared in front of him, ready to attack. Jun laughed and said, "I was sure there was something wrong here." He unleashed more dark magic and said to them, "If you want to catch me this badly, you shouldn't reveal your intentions so foolishly." He confirmed they were idiots for showing all their cards one after another. John kept watching them destroy everything around them, thinking that his siblings really were plotting something against him, and that's why Evelyn told him not to participate. But he had never expected them to carry out an assassination plan like this. It was outright betrayal against a royal prince. The Death Knights started surrounding Joan from all directions, getting ready to attack. Joan thought, "My brothers are trying to reduce the number of candidates for the throne as much as possible, and I'm the only one who can compete in the war of succession in this ceremony, so they're looking for a quick chance to get rid of me. They used the insects and then the Death Knights, so no witnesses would remain to my death." He continued, laughing. "It's a reckless and clever plan at the same time, but the only mistake is, they think I'm that weak." He unleashed his power and said, "I'll deal with you now after passing the test. I'll play your game at first, but in the end, you'll bear all the consequences." The Death Knights approached cautiously, surrounding him, and soon they launched their fierce attack. Joan unleashed his power and invited them to attack, saying, "Come at me all of you, you won't take more than a few minutes from me." The Death Knights rushed at him with full force. One of them tried to strike him with a sword, but Joan dodged the attack brilliantly, using the power of darkness, and said to himself, "These knights' strength exceeds even ordinary Death Knights. The bastards prepared every dirty trick, but that doesn't matter to me." In another part of the maze, Lynette was running and being attacked by a Death Knight chasing her. She was terrified and thinking, I studied all the previous succession rites, but I've never heard of a test like this. The moment we entered, we faced tens of thousands of flesh-eating insects, which were a horrifying threat, especially with a royal prince among us. If I hadn't used my special ability to merge into the wall, those bugs would have killed me like the other participants. They didn't even leave bodies. They devoured everyone on the spot, she added. And after I passed the second gate, I immediately ran into an extremely powerful Death Knight, even though summoning Death Knights is forbidden here in the first place. So how are they using them in the exam? Lynette kept running from the Death Knight, panting, I need to get out of here and file a formal complaint with the royal family. This isn't a normal test. Having a Death Knight here is a crime to begin with. At that moment, the Death Knight attacked her with his powerful aura, but she managed to dodge at the last second before he hit her. Still shaken, she asked herself, what is going on? These knights aren't normal. They're even stronger than the ones used in wars. This isn't a test. It's a massacre. She kept running, muttering to herself, the royal family has to take responsibility. Like this. They're killing the children of the participating families, and even their own prince, Gian. This is a huge shame on them. While she was fleeing, she finally reached the end of the maze, and suddenly, a massive wall appeared, separating her from the Death Knight. She stood there stunned and said, I got away at the last second. I couldn't have run any farther than this. Suddenly, she was shocked to find Gian beside her, fighting a large number of Death Knights. She was stunned, wondering what was going on and why there were so many knights around Prince Joan. She said to herself, I barely survived one night by luck. How is he supposed to face all of them alone? At that moment, one of the Death Knights attacked Gian, and he quickly dodged the strike. Lynette was stunned and said, how is he dealing with that speed? All the Death Knights rushed at Gian to attack him with full force, but he easily dodged all their attacks thanks to dark magic, which shocked Lynette even more. She said, he isn't just handling their attacks, he's controlling the fight and winning too. She watched in amazement, muttering, his movements aren't those of someone scared. He's playing with them like he's dancing. I've never seen moves like this in my life. What's happening here? She remembered the rumors she'd heard. I heard the royal family treats Gian like a worthless animal. So why is he this strong? How did his strength increase so fast? There's no way he learned all this in a few months. It seems he was hiding his power from everyone, even his family. Is this a plan to seize the throne? Or does he have a much more dangerous goal that makes him deceive his entire family, letting them despise him and plot his assassination? How does he have the guts and courage to hide such overwhelming strength and let them treat him with such contempt for the sake of his plan? Back to Gian, who kept fighting the Death Knights. He said to himself, simple attacks won't work against enemies like these. I need to use my magic. They have strong physical reinforcement. He started using Dark Storm, attacking the remaining knights and hitting them. Then he watched the storm's effect and said, Dark Storm is a curse-type strike. I've now removed their physical reinforcement and magic defense so I can finish them off easily. After that, he reinforced his body with magic, dashed at one of the knights with his bare hand, and finished him off quickly. He said, this is the fastest way to deal with them. At that moment, another knight tried to attack Gian with his sword, but Gian noticed the strike, dodged it easily, backed off, then used dark magic to attack the knight and destroy him. He said to himself, it's been a long time since I trained against real monsters. This is good training to improve my physical strength, but unfortunately, I don't have enough time. Then he attacked the knight with dark magic and destroyed him completely, adding, they're strong, but they're no match for my power. Suddenly, another Death Knight appeared behind Gian, trying to attack him. Joan said, looks like they haven't learned their lesson. Attacking from blind spots doesn't work on me. He used his magic again and wiped him out completely, then said, no matter how strong a zombie is, their intelligence is very low, and that's why they're easily defeated. Then he added, only one beast is left, and it's obvious it'll use the same stupid strategy. Lynette watched what happened from behind the wall in absolute fear, and quickly hid far away. As for Joan, he said, the participants this year are unlucky. They walked into a massacre, not a test, but I'll avenge them. He left Lynette and the place behind, thinking to himself, I won't avenge them out of sympathy, but because those bastards made the test harder and smeared the honor of the succession rites I built, and I'll punish them for that. Gian started watching his surroundings and sensing the power of the other people in the area, then muttered, it's time to move. Meanwhile, the exam supervisors were watching in shock. Henry couldn't believe what he was seeing, muttering, what's going on here? I never knew Gian Agnes had this terrifying amount of power. All I knew about him was that he was just a weak failure. Is it possible the king's blood awakened in him suddenly days before the test? But that's impossible. The way he fights the Death Knights shows he's used to facing them. Now, the one who assigned me the task will blame me for everything that happened. Henry hurriedly asked everyone, where's Gian? We need to locate him in the palace fast so we can get rid of him. But no one answered him, so he got angry and asked his assistant, Cardo, you idiot. idiot. Where exactly is Gian? Suddenly, Gian appeared himself, addressing Henry's assistant's head with a mocking tone. I don't think your assistant will be able to give you an answer now. Henry's face went pale with terror at the scene. The scene shifts to the third prince, Enoch, speaking with his aide to ask, is it true what they're saying about our night assassins organization disappearing? The aide replied, yes, they vanished without leaving a trace. We searched everywhere and didn't even find their bodies, just signs of a big battle, but not a single drop of blood. Enoch said, if there's no blood, that means a mage from the blood tower attacked them. No other explanation. His aide said, no one has identified the culprit yet, but we're looking for whoever did it and we'll find them soon. Enoch sighed. I didn't expect to lose such a valuable card like the Night Assassins. They were responsible for all our dirty work until now. Things started spiraling out of control ever since we tried to get rid of Joan. If Joan succeeds in the succession rites, it'll be a huge crisis, because his mother will strongly support him to become the next emperor. Could he really be this lucky? Or was he hiding his strength from the start and playing us all? Now I hate him not because he's a disgrace or weak like I used to, but because I don't understand him, and he's a threat to all of us. Then he told his aide, use all our connections with the exam supervisors. Make sure John doesn't come out of this test alive, even if it means killing him with our own hands right here. Back to the present, Joan storms into the supervisor's secret room, and everyone stands there stunned, wondering, how did he show up here? This is a secret room. Henry asked them, what are you doing? Attack him now. We can't let him live. Henry was terrified, muttering to himself, I don't understand how he found the secret room, but now we have to get rid of him before anyone witnesses anything. I'll call on the third prince's influence to save us. But Gian didn't give them a chance. He attacked one of the supervisors next to Henry with dark magic and killed him instantly, then grabbed another and said to him, you've now announced your crime, attempting to assassinate a royal prince and tampering with the succession rites, both crimes punishable by death. Then he seized him brutally and killed him. He turned to Henry and said, you picked the worst person to mess with. You're all going to die without mercy, because I don't have any to begin with. Zastav learned. The supervisors panicked, and everyone wondered, where did he get all this power from? One supervisor lunged to attack Jun, telling his colleagues to focus on him because he was a huge threat. Joan dodged the attack easily and told him, you would have been better off surrendering and blaming Henry for everything. That would have been better than dying like this. The supervisor was stunned at how Gian evaded his strike, and Gian followed up by hitting him with dark magic and killing him on the spot, muttering, their stupidity is what kills them, unfortunately. Then he turned to the others and said, you'll die whether you resist or turn yourselves in, because I don't spare my enemies, but you've got a choice. One of the supervisors tried to attack Gian with his magic, trying to hit him. Gian dodged quickly and said, looks like he's eager to die first. I won't mind your choice. A quick death is better for you. The mage froze in shock and asked himself, how did he predict the path of the fire spell? He tried to back away and formed a wall of fire around himself, promising that even a touch of the flames would turn Gian's body to ash. But Gian pierced through the mage's fire with his darkness, appeared right in front of him, and said, you think such pathetic flames can stop my darkness? Then he finished him off immediately. Henry watched it all in disbelief, saying, impossible. I thought he showed all his power only in front of the Dark Knights, but he was hiding most of it. Gian pounced on the remaining overseers one by one as they begged him for mercy, but he showed no compassion and finished them off in front of Henry. Henry broke down completely in terror and shouted, impossible. We can't even touch this creature. He's not human like us. He's a monster. Gian told them, I know you were carrying out one of my brother's orders to assassinate me, but you were stupid. You should have feared me, not my brothers. I'm the real terror in this world. Henry trembled and collapsed to the ground, pleading, please, I realize my mistake. I'll tell you everything about the prince who ordered us to kill you. Gian smiled coldly and said, I don't need your information. Henry was shocked and shouted, why? Gian lunged at him and killed him with his darkness, saying, I already know who attacked me. No need to hear it from you. Gian checked the place after wiping everyone out, and when he noticed one of the overseers still pretending to be dead, he said coldly, how long are you going to play dead? I don't have time to play with you. The overseer was startled, then suddenly transformed into a huge demonic beast and said to Gian, I'm honestly shocked you managed to uncover my identity. I lived in this palace and no one detected me, not even the strongest princes. Looks like you really did hide your power from everyone. Gian said he felt demonic energy from this overseer when he destroyed his heart and knew then he was a disguised monster. And he also realized this demon was stronger than the last beast he fought. The demonic fiend started laughing and asked Gian, aren't you surprised a hidden demon showed up in the royal palace? Seems like you knew we infiltrated the place. He added that he was planning to escape quietly but changed his mind and decided to ask him a lot of questions. decisions. Gian released his power and said, "You're wrong. No one makes decisions in my presence. As long as I'm here, the decision is always mine alone. You'll understand that very well now." At that moment, we switch to Lynette, who's looking for Gian, wondering, where did he disappear to? He left the moment I ran away from him. I have to find Gian. He's the only one who can save me from this terrifying trial. Why did he vanish after taking out the Death Knights? Why didn't he talk to me? I'm sure he saw me. Suddenly, someone appears, and Lynette is terrified, so she attacks quickly, but he dodges with ease. It turns out to be Vile. Vile said to her, "You shouldn't attack everyone you see like that, especially if you're not sure they're an enemy." Lynette was surprised and said, "I thought you died during the trial." He replied, "I also thought you lost your life on the first floor." Then he asked if she'd seen Gian anywhere. She told him she was sure he was still alive, that this trial was strange and terrifying, and that their rescue depended on Gian alone. Vile said, "What do you mean? Have you finally lost it? It's impossible for Gian to be the strongest." Lynette insisted, "Gian is the strongest person I've ever seen in my life, and we have to find him so he can help us." Vile asked in astonishment if she really meant what she was saying. We go back to Gian, who had already defeated the demon and injured him easily. The demon shouted, "How were you able to touch me like that? We're above worthless, insignificant humans." Gian watched him and thought to himself, "This beast is stronger than the one I took down in my palace, but he's way weaker than the mid-level monster mentioned in the novel, and his regeneration is much weaker than Lucina's, though that's not a fair comparison." He thought he'd drag out the fight a bit to learn more about their abilities, but decided to rush the end because the guards were about to arrive, and he didn't want to reveal details about his power yet. The beast noticed that and gathered all his strength, saying, "You fool! You're giving me a chance to regain my power." He rushed to attack Gian violently, yelling, "You should never let your guard down against a demon." But Gian watched him coolly and said, "Do you really imagine you're a threat to me?" The beast reached his peak and said, "You'll see now, I'll destroy even your corpse." He lunged and smashed the ground with tremendous force, then demanded Gian's opinion, expecting he'd hit him, but he was shocked to find Gian had completely dodged the attack, and only the ground was struck. Gian appeared behind him and said, "I told you before, the gap in power between us is massive. You demons are idiots as always." Then he hit the demon with dark magic, landing a direct blow, and said he'd finish him off now, then go hunt down the rest of the demons hiding in the palace, because they were definitely around. The demon began groaning and writhing on the ground, cursing Gian and saying, "This is why I hate your family. You're a cursed bloodline. Your cursed power has kept us from invading your kingdom all this time. I just wanted to make sure your power won't stop us from invading forever. We're preparing a plan to wipe you out soon." Gian replied, "I know everything about your plan and how you're going to attack the kingdom, and if not for a new variable, your attack would have succeeded. And that variable is me. I'm the one who's going to wipe you all out." Then he destroyed the demon's mana crystal, so it couldn't contact other demons or regenerate again, and added, "That's my business here finished. Time to leave the palace." At that moment, Vile arrived with Lynette. Vile stood there stunned by the scene and asked Gian, "What's going on here? How is a demonic beast showing up in the royal palace? That's impossible." Gian looked at Vile and Lynette and said dismissively, "Is that how you talk to a prince? And I didn't give you permission to enter in the first place." The two of them panicked and bowed to him quickly, apologizing. Vile said, terrified, "You made a massacre here. You took out all the overseers and that demonic beast with them. What kind of power do you have to pull this off?" Gian ignored them for a moment, then turned to Lynette and said, "I declare you number 2 inches the trial." Then he looked at Vile and said, "And you're number 3 inches this trial." He left them and walked away, congratulating them on passing the royal succession ceremony, assuring them they were strong and deserved the ranks they got. Both were terrified, but they thanked him nervously. Gian suddenly stopped and said in a warning tone, "By the way, there's something you need to know. Everything that happened here regarding the overseers and the demonic beast and taking them out stays a secret between us. I expect you to keep it that way, for your own good." They answered in a panic, "Of course, we won't tell anyone, and we didn't see anything. We got here after everything ended anyway." Gian left the place, heading toward the main royal palace. As he walked, he said to himself, "My old clothes were more comfortable anyway, but Fredo insisted I wear the formal outfit." He was so happy and said he'd be relieved now and could rest. Gian knew the royal family had heard about the tampering with the succession ceremony and had launched a massive investigation into it, to the point that they ignored the demon who appeared in the palace, since the betrayal hit them harder. He took out the magic protection bracelet and examined it for a bit, saying, "This bracelet is a gift from Priscilla. She said our engagement hasn't been officially broken off yet, so she had to give her fiancé a gift for passing the succession ceremony." He found her behavior strange and asked why. She replied that she knew she was annoying, but if it was an attempt to stay in the palace, he wouldn't allow it. He confirmed she really was annoying, and no longer engaged to him. Gian muttered, "Speaking of annoying people, there's someone even more annoying who's been tailing me lately." Evelyn appeared in front of him and asked in surprise, "What are you doing here? I can enter the palace by myself." She smiled and asked, "Did you see the real succession ceremony with your own eyes? Did you witness what happened to the overseers or the demon?" Gian played innocent and said, "When I reached the end of the trial, I found the overseers and the demon already dead. I think the demon was hiding among the overseers, and they wiped each other out." Evelyn said, "I felt the energy of a powerful demon crying for help in the Palace of Qualifications during the succession ceremony. Then I sensed the same energy in the palace after the attempt on your life. For think it is not to." Gian feigned ignorance. "I don't know what you're talking about. I think you're mistaken." She smiled and said, "Anyway, I'll warn you about the White Star Palace we'll be living in together. It's a real hell. There are siblings who care only about power and authority and are willing to do anything for the throne. Are you ready to live in a place like that? I might be strong, but staying there is dangerous for me, and I'm worried about you. You really have changed a lot and gotten stronger than before. You're no longer the Gian who always waits for my help, but I can't risk my life just for a trivial throne." Gian laughed and answered reassuringly, "Don't worry. I won't let anyone hurt me. Even if everyone gangs up on me, I'll devour them all, and anyone who stands in my way will be crushed." Evelyn was stunned by his words. The two of them reached the royal palace, and Evelyn said, "I'm not allowed to enter the main royal palace right now. I'll let you meet our father alone, and I'll wait for you when you return to the secondary palace. Take good care of yourself. If you need me, call me anytime, and I'll help you with everything I've got." She left him and went away. Gian watched her while thinking, "For all the power my sister has, she's still really kind to me." At that moment, a knight named Rowan arrived to greet him, saying, "I'll be your guide in the White Star Palace." Gian went in with him, checking out the palace and remembering the layout of his original palace. "This palace hasn't changed from my own palace that I built. They only changed the colors. Other than that, it's exactly the same. I wonder if the secret places I made are still there, or if the novel only cared about the known design and ignored the secrets." At that moment, Rowan arrived with Gian at the king's chamber. Rowan stopped in front of the king's chamber door and said to Gian, "I'm not allowed past this point. You can continue on your own." Gian thanked him for guiding the way. Then the guards at the door welcomed him and told him the king was waiting inside to meet him. Gian entered his father's room and found him extremely ill. He was astonished as he looked at Emperor Ardos Agnes, the last king before the kingdom's fall. He noticed how weak he looked compared to all the frightening titles he had given himself. He was even sure his father wouldn't last 2 months before dying from the illness. The king woke up from his sleep, looked at Gian, and asked in surprise, "Who are you? You're not my son, Gian." At that moment, we shift to Oshina, who had reached the gate of the royal palaces in the capital. She stood there taking in the scene and telling herself she never imagined she'd enter a royal palace one day, especially in this kingdom. As she tried to get in, she thought, Gian was telling the truth when he said he's a prince. I didn't think he looked like one, but he's definitely a scary person. Anyway, as long as he fulfills my wish to kill, I'll serve him. The guard stopped her at the gate and asked her to show her ID and introduce herself and the reason for her visit. Otherwise, they wouldn't allow her into the royal areas. Those areas are off limits to the public. Oshina said, "I don't have my ID right now, and I can't prove the reason for my visit. I'm here by invitation from a certain person." The guard replied, "If you don't have an invitation or ID, we can't let you in. This area is restricted to the public." Oshina got angry and said, "You can't stop me. My master told me to come quickly, and if I don't make it, he'll punish me." The guard said, "Who is your master? If you serve a prince or a palace retainer, give me his name and I'll contact him immediately." Oshina said, "Unfortunately, I forgot his name, but he's skinny, his body is very weak, and his eyes are scary like a beast's eyes before it eats its prey." She started imitating Gian's way of speaking in front of people and said, "You'll definitely recognize him like this. He's the only one who talks that way." The guard looked at her in confusion and said, "This girl is crazy." He kicked her out along with the second guard and they told her, "We can't let a crazy girl enter the palace. When your master contacts us personally, we'll let you in." Oshina got angry and said, "I tried to handle this peacefully, but since you're going to hold me up and get me in trouble with my master, then I'll take you out. You brought this on yourselves." We go back to the king with Gian. The king was staring at him, wondering, "Who are you? You're not my son. I'm sure there's a big difference." Gian laughed and said, "A true king, even on his deathbed still sharp and observant. You realized right away I'm not the same person." The king said, Even though you're in my son's body, I know the authority and power every member of this family is born with. That authority never changes, but the power I see on you has changed completely. You've become a different person. Your eyes and your special powers remind me of a very ancient power we lost generations ago. The power of domination. Gian said to himself, I knew the father would recognize the difference from his real son, but I didn't expect him to notice even while he's dying. He thought to himself that this king has no right to pretend to have fatherly feelings now. When Gian was born and the king found him weak, he expelled him and imprisoned him in the exiled palace, left him exposed to assassination attempts, and never protected him. Then Gian asked the king about the cause of his illness and said he heard it was so strange that the mages couldn't cure it. The king was surprised by the question and said, I didn't expect you to care about my health. I thought you'd wish for my death, like the rest of my sons. But you're different. You have power and ambition, but your goals aren't like everyone else's. I'll tell you the story from the beginning. He said, 4 centuries ago, when Emperor Agnes founded this kingdom, we were the only superpower in the world. No one could rival us. Then a strange gate appeared to the west of the continent, and from it emerged the demon continent. No one knew why the demon continent merged with ours, or how demons suddenly appeared, but we had no choice but to fight after their first attack on us. Ever since, the Agnes family has waged a long war against the demons, aiming to wipe them out so they wouldn't become a threat later. The war went on for many years, and heroes appeared one after another to fight them, but the demons' numbers never seemed to decrease. Then one day, the demons suddenly stopped attacking, retreated to their continent, and vanished from sight. Humanity didn't know why they withdrew, but nobody cared as long as the war ended. Gian said that humans were wrong to embrace peace after the demons withdrew, because the demons were setting a trap to lower their guard and then pounce again. The king confirmed this, saying, that's exactly what happened. After the war ended, the demons started sneaking into the kingdom disguised as humans, waiting for the right moment to strike again. Unfortunately, after the first Emperor Agnes died, demons spread everywhere and even reached this royal palace. They managed to slip a demonic poison into my body. There's no cure. The king added that he kept this a secret, and only his close circle knew. He couldn't expose the demons inside the palace without sparking a civil war that would destroy the kingdom entirely. Gian asked him, is that why you haven't named a crown prince yet? The king replied, that's right. The demons managed to infiltrate the palace with the help of one or more of my sons, which is why I kept them away from the main palace. I'm sure among my sons are those who serve the demons. Then the king asked Gian, what do you intend to do? I know you're not my original son. What's your goal in competing for the throne? Gian released a portion of his power and smiled as he said, my goal is simple. I will swallow the royal palace, the capital, the demons, and the entire kingdom. No one who stands in my way or opposes me will survive. The king laughed loudly and said, if you're going to swallow the kingdom with your power, that's far better than letting the demons destroy it. I considered that plan before and failed. Then he said to Gian, you need to find the shadows. They're the secret force we inherited from previous kings. I cut ties with them after I was poisoned, fearing they'd be exposed to the demons, but I think you'll manage with them. Gian knew the king meant the Eternal Shadows Organization, a secret intelligence group that obeys only the emperor or crown prince directly, and no one else knows about them. Gian realized he couldn't rely only on his knowledge of the novel and the past. He genuinely needed to gather all the information now. The king said, all right, I'll take your advice. Look for them and make them serve my goal. The king laughed, saying, I don't have long left on the throne. The battle for control of the country will be grueling. I'm leaving it to you. Gian left the king, thinking about the 2 benefits given to anyone who succeeds in the succession ceremony. First, an audience with the king. Second, the dream of stars. Gian cut himself in front of a secret door in the palace, and it opened quickly. As he looked around, he said, the dream of stars is a secret room full of treasures, and only the king's direct children can enter it, and only once. As soon as he entered, a strange girl appeared in front of him to greet him and said, I'm Vela, guardian of the dream of stars. Are you Prince Gian? He said, yes. She congratulated him on passing the succession ceremony and told him this place was his reward and he had the right to take what he needed. There were treasures like no other. She asked him to look around carefully and said he could take only one item. Gian asked her if these were all the items, and she laughed and said, of course not. There are magical tools and items here beyond human imagination, powerful enough that past kings and heroes used them. But the problem is that every weapon here has a will of its own. It chooses its wielder, and if someone tries to force control over a weapon, it will kill them. She asked if he was sure about entering the secret vault. Gian smiled confidently and said, you're worried about me, because none of the past 3 kings chose any legendary weapon from here. He asked her to let him into the room, and she was surprised and said, all right, but you'll have to take responsibility. I warned you. The 2 of them entered the secret room, and Vela started laughing. asking him what he thought. There are weapons here capable of erasing entire kingdoms from the map. Gian started examining the place and said, I recognize some of these weapons from my previous life. Suddenly, a golden sword caught his eye, and he said, That's the heavenly sword Ravada, one of the 3 strongest swords in the world, even in my past life. But before he could approach it, another sword began to shine in front of him, and Gian was stunned. That's Alexia's sword. How is my personal sword from my previous life here? Vela asked him to ignore that sword and told him it was a cursed blade of immense power. It belonged to the first emperor, founder of the kingdom, and no king or person after him had ever been able to claim it. Gian grabbed Alexia's sword and smiled, like he shared old memories with it. It's been a long time since I wielded you, my friend. Suddenly, a vicious wave of dark energy burst out of the sword, trying to attack Gian. Vela screamed in panic, Watch out, careful, you'll be killed instantly. At the same moment, we shift to the third prince's aide, the knight Regan, who was on his way back to the palace, recalling his conversation with Prince Enoch. When he handed him the report about the succession ceremony and the events, Enoch was stunned as he said, I don't understand how Gian even passed the test, and he also wiped out all the overseers. How is that possible? And what about the rest of the knights and assassins? Regan replied, They disappeared. We're still searching for them. Back to the present, Regan notices royal army soldiers rushing toward the gates and asks in surprise about the emergency. The driver replies, I heard the guards talking about someone trying to break into the royal area. Regan asked, How many attackers? He said, Just one person, a girl around 20, but her power is incredible. Regan asked, Anything special about her? He said, They said she uses blood in her attacks. Regan was shocked. That's blood magic. She must be the blood witch we're looking for. Why attack the royal area after she crushed our assassins? Maybe she's trying to cover her tracks. I need to see her myself. He told the driver to hurry to the outer gate. We return to Gian, talking about Alexia's sword. In the past, when humans lost sunlight due to a long-lasting eclipse, a massive meteor fell from the sky. Humans tried all their power on that meteor, but nothing affected it, and it was always surrounded by a terrifying black aura. In the end, only one sword was forged from that meteor, Alexia, the sword of fallen light. Gian snapped back to the present and finally managed to control Alexia. He said, This sword rejects every energy source except pure dark energy. That's why it recognized me the moment it sensed my power. But what's strange is that Alexia in this world is broken in half. I've never heard of anyone managing to break it at all. Looks like there are still secrets in this world that haven't been revealed. Then he said to Vela, My decision. I'll choose Alexia's sword. Vela was surprised and asked, You prefer it over all the other weapons? He said confidently, Yes. She told him, All right, you can take it. He left, saying, I'll visit you again when I become king. Meanwhile, Oshina was attacking the guard soldiers at the royal gate. The soldiers shouted, We must stop her at any cost or take her out. She's an unbearable threat. Oshina replied coldly, Get out of my way, or my master will punish me. The guard captain ordered his soldiers to attack her all at once. They charged at her, but she used blood magic and slapped them all back, mocking, Idiots, you'll never stop me. The captain stood there, stunned. How does a single girl beat the royal guard like this? Who are you, and why are you trying to enter the palace? Oshina, trying not to kill them as per her master's orders, said, You're so annoying. All I want is to meet my master. I don't want to hurt anyone, and you keep pushing me like this? It's only because he instructed me not to kill you. Suddenly, she noticed magic in the ground beneath her, and jumped to dodge an earth-based attack. She smiled and said, Finally, a strong mage. I was actually starting to get bored. The earth magic turned into a giant golem that tried to smash her, shattering the ground around her. Oshina laughed. You think a golem like that can hurt me? The golem attacked her, and the knight Regan appeared, using earth magic himself. The soldiers said, Who's using earth magic? They were surprised as Regan said, Everyone fall back. I'll handle her myself. The guard captain objected, But we want to help you. We have to capture her. Oshina emerged from beneath the massive golem, completely destroyed it while laughing mockingly, then addressed Regan, You really are strong, and now you're pissing me off. I can't hold myself back anymore to keep my promise to my master. Prepare to die right now. She summoned her magic and unleashed a massive barrage of magical spikes, attacking Regan non-stop. Regan asked her, Are you affiliated with the Blood Tower? And why are you attacking us? She snapped sharply, Shut up. She kept attacking with spikes, forcing Regan to use earth magic to block her strikes quickly. Then he said, Does the Blood Tower know you're here? She answered coldly, The Blood Tower? What are you even talking about? I only serve my master and have nothing to do with anything else. Regan asked, were you the one who attacked our hired assassins? Oshina replied with a cold smile, I don't get what you mean. I don't attack anyone unless they attack me. Regan said, then I'll have to cut off your hands first, and ask you again after that, and you'll definitely confess. He summoned a powerful beast under his command to fight Oshina, threatening, your death won't be easy after everything you've done. Oshina laughed carelessly. It's stupid to think a pathetic beast like that could even touch me. Then she summoned one of her beasts as well, saying, I'll end this right now, and apologize to my master later. But before the battle between the two beasts could erupt, Gian suddenly appeared, wiped out the attacks, and ordered them to stop immediately, saying to Regan, the fight is over now. Regan stood there shocked, saying, no way, is this the Prince Gian I know? He used to be called the exiled prince because of his weakness, but now anyone who sees him would think he's the king. Maybe that's why all the assassination attempts failed. Did his power finally awaken? Oshina called out to John happily and asked, why were you late? I told these idiots I just wanted to meet my master and they blocked me. You should have told me to use your name or explained your status as a prince. This is your fault. Regan watched, stunned. What's going on? How is this terrifying girl calling Gian her master? So he's the one who ordered her to take out the assassins? Regan and the guards quickly gathered and bowed to Gian. He said to them, I'm taking Oshina with me to the palace. The guard captain protested. This girl tried to break into the royal palace and took out a large number of guards. That's a crime. Gian calmly explained. She didn't try to break in. She came here under my direct orders. I already informed the guards she'd be coming today, but you didn't pay attention. That's your negligence. Check your men yourself, they're all alive, and Oshina didn't kill anyone. Oshina shouted, exactly. I tried my best not to kill anyone. Gian said to them, since it's over, I'll head to my residence now. They all bowed and made way for him, but Gian was surprised to find Regan standing in his path. Gian asked, what are you doing? Are you trying to stop me? Regan trembled and said, not at all. Welcome to the palace. Gian entered with Oshina, warning Regan, don't let this happen again with her. I don't tolerate disrespect. Next time, I'll end you on the spot without asking questions. Gian walked with Oshina to his residence. She said to him proudly, I did everything you asked. I got rid of the assassins who were bothering you, and I didn't kill any of the guards like you ordered. Gian smiled and replied, I know. You followed every instruction, and I'm proud of you. Then he thought, I ordered Oshina to leave traces of blood magic while attacking the third prince's assassins. I also told her to use her blood magic and beasts if a fight broke out at the gate, so everyone could see her power in front of the guards and the allies of the other princes. The goal is to plant fear and terror in anyone who thinks they can challenge us again. The princes used to think I was weak, now they'll rethink everything. He continued, confident in his plan. I also got lucky when the third prince's aide suddenly showed up to face Oshina and saw her power firsthand. He'll report to Prince Enoch about what happened, and Enoch will be even more terrified of me. I've confirmed from reliable sources that Enoch and his aide were behind the assassination attempts on me. Enoch will be my first target, because I know he'll start plotting all kinds of plans to get rid of me once he learns I ordered Oshina to take out his assassins. I'll be ready for him. Joan returned to the main palace with Oshina, where the guards and Fredo welcomed him kindly. Oshina laughed mockingly and said, I thought you were a prince, but your residence is this small. You should take better care of yourself so the other princes don't make fun of you. Priscilla came out at that moment and greeted Joan. You finally arrived. I've been waiting to congratulate you on your success. But who is this girl? You shouldn't be bringing any girl other than your fiancé. I was going to talk to you about the engagement now, but first I need to know who she is and why she's with you. Oshina said to Priscilla with obvious sarcasm, what a silly question. I'm with Gian because I'm his servant, and I have to stay with him all the time and serve him. Priscilla was shocked to hear that and asked Gian if he was cheating on her, while Gian seemed puzzled by her behavior and asked Fredo, is Priscilla still here in the residence? I thought she went back home. Fredo answered, every time I ask why she's still here, she says she's here to discuss the procedures for breaking off the engagement. John laughed and said, that's an obvious lie. Then he left and ordered Fredo to throw her out of the residence immediately, saying her being here was pointless and that she was just a nuisance. Priscilla was stunned and ran after Gian, trying to stop him to talk, but she couldn't. She said to herself, why do I want to talk to him? I asked to break the engagement, and he agreed and announced it. So why can't I just leave him alone? I haven't been able to stop thinking about him since I met him and carried out the decision to break off the engagement. He's changed so much, and I'm really curious about the reason behind this big change. I don't feel any love for Gian, but I'm truly interested in him. Especially the day he saved me from the demon in the palace, he gave me a sense of safety I've never felt with anyone before. What's happening to me? Why can't I get him out of my head? The scene shifted to Gian, who was talking to Fredo and Oshina. I'll contact the Shadow Group soon to ask for their help. Fredo was surprised and asked, who are the Shadow Group? I don't know anything about them, Oshina said. As long as they're called the Shadows, they must be an intel or assassination organization. Right, Master? Gian answered with a smile. Exactly. I plan to reach out to the Eternal Shadows organization, a secret group that serves the Emperor alone and carries out only his orders. Their secret base is in the main palace. Fredo said, if their secret base is there, we need to find them first. Gian commented, of course. I already have an idea where they are. To himself, he added, I knew their location from the events of the novel, but I won't tell them that. Oshina laughed proudly and said, obviously our master knows where they are. He's the strongest and the best. Fredo asked, are you going to contact them now? Gian said, no, I'll wait until they present themselves to me. The next day, Gian headed to the main royal palace, where all the princes and royal children were gathered. Velen wondered why their father had summoned them, and thought to herself, we never gather like this unless it's wartime. Why did my father call this emergency meeting now? Especially since the first prince isn't here. This is really strange. No one in this family considers the other's family at all. We're worse than enemies. At that moment, the fifth princess, Diana, spoke to the third prince, Enoch, saying, it's been a long time since I've seen you. You still look like a rotting corpse. Enoch laughed and said, I smelled something foul here, and now I know why. Is that the half-blood princess? Your mother is filthy. Are all elves like that? Maybe when I become king, I'll conquer the elven kingdom just to make sure they all stink. Diana laughed and replied, the only filth you'll smell is when I kick you out of the kingdom and send you back to the swamp where you belong. By the way, I heard you like to bully the weak and try to assassinate them. That's a crime. Enoch snapped angrily. Shut up. Even if I tried to assassinate Gian, I should have finished him off a long time ago. He doesn't deserve to live. He's a disgrace to our family, and we should all unite against him. The fourth prince, Uteb, cut in, laughing. Looks like Joan made it past the succession ceremony after all. He has every right to be among us even if he doesn't become king, because I'm the only one who will be king, Diana sneered. Uteb, you're still as stupid as ever. Trash doesn't become a gem. Gian won't be king even if his true power has awakened. I think some people pressured him to keep him from participating in the succession ceremony out of concern for him, but he insisted, participated, and passed, even though the ceremony itself was rigged in an attempt to assassinate him. Enoch growled. This girl knows too much. Where does she get her info? She's really dangerous, Uteb said to Diana. Even if Joan survived the succession ceremony, that doesn't mean he'll succeed in the White Star Palace. He'll suffer here with us and won't last. He'll realize the gap in power between us and back off fast. Velen replied firmly, you're wrong. Joan has changed a lot. He's not that weak anymore. I was worried about him at the start of the succession ceremony, but now he doesn't need anyone's protection. Enoch laughed and said to Velen, you're the only one who loves him and defends him. I've got a proposal. Let's place a bet on Gian and see how long he lasts in the palace. I bet you he won't last a single week. What do you say? Do you accept the challenge? And at that moment, Gian interrupted them by entering the hall and said in a clear voice, your theory about the bet is interesting. Honestly, I'd also like to know the outcome and take part in this wager. Tell me, you and my siblings, do you think I'll last here? Who'll be the first to leave the palace or get taken out? Then John walked in and started observing the princes one by one, thinking to himself that this was the first time he'd gathered with all of John's siblings. The only one who actually used to visit him was Evelyn. Enoch laughed and said, the White Star Palace really has lost its value. I can't believe a weakling like you walked in here yourself. YouTube stepped in to stop Enoch and said, don't be harsh to our brother. He earned the right to be here after passing the succession rites. He's strong and deserves respect. Diana said, yeah, and it's obvious the only idiot here is Enoch, who can't judge people or their strength properly. That's exactly why he'll never be king. Diana then watched John and thought to herself, Evelyn was right. My brother has changed a lot. He's no longer that useless coward. I pulled my spies off him a while ago because he wasn't worth my attention. But now it feels like a strange, terrifying energy is radiating from him. There are only a few types of energies that can scare the elves, but I'm sure his power is less than the others, so he shouldn't be a threat. Or maybe I'm wrong. Evelyn approached Gian and asked worriedly, why were you this late? I was worried about you. Gian replied with a smile, I was busy with a few things I needed to finish before coming. He noticed the Emperor hadn't arrived yet for the meeting, and remembered his conversation with the Emperor when he'd told him that controlling the eternal shadows was hard while he was still a prince, so he would help him bring them to heal. Gian wondered to himself what kind of help the Emperor would offer, and whether this meeting was related to it. At that moment, Oshina whispered to Gian, I have a question. Are everyone here our enemies? He said, pretty much. She said, as long as they're all gathered, why don't we attack them all and finish them off? It'd be the perfect chance for you to become king without rivals. Gian laughed and replied, the people in this hall are so strong that no one in the kingdom could compete with them. Didn't you sense their power? Your thirst for blood went up, didn't it? Oshina started laughing and said, what if I get rid of them right now without your help? Gian said mockingly, looks like I made a mistake bringing you. You might ruin my plan or cause trouble. At this moment, Utub cut in, saying, looks like our father will be late, and things are really boring here. How about we have a simple duel for fun? I want to test John's strength. We've heard so much about his weakness, but he passed the succession rites brilliantly. I want to test his power in a duel in front of us. Diana said, excellent idea. I really want to see Jaeon's real strength. And of course, he won't fight us directly. The gap between us is huge. Instead, we'll have him duel one of our students or followers. Rogue commented, that's the first smart idea you've had since you were born. I'll let my assistant duel him. What do you think, Gian? Evelyn whispered to Enoch, in fear that this was a bad idea, since the assistant was way too strong compared to Gian. Gian addressed them, fine. If you want a show of strength, I'll give you a show worthy of you. But I don't like wasting my time on trivial duels. I'll only agree if there are no restrictions or limits on power. Evelyn was shocked and asked him worriedly about his decision, and Oshina replied confidently, don't worry. My lord is very strong. Utub laughed and said, I like your enthusiasm. Everyone, come into the hall, let's start the duel. Evelyn tried to talk Gian out of it and told him, Yanok's assistant is an extremely powerful mage. You can't defeat him. Oshina said to Joan, if you don't want to kill him, let me eat him instead. I'm hungry. Evelyn repeated her plea again. Are you sure? I can protect you. Gian suddenly unleashed his dark energy, then dashed toward the assistant at incredible speed and cut off his head in less than a second before the assistant could even move. Gian tossed the head toward Enoch and said, the fight's over. He was way too weak. Enoch was stunned and said, what just happened? He didn't even use any magic or special abilities. He just moved his hand at a speed my assistant couldn't even match. Joan laughed and added, that was your strongest student, Enoch. You shouldn't have sacrificed him so easily. I told you from the start it was a real match, didn't I? Enoch burned with rage and charged at Gian, shouting, I'll punish you for what you did. Suddenly, the emperor entered the hall surrounded by guards and said in a firm voice, I warned you before, no fighting between siblings in my palace. He then ordered Enoch to back off from Gian immediately, and everyone was surprised. They stood at attention and bowed to the emperor and paid their respects, everyone except Gian and Oshina. The king asked Enoch in a cold tone, why is one of your followers headless in the royal chamber? Enoch got flustered and tried to explain, but the king cut him off. I don't care for your explanation right now. After the meeting, clean the room yourself. The king sat on the throne and expressed his appreciation for everyone showing up on such short notice. Evelyn asked about his health, and the king replied sarcastically, do you think I'm fine? Even a blind person can tell I'm dying. I don't blame you, you're forbidden from seeing me, so you wouldn't know anything about my health. Anyway, I don't have time to talk much, so I'll get straight to the point. The king continued, I called you today to announce that I've decided to choose a crown prince. There will be a new king for the country. Joan was surprised and asked himself, is this the help the king said he'd give me? And at that moment, the king said plainly in front of everyone, the next king of our kingdom is Joan. From this moment, I declare him the crown prince. Joan understood the king's plan and thought, this way, I can control the eternal shadows easily, and I'll have greater authority than the princes to face the demons. But I'm sure the princes won't accept this decision, but it doesn't matter. I won't let any opponent remain. Enoch exploded in anger and asked his father, what are you talking about? There's no way this wretch can be king. Ut shouted, impossible. No one like this despicable person can be king over us. Diana said, Father, you know how much embarrassment Jaeon's existence causes us. You were the one who exiled him to the palace of exile because of his weakness. So why appoint him king now? Yudi stepped in. I've always trusted your decisions, but I can't understand this one. Evelyn asked her father why he chose Joan, and the king answered simply, my decision is final, and I believe John is the most suitable among them all to become king after me. Enoch grew furious and shouted, I won't accept this decision and I'll never acknowledge Gian as king. Diana watched the atmosphere and thought to herself, as long as my father made the decision, there's no going back. I'll look for a solution. Then she said to the king, I agree with you, father, and I declare my loyalty to John. Enoch was shocked and asked her why, and she said, I have one condition first. Everyone knows John is famous as the exile and the disgrace of the Agnes family, and all the rumors about him are bad. Maybe he's changed, but his reputation will still haunt him even if he becomes king. The ministers, nobles, and even the common people will oppose him, and that's a risk to the rule. But we can change that, and make everyone acknowledge him, even us, if he challenges the 7 known calamities in the kingdom. If he can overcome them before ascending the throne, he'll gain everyone's recognition. Joan realized that's what everyone was expecting, and smiled, while Enoch and Yuti agreed with the idea, and praised Diana's smarts and her decision. Gian said, "I'd planned to face the calamities after taking the throne. It doesn't matter to me to start with them now. I'll deal with them right away to prove myself. But I'm not the only one who'll have to prove himself. All of you will also have to prove your worth at the next meeting. I don't deal with people who rely only on their royal blood, without any real merit." Some time passed, and Jaeon started training in his palace using the Black Star ability to prepare for the upcoming battles. Jaeon said, "I trained for a full week using my power and the sword Elixia, and I noticed the sword is in a weakened state and not fit for battles right now. The break in its blade severely weakens its power. To restore the sword to its former state, I need to find its other half. I can temporarily form the missing part from my black energy, but that consumes a massive amount of mana, and I won't be able to maintain the sword for long with my current power. But more important than the sword's raw power are its unique properties. The sword has an amazing storage and enhancement feature, and through it I can raise the Black Star's strength to huge limits, which gives me much greater potential than just the blade's cutting power. I also need to train on activating its standout abilities. I realize that activating Elixia's solar eclipse ability is out of reach for now, but I can activate the lunar eclipse ability, even though it consumes massive energy, and I didn't use it much in my previous life, but I desperately need it today. Now it's time to focus my energy into the sword and start activating the ability. I haven't used this feature in a long time, so I've got to be extremely careful." And indeed, Jaeon managed to activate Elixia's eclipse ability at that moment, and the sword completely turned into a powerful, stunning blade of darkness. But he quickly stopped the ability and told himself, "That's enough. This ability put a lot of strain on my body, and I don't want to risk my current power level. I just wanted to make sure I could activate it, and there's no need to risk anything now." When he finished his training, he decided it was time to deal with the Shadow Organization. He needed information and services from them now. He decided to go meet them immediately. At the same time, Princess Diana was in her room thinking about Gian, saying to herself, "Gian has changed in an unnatural way. I checked his power and found it's not stronger or more dangerous than my brother's, but I'm sure he's a serious threat we need to watch." Then she ordered her aide to monitor all her spies to keep a close eye on Gian and find out everything about him, especially since that major change happened to him. He replied, "As you command, my lady." Diana asked him, "Any news about the Eternal Shadows organization?" The aide said, "We found some clues, but we still haven't pinned down their location. Forms around the Bra." Diana said, "All right, you two need to orchestrate a major incident that forces the organization to show itself. If that happens, they'll either have to investigate publicly or go into hiding, and we'll finally learn their whereabouts." The scene shifted to Jaeon, who went to the Royal Palace Museum, taking in the place and noticing the large number of descendants of the ruling family and the many kings who came after his reign. He saw a statue of the first emperor, Agnes, the founder who united the continent under his rule and defeated the demons. He said to himself as he studied the statue's details, "They sculpted every detail, just like in my old world. He looks a lot like me. Now I'm certain this novel's world is directly connected to my original world, not just 100 years later like I thought, but much, much later. That's why I found Alexia's sword here. All my weapons were inherited by my children, but why is my sword broken here? I need to find whoever wrote this novel and talk to them when I go back to my world. There's so much I need to understand. This isn't a normal novel world." Suddenly, a girl approached him and said, "Actually, this isn't the real image of Emperor Agnes I. Emperor Agnes didn't leave any portrait or enough information about himself, and everything related to him disappeared across later ages. This is the closest thing we have to the truth." Then she introduced herself. "My name is Tara Lunis. I'm the director of the Royal Museum. I didn't expect the Crown Prince to be this interested in the history of the Agnes family. Most princes and royal family members don't visit the museum at all anymore. It is not don't long for of this." Gian replied, "The museum doesn't really have anything of value. Real achievements don't sit in museums." She said, "True, the museum isn't to preserve achievements, but to display the lives of past kings to their heirs who will succeed them." Jaeon said directly, "Since you care about people's lives, I want to ask you about the Eternal Shadows. You must know about them." She was surprised and said, "You mean the secret organization that reports only to the Emperor and deals only with him? I don't know much about them." Gian replied, "I don't have time to play dumb. I'd rather we speak plainly than dance around it. I know you're the leader of the Eternal Shadows, the best intelligence organization in the kingdom, known as the Eye of the Kingdom." Tara's eyes widened in shock. Then she said to him, "You're right. "Follow me, we can't talk in public." She led him through a hidden passage in the museum to a secret place. She said, "The king told us you're the crown prince, and that we must obey you, and I figured you'd visit us soon. The entire kingdom suspects you. You disappeared. Then in less than a month you went from exile to crown prince. It's controversial." Then she asked him, "Do you know the rules of the eternal shadows? We carry out the king's orders first, but we have the right to refuse orders if we believe they endanger the kingdom. We've been watching you for a long time, and we all noticed the massive change in you, so we have to test you first. You need to prove you deserve our trust and that you really are Prince Gian, not some evil entity that took his body." She led him to a secret combat arena and explained, "We want one answer. Are you Prince Gian as we know him, or a demonic being that threatens the kingdom?" Suddenly, a group of flying swords appeared around Gian and attacked, trying to strike him. He moved quickly to dodge them, laughing, "I figured you'd throw me a welcome party, but not like this." As he leapt away from danger, a squad of heavily armed knights appeared before him, standing ready. Gian watched the knights in front of him, muttering, "These aren't ordinary knights, in fact. They're not human at all. I don't sense any independent spirit or mana in them." He noticed the knights closing in on him, ready to attack, and kept thinking, "These are golems made with earth magic for use in battle. They're actually strong, but I don't get why the Eternal Shadows would use golems like these. The real members are much stronger than that." As the golems rushed in to strike, Gian said with a calm smile, "Either way, I'll take them out first," then questioned Terra about the reason. One of the golem knights charged him with a fierce strike, but Gian dodged skillfully, saying, "They use swords with more proficiency than normal golems." Clearly, the Eternal Shadows customized them specifically for war. Gian used his special Eye of Darkness to examine the golem's mana and energy. They're actually stronger than regular knights, but like all golems, their weakness is their magic circles. He quickly dashed to the nearest knight, saying, "I'll get rid of you first. No matter how strong your magic circles are, my dark magic is way stronger." Gian used his black magic to reveal the knight's magic circles and noticed their astonishing strength, which confirmed his suspicion that they were made by the Eternal Shadows. Then he started merging his black magic with those circles, wondering if he could break them without using a massive amount of power, and he succeeded in completely shattering the golem's circles and taking down the knight with ease. Gian laughed and said, "My experiment worked." Members of the Eternal Shadows were watching him from behind a magic barrier, stunned, whispering to each other, "He's really strong, just like we heard." Terra arrived at that moment and asked about the test results. "Is everything ready in case he turns out to be a demon?" Her aide replied, "See for yourself. He's not a demon, but he's also not entirely human." Terra was surprised and asked what they meant. Then she watched Gian as he took down all the golem knights with a level of dark power she couldn't believe. Astonished, "What is he doing? How is he taking them out this easily? His movements and magic are unnatural. These golems are stronger than the royal knights and were built specifically to face the strongest people. Yet they can't even touch him." When Gian finished off the golems, he scanned the hall. "There's a disturbing feeling in this place. I know it well." Terra felt a wave of anxiety. "Why is he looking at me like that? It feels like he can see us even with the magic barrier." Gian laughed and shouted, "I finally found you. Time to deal with you. No one in this world can hide from my Eye of Darkness. All your effort and your magic here were pointless." Terra was stunned and asked in disbelief, "How did he see us? And what kind of power did he just unleash? That's definitely not the celestial starfish used by the royal family." Gian unleashed his power, and the magic barriers collapsed, completely shattered, as he advanced toward them. "I expected your true strength to be way greater than this," Terra said in shock. "That definitely isn't the power of the celestial starfish, but some strange power I've never seen before." Gian stepped through the broken barrier and addressed Terra in a sharp tone. "You've disappointed me. You asked me to prove myself, but you're the ones who let me down." Terra asked, flustered, "What do you mean? How did you hide all this power from the kingdom?" Her aide asked worriedly, "What do we do now? This isn't the Prince Gian we know." Suddenly, Gian flashed forward with his darkness at lightning speed and stood in front of the aide, saying to Terra, "I've proven myself. Now it's your turn to prove you deserve my trust. Right now you seem extremely weak." The aide panicked and stammered, "What are you doing? I don't understand you." But Gian struck her with a hand like a blade and stabbed her, saying, "Since when did I allow filthy creatures like you to speak in my presence? You should have run the moment I showed up." The aide started writhing in pain and unleashed a terrifying demonic energy, threatening, "How dare you? You'll regret this. I'll destroy you." Gian watched and said, "According to the novel, the Eternal Shadows are supposed to be disbanded before the war begins because a large number of demons are discovered among their ranks. which makes the royal family lose trust in them. Tara was shocked and asked Gian, "What's happening, and why is this demonic energy coming from my aide? That's impossible. I trusted her. She can't be a demon." The demon aide had fully transformed into her true form and screamed angrily, "How dare you hurt me? I'll end you now." Gian drew his sword and said in a deadly tone, "This is the second time you've spoken without my permission, and I won't allow it. You die now." Tara said in surprise, "I know that sword. That's Alexia's sword." The demon laughed and said, "I'm not as weak as you think. Even if you're strong, you can't stop me if I decide to run from here." But Gian lunged at her with his sword at incredible speed, delivering a fatal blow and destroying her mana core. "You're just arrogant like most demons." The demon sneered with a laugh and said to Gian, "All your effort is pointless. Even if you take me down now, my comrades are everywhere, and our plan will succeed no matter what you do." And the demon's body shattered at that moment and vanished before Gian, thanks to the black fire ability. So Gian muttered, "Alexia's ability, the black flame. As usual, it puts a heavy strain on my body. I need to be careful when I use it." Then he addressed Tara and her group. "Does that prove myself to you?" They immediately bowed to him, pledging allegiance, and said, "Now we're sure you're not some strange demonic entity, but the face of the covenant, Prince Gian himself, and from now on we'll follow only your orders." Gian continued, thinking, "Now that the eternal shadows have declared their obedience to me, they've acknowledged me as the true emperor and won't serve anyone else. They've served many kings since the time of the first prince, Agnes, but their loyalty was always to the first emperor alone, and they've always been waiting for someone with the old emperor's power to lead them again." Gian sat with Tara and the members of the Shadows and asked, "Why did you declare your loyalty to me before I officially take the throne? Isn't that dangerous for you?" Tara answered, "We're not fools. We know you're the heir of Emperor Agnes I, and that you carry the same powers of darkness and the same sword. Only Emperor Agnes was truly able to use Alexia. No emperor after him could move the sword or grasp its hidden properties. But you did, which means you're the only legitimate heir." Gian thought to himself, "I didn't expect their analysis to be this sharp this fast. Either way, they saved me the trouble of explaining, and now they'll serve me with their full strength. That's exactly what I wanted." Then he said to Tara, "I'll give you a list of people I want you to deal with. You know the demon I just took out isn't the only one in the royal palace. After you eliminate the demons on this list, I'll give you another list of demons hiding in the fortress. I want you to monitor them and send me detailed reports, and I'll handle them personally." Tara said, "As you command, we'll do as you ask." Gian asked about the organization's current state. "I've noticed your organization is really weak right now. What's the reason?" Tara started explaining the situation clearly. "All the weak points can be fixed later, but there's one problem right now. Princess Diana exposed one of our secret branches and started sending spies and assassins to hunt it. Normally, we'd evacuate the branch immediately and erase all traces, but we're suffering a severe shortage of members and personnel right now, and we can't afford to lose anyone who's been exposed, or our efficiency will plummet. That's why we used the Golem Knights against you in the test. Our manpower is way down, and we need time to reorganize and change the identities of those who've been compromised." Tara continued, "According to the latest info we have, Princess Diana is assembling forces for a full-on attack on the branch, and it'll be a disaster if she pulls it off." Gian said, "So you mean you need someone to buy you time and shield you from Diana for now? I get it, and I'll handle it myself. I'll send my aide to eliminate anyone who gets in your way immediately." Night fell, and Oshina was watching Princess Diana's forces from afar, laughing. "There's a lot of them. My lord prepared me a huge feast this time. I'm so happy." Time passed while Gian was meeting with Fredo and Tara, discussing future plans, when Oshina arrived, excited. "My lord, I'm finally back from my mission. Did you get bored without me?" She was surprised to see Tara and asked Gian, "Did you get another servant to replace me? She's strong, but she won't serve you the way I do." Tara, for her part, was shocked and asked, "So this is Gian's secret monster I heard about?" Gian asked Oshina for the mission report, and she said, "I wiped out all of Diana's forces here completely, and I left some fake evidence like you asked. But do you really think Diana will fall for an obvious trap like that? She's way smarter, this kind of trap is nothing to her." Gian replied, "Diana isn't like the other princes. She doubts everything around her, even when the truth is right in front of her, and chases that 1% of hidden secrets while ignoring the obvious. That's why it's easy to steer her into new conflicts." Tara was surprised by this line of thinking and asked, "You mean the evidence you left was to frame the third prince, Enoch?" Gian answered, "Exactly. Diana's relationship with the third prince is terrible, and it's in in his interest to stand in her way, so I arranged things so she'd crash into him first. In fact, I decided to get rid of the third prince, but I need some time first to make use of Diana." At that moment, Gian took a sip of coffee and was startled by how bad it tasted, then asked Fredo, "Who made this coffee?" Fredo said nervously, "A new maid came from the main palace. Do you suspect the coffee is poisoned?" Gian replied, "No, it just tastes really bad, that's all." Fredo said, "I won't let her make your coffee again. I'll stick with the old staff." Gian pondered the taste of the coffee and said, "This drink didn't exist in my original world, so I've preserved its taste here carefully." He wondered, who is this maid? Maybe she's a spy sent by one of my brothers, or she has a much more dangerous goal. Tara understood what he was thinking and said, "I'll send members of the shadows to keep tabs on all your servants, make sure they're loyal, and track their movements constantly, so no one gets fooled." Gian said to Tara in a steady tone, "It's fine. Honestly, I don't care who they are or which side they're on. Anyone who stands in my way will be eliminated without mercy." The scene shifts to a mysterious person talking to the new maid assigned to Prince Gian's palace. The maid laughed and said, "Since we met you, your appearance has never changed. I always feel like I'm talking to a dead person." He answered coldly, "And you think you're important enough for me to show any emotions or treat you kindly? You're just a maid to us." The maid laughed and said, "True, so why did you call me today? Our regular meeting isn't due yet." He told her, "There's a problem. We lost contact with Zakreen, a member of the Eternal Shadows, and I think she's been taken out." The maid was surprised. "Zakreen is really strong. No one should be able to uncover her true identity. What's going on?" He replied, "I don't know. There's a big problem. We've also started losing contact with many members of our group." The maid kept laughing and asked, "Is someone hunting our members? They must be very strong to identify them and take them out that easily." "Who do you think did this?" He told her. "All the evidence points to Prince Gian hunting our people. Every colleague who was killed was on missions near him, and Zakreen herself was monitoring him with the Shadows organization." The maid laughed and said, "I didn't think the exiled prince alone would be in our way. Then it's time I monitor him myself. He might be an interesting person." The person replied, "All right, I'll leave this to you. As soon as you discover anything, inform us immediately, and don't risk yourself until we properly assess his strength." She answered, "I'll keep a careful eye on him, and if I get the chance, I'll take him out as long as I see him as a threat to us." The scene shifts to Princess Diana, who was informed by her aide that their 6th special unit had been wiped out. Diana shouted in disbelief, "That's impossible. Are you sure? Agarsha's unit is the strongest combat unit in the kingdom, and they're the best elemental mages, and you're telling me they were wiped out without even a single injury on the other side? This isn't normal." Then she asked what happened to the discovered Zarar branch. Surely a big battle broke out there, and the branch and its members were destroyed completely too, right? Her aide replied, "No. According to the evidence, our combat unit didn't even make it to the branch's location before they were taken out." Diana was stunned and asked, "How did that happen?" He answered, "They were wiped out in a back area where they were preparing to launch their attack." Diana said, "So it was a trap. There were forces lying in wait for them from the start, watching for their move. But I'm the smartest princess. How would I fall for such a simple trap?" Her aide replied, "We found traces of blood magic at the scene, and according to the info, the only witch in the capital who uses that magic is that girl who's been with Gian for a week." She asked, "You mean that stranger who showed up with Gian at the meeting?" He said, "Yes. She's a very powerful witch who serves him, and all the evidence points to the attackers being Gian and his servant." Diana said angrily, "No, this evidence is way too obvious, and it looks like they're trying to drag me into a clash with Gian. I'm sure Gian couldn't care less about wiping out the Agarsha unit or protecting the Shadows organization." Then she asked, "Was there any other evidence at the scene, even if it's minor?" He answered, "We found a faint trace of summoning magic." Diana thought it over. "I get it now. The real attacker is someone who uses summoning magic and is trying to frame Gian, who in the capital has summoning magic strong enough to wipe out the Agarsha unit." The aide said, "There are several people, but the strongest is the knight, Regan, who serves the third prince." Diana shouted angrily, "I knew it! That bastard Enoch hates me, and he's behind all of this. I won't spare him anymore." The scene shifts to Gian as he bids farewell to Fredo and Tara. "I'm heading out now to deal with the first disaster, and I'll be back later." They assured him they'd carry out all his orders until he returned, and Oshina said, "I didn't think we'd leave the capital this fast. I got used to the luxury here." Gian replied, "We'll be back quickly as soon as we finish dealing with the disasters threatening the kingdom." Gian and Oshina reached the outskirts of the capital, and people were astonished. Did only Prince Gian and his servant leave the royal palace to handle the disasters? There's definitely a trick here, or maybe they want to get rid of Prince Gian. Something's fishy. Oshina said, "Humans are so annoying. Should I get rid of them all now?" Gian said, "No, leave them." At that moment, Regan appeared and said to Gian, "Leave the capital immediately to face the disasters. I wish your forces were larger to face these disasters, but I know I'm strong enough, and I'll be able to wipe them out on my own." Gian recalled Terra's words that Regan had been sent by order of the third prince to keep an eye on him and test his strength. He told himself, "So Terra was right. Regan came in person to monitor me and assess my power." Then he smiled and released a fraction of his power, saying, "Since you're here to watch my strength, I'll give you a show worthy of you." He addressed Regan, "I wish you the best of luck with your plan. You're going to need all the luck you can find." Regan shuddered the moment he sensed Gian's energy and said, "What kind of strange stars are these? I've never seen anything like them in my life." Gian left him and moved on with Oshina, telling her to hurry. "We have to get to the disaster site quickly," Oshina answered. "Yes, my lord." As for Regan, he remained stunned, thinking about how terrifying Gian was. Meanwhile, Evelyn was watching Gian leave the city and ordered her aide to summon the Grey Lion unit and follow Gian closely, stressing that they must protect him with their lives. Enoch, on the other hand, was talking with Regan, asking him, "Are you sure Gian uses dark magic?" Regan answered, "Yes, absolutely sure. I saw it with my own eyes." Enoch said, "How sure are you, percentage-wise?" He said, 90%. "We all know Gian changed in one go. He used to be weak and worthless. So how did he suddenly become this strong? When I watched him, I found his body was covered in dark energy, and even his personality became terrifying. Even if he's using primitive dark magic, there's no way he changed this much unless he made a pact with demons. I felt a clear demonic energy when I provoked him last time." Enoch said, "That's a serious accusation. If it's true, he's contracted with a demon that makes him an enemy of humanity and a traitor to his kingdom. But if we start investigating this, it'll be a major scandal for the royal family, one that'll never be erased. Still, if we can prove he's involved, we can get rid of him and end the disgrace." Enoch asked, "Do you have a plan to deal with him?" Regan said, "Absolutely. I've prepared everything and already sent an assassination squad after him so we won't have to accuse him outright." Later on, Gian arrived with Oshina at the Moon Eye branch, and Oshina asked him, "Are you hungry? We ate at the palace before coming here, so why did you decide to come? Is it because of the restaurant?" Gian answered, "This isn't a restaurant. I'm here to ask them for something that'll help us in the coming days." When the waiter saw Gian, he rushed to welcome him and said, "The manager has been waiting for you. Please follow me right away." Gian asked, "Are you planning to attack me again like last time? I'll finish you all off this time." The waiter hurried to say, "No, we completely trust you now." Oshina was surprised and thought to herself, "He's talking to the waiter, so he really did come to eat. I'll wait and eat with him too if I get hungry." Gian went down to the basement with Oshina, where the manager welcomed him, saying, "We're honored to have the crown prince of the kingdom, Prince Gian." Gian smiled and said, "Smart of you to figure out my identity despite my disguise like last time." Irene said, "Of course. If we didn't know who you were, we wouldn't deserve to be called an intelligence organization. Why did you come to us?" Gian said, "I figured you already had an idea why." Irene replied, "I heard you started hunting down calamities, and that the first calamity will be faced by the Ghost Squad. Unfortunately, we don't have any info or their appearance location." Gian said, "No need. I know where and when they'll show up. According to the novel, they'll appear in a village whose location I know, and the hero's squad was supposed to deal with them in the future. But I can't miss the Ghost Squad's reward. It's very important to my plans." Then Gian presented a list of names and said, "I want you to verify the identities of these people and collect every bit of info available about them. I want everything ready by the time I'm back from the trip." Irene checked the names and said in surprise, "These are all members of the White Star Council, the most influential figures in the kingdom after the Emperor. Are you planning an assassination list?" Gian said, "I don't know yet. I'll gather the info first and decide how to act." She said, "Understood. We'll do as you asked." Gian asked her, "Is the spy you sent to watch me still around?" Irene was puzzled and asked, "Nari?" "Yes. She's still keeping tabs on you." He said, "Good. Send her to watch me constantly. I might need her on the trip." She said, "Understood. She'll be by your side right away." Before he left, Irene asked Gian, "I want to ask about your adventure in the Black Forest. There are rumors it was completely cleansed, and that the only two who survived it were Prince Gian and Countess Rain." Gian explained to Irene that he managed to get rid of the Black Forest's monsters quickly, and when Oshina told him she was full, she asked when they would leave. Irene noticed the strange girl with Gian, looked stunned, and asked, "Who is this girl? I heard she's been with him since he left the Black Forest." Then she was shocked and said, "That's impossible. This must be the Blood Witch, the world's declared enemy. I was sure she didn't die. So, what is she doing here? She's really terrifying." Gian realized what Irene was thinking and told her in a serious tone, "Keep your thoughts to yourself. Some kinds of knowledge can hurt the one who knows them. You're an ally now. so keep this secret. The scene shifts to a farmer in a village north of the capital, recalling his past when he used to fight monsters with his squad. He remembered how one of his comrades died, and in his last moments, asked him to take care of himself and stop sacrificing for the kingdom, live for himself after all that hardship. The knight felt deep sorrow after his comrade's death, and told himself he had intended to dedicate his life to the demon suppression squad, but then decided to retire from fighting and live in peace. The scene returns to the present, where this knight has become a farmer in a small village. A boy came to him, insisting he teach him swordsmanship. The knight answered that he wasn't a swordsman and told him to leave and not bother him again. The boy insisted, saying he'd pay for the lessons because he desperately needed to learn the sword. The knight replied harshly, telling him to go. The boy left angry, muttering that he could have at least taught him the basics of the sword, calling him a really harsh person, but he was determined to become strong as fast as possible to protect his family. The boy talked about his struggles, saying his village is so small and weak, with no protection from the kingdom, so they get attacked by bandits all the time. He remembered how the restaurant was destroyed last time and he couldn't protect his mother. He'd hated his weakness ever since that day, having failed to protect her his whole life. He promised himself he would become strong and take his family and leave this village no matter what. Suddenly, he saw Gian and Oshina entering the village, and he was stunned, wondering, who are those strangers? They're not from the village or nearby. What are they planning? Is there some secret behind why they're here? The narration goes back to Liam, who was busy working on the farm, thinking about the stubborn boy who came to beg him. He said the boy is a lot like his mother, honestly. All his traits are like hers, so he wondered, maybe the rumors were true, and she really is his mother, while I thought all along he was just an adopted kid. He wondered if he could meet her one day and expressed how much he missed her, but he affirmed he wouldn't interfere in their lives again. They'd suffered enough, and he feared he'd cause them trouble again. At that moment, Gian and Oshina arrived to meet Liam, and Gian asked if he had time to talk. Liam was surprised by their visit and didn't recognize them, assuming they were from outside the province, and that the young man with the distinctive hair might be from the royal family. Gian spoke to Liam, saying, "I'm Prince Gian, the crown prince of the kingdom. I came to talk to you about something important." Liam was shocked by the introduction and thought, could this be the exiled prince, known as the imprisoned prince, and the disgrace of the Agnes family? So the rumors about him aren't true. He's not weak. He's just hiding his strength from everyone. Liam asked Gian why he came. "What do you want from me?" "I'm a weak farmer," Gian replied directly. "I'll get straight to the point so we don't waste time. I want you to join my forces and serve me as a strong knight. I know everything about your past, and I know you're trustworthy and capable of helping." Liam was taken aback and answered, "I'm just a farmer. I'm not a knight anymore. I won't accept your offer." Gian said, "If you don't accept my offer, your village will be destroyed today." Liam wondered, "What are you talking about? I don't understand what you mean." Gian answered, "A major attack will happen on your village tonight. If you agree to join me, I guarantee safety for you and the villagers. If you refuse, their fate is in danger." Liam was stunned by his words and said, "I don't understand what you mean. My life as a knight ended long ago, but if I see the village in danger, I'll step in right away to protect everyone, and I won't allow them to be hurt. As for returning to my past, that's impossible for me," Gian said in a calm voice. "All right, I understand your decision." Then he left with Oshina. Oshina asked in surprise, "Why didn't you force Barosh to join us? I expected you to be the kind of strong person who always imposes his will. Why did you give up so easily? I could have taken him out easily." Gian smiled and said to Oshina, "As long as we don't need him right now." Then he turned to her and asked, "Do you think heroes are born or made?" Oshina asked in confusion, "What are you talking about? I don't get it." He answered her in a deep tone, "Unfortunately, heroes are born. The moment they're born, their fate is already decided even if they don't want it. In the end, they'll return to their true role." Then he added, "Liam was born a hero. He won't be able to run from his fate for long. He'll return to the path he was made for soon." As they were walking around, Gian was testing his power and said to Oshina, "You'll understand what I mean soon, but for now we need to deal with a bunch of scum first." Suddenly, he struck someone hiding in the shadows and took him out, then said to Oshina, "Get ready. I've prepared a massive dinner feast for you." Oshina laughed excitedly. "I was waiting for you to say that. I'm so hungry, and there are so many meals here." At that moment, a group of assassins appeared and surrounded Gian. They charged at him, threatening his end, and the assassin's leader ordered the witch with them to attack with magic to distract him. She started forming ice spears and throwing them at Gian. Gian used dark magic, shattered her ice easily, and mocked them. "Are you really so confident you can even lay a finger on me?" He vanished before their eyes, then said sarcastically, "You should have protected the witch first. She's the main weak point." In the blink of an eye, he moved to the witch and took her out. "You're idiots. You didn't know how to protect the most important piece among you. The quality of assassins in this kingdom has dropped a lot." The assassins went berserk with rage and charged him wildly, and he dodged their strikes with ease. Then he activated his dark eye and stopped time for a moment, avoided the attacks, seized one of their swords, and destroyed him with his energy. Another tried to attack from behind, sneering, "You should never turn your back on an assassin," but Gian used dark energy to vanish from in front of him, then put him down with a single strike. Gian said to them, "The problem with people like you is you never ask about the strength of the one who hired you." One of the assassins watched in shock. "Who is this guy? I heard Gian is the weakest in the Agnes family. So why is he this strong? Alright, I need to escape and warn the others." That assassin tried to use a teleportation stone to escape, but Gian disabled the stone with his magic and moved to him, smashing the stone, and said coldly, "Who gave you permission to run away from me?" The assassin was stunned and asked, "What's happening? How did you stop the teleport? That's impossible." Gian answered as he finished him, "The dead don't need to know the answers." After he was done with them, observing the situation, he said to himself, "These assassins are different from the usual. One of my brothers definitely sent them. Was it Enoch as usual? Or one of my other brothers?" At that moment, Nari appeared and warned Gian, "The assassins you fought are just part of a large force that reached the village. There are movements to attack the village." Gian asked her where they were, and she answered, "They're at the village entrance, ready to attack the moment you show up." Meanwhile, the boy who was watching Gian heard everything and ran off. "I have to warn everyone. Based on what the prince and his group said, there's a big assassin attack coming. I'll warn my family first, find Liam, and tell everyone in the village so they can flee." The scene returned to Nari as she informed Gian, "I managed to locate the targets you asked for in the village, but is it true you also need the locations of the surrounding mountains?" Gian smiled. "You'll understand soon. Execute the plan now." Oshina asked him, "Should we secure the villagers first?" He answered, "Execute the plan as is. Liam will be the one to protect them for now." Near a mountain close to the village, a few demons gathered, watching the area. Their leader, Canis, said with a mocking tone, "I didn't expect the former commander of the human army, Liam, known as the Ghost Blade, to retire and live here as a farmer. Humans are idiots. They gave up their strongest warrior and turned him into a nobody." His companion replied, "I heard he chose to retire on his own, but it doesn't matter now. We can get rid of him easily." Canis answered, "The word easily doesn't apply to him. We're 5 of the strongest in the demon army, but we have no hope against him. Luckily, we've got a secret weapon, a device to summon the ghost squad to help us. That way we'll wipe him out, along with his allies and the whole village. No problem." Sair cut in, "I heard Prince Jun came here to prove himself to the other princes for the throne by facing the ghost squad." Canis said, "That works in our favor. A weak prince can't lay a finger on us." Another young demoness added, "His own family wants to get rid of him, and he came here with just one retainer. He's crazy, there's no way he'll succeed." Canis said in surprise, "How did Joan find out the ghosts would appear here? Something's off. From what I know, all the demons in the kingdom are keeping a close eye on him. All the demons in the kingdom were cautious about Gian." One of the demons looked puzzled and asked Canis, "Why so much caution around him?" Canis answered, "Because they suspect he's behind the disappearance of a large number of demons. They think he's been taking them out one by one." Then Canis told Sair to go down to the village to watch Gian closely, sensing something fishy that needed uncovering. But Gian didn't give them the chance. He caught them off guard by showing up and said, "You won't need to look for me. I came to meet you myself." In a split second, he attacked the 5th demon with them and took him out on the spot, then looked at them and asked, "I thought I'd eliminated every demon in the kingdom who knew my secrets. How did you find out I'm here?" At the same time, the boy who had returned to the village to warn everyone about the marauders was shocked to find they'd already attacked and started destroying the village. Panic struck him and he cried out in despair, "No, not again. I can't lose everything again." He decided he had to stop them no matter what, and rushed in to face the marauders himself. "Leave the villagers alone. I won't let you do this." But one of the marauders grabbed him easily and mocked him. "Who's this idiot? Charging a whole gang by yourself? That angry look in your eyes reminds me of all the people we've killed before. I love fools like you, but first I need to crush your eye. Seeing that pre-death stare annoys me." While the marauder was thinking about how to wreck him, the boy felt hopeless. "What do I do? I couldn't protect my family, or my village, or even myself. I'm going to lose everything all over again." That's when Liam suddenly appeared and told the boy to close his eyes. "Shut your eyes. You're not going to like what you're about to see." Then Liam charged the marauder, hit him hard, sent him flying, and told the boy to hide well. "I'll handle these bastards. I'll protect you and everyone in the village myself." Inside, Liam remembered his old promise to a friend who asked him not to sacrifice his life for the kingdom anymore, and to live a normal life. He burned with anger and apologized to his friend in his heart. "I tried to keep your promise, but it looks impossible. I won't stand by and do nothing. I have to protect them myself." Then he challenged the marauders, "Get ready. You're going to pay for what you did here, and I won't stop until I wipe all of you out." Meanwhile, the scene cut back to Jaeon facing the demons. One of them, Leah asked him in shock. "Who are you?" Canis answered, "This is Prince Gian." Sayer was stunned. How did he find our location and come here himself? And what's this terrifying power he has? Joan isn't weak or the disgrace of House Agnes like the rumors say. Canis started unleashing his power and ordered everyone to get ready to attack and kill Gian to put an end to their plan. Joan watched them, thinking, "These are demon commanders. Their power surpasses everyone I've faced so far. In my current state, I can't take more than 2 at once. I need to find a way." But the demons all charged him at the same time. Joan decided he had to use his hidden power, even though he wanted to save it for emergencies. He drew the sword Alexia and activated the Eclipse ability to boost his power to the max, and said, "Time to test the dark world again. I don't know how long it'll hold, but this is my shot." Gian rushed the demons using Dark Flash. They panicked and retreated fast from the impact of the strike, asking, "What is this? How did this power appear? Impossible." Gian said confidently, "You're strong, but against my dark world, you've got no chance." He used the dark transfer ability and warped straight to Leah, saying, "I'll take you out first," Canis shouted, ordering her to fall back, but Leah, terrified, tried to block him with demon magic. Joan struck her with the Sword of Darkness and dealt a fatal blow, saying, "There's no point in running. My world will swallow you all." He used the Black Hole ability and obliterated her body entirely. Canis and Sayer lunged at him right away, but Joan easily dodged their attacks with another dark transfer, appeared behind them, and said, "I need to end this fast. The Dark World and Eclipse will only last 10 minutes, and then I'll need a long recovery. I have to save my energy for the fight against the Ghost Squad." Joan warped in front of Canis and said, "Any power I waste now will hurt my next battle. Let's finish this." Canis said, "I figured out your last trick. You won't fool me twice. Now you won't escape my devastating strike." He unleashed the supreme demon energy to finish Gian off. Sayer jumped in to help, swelling his arm with demon energy and throwing a massive punch at Gian, shattering the ground around him, then laughed. "This is your end. You're finally dead. We can relax now." After his heavy blow, Sayer was shocked to find his arm wouldn't move anymore. With the power of darkness, Gian pushed him away effortlessly and said with disdain, "That's your max power? You're way too weak. You're wasting my time." Gian vanished behind Sayer in a blink and got ready to strike. Stunned, Sayer asked himself, how'd he block our attack? He wasn't supposed to be able to move at all. Gian blitzed him and landed a direct hit with his sword, telling him, "Use your full power, you're boring me." In disbelief, Sayer gathered his strength and insisted on attacking again, but before he could move, he realized Gian had disappeared from in front of him. In the next instant, Gian appeared before Canis, unleashed a sweeping strike, severed his arm, and dealt him a heavy wound, saying, "Time for you to die. I don't have time to play with you any longer." Sayer tried to intervene. "Get away from Canis." He gathered demon energy stars and lunged at Gian, but Gian smiled. "Idiot, my darkness and my blade erase any energy that touches me. No chance." He used the River of Darkness ability on Sayer's energy and absorbed all the demon power he'd attacked with, then rushed Canis again and finished him off for good, saying, "That leaves just one." Sayer was stunned. "That's impossible. The sword's absorbing everything, even light energy, and the worst part is the darkness around him protects him from any attack. The royal starfish of the heavens ability isn't supposed to be like this. His power is way more dangerous." Terrified, Sayer remembered how Gian reminded him of Emperor Agnes, who terrified and crushed the demons, and for a moment he thought the Emperor's spirit had possessed Gian. "He's the strongest human I've ever met, and the scariest. It's him, he's like Emperor Agnes incarnate." He decided to run to warn the entire kingdom, but Gian's dark energy wrapped around him and severed all his limbs. Gian whispered coldly, "I told you before. I hate it when someone tries to run from me." Panicking, Sayer realized his end was near, so he activated the Ghost Squad summoning device and called them to the village, laughing like a madman. "I knew you wanted this device so you could summon them yourself. Too bad I won't grant your wish." Gian cut him off, laughing too. "I was waiting for you to do that. If I wanted to kill you from the start, you'd have been done already. I just wanted to see what you'd choose." Then Gian rushed him and ended his life. At the same time, Liam was fighting the marauders in the village with amazing power, and the boy watched in awe. "I'd heard about him, but I never imagined he was this strong." The marauder leader, Yuan, was stunned. "Who is that? I never heard of someone this powerful being here." His aide, "I think that's the Ghost Blade, Liam." Yuan was shocked. "No way." Liam left the kingdom after the demon war and disappeared. Everyone was searching for him and no one found a trace. As the fight escalated, Yuan decided he had to face Liam himself and said, "Good that you're here. Even if you're dangerous, there's no way out. We have to fight and hope for the best." Maybe his strength dropped after the war. He lunged at Liam with the power of his spear, but Liam blocked it with his hand like it was nothing and asked, "Are you seriously comparing your strength to the demon commanders I fought?" "Idiot." Liam used his unique destruction ability, obliterated Yuan's body completely, and ended the battle in a flash. Then the boy came up and asked Liam, "If you're this strong, why won't you teach me swordsmanship and protect the village?" Liam answered, "I told you before, I put down the sword a long time ago. There's nothing left for me to sacrifice for." But Gion's words, and the image of his warning, kept spinning in his head. Gian couldn't have warned me just about a bunch of marauders. There's gotta be a much bigger threat coming. At that moment, William felt the ground shake violently beneath him. His eyes widened in shock, and he said, "What's happening?" The boy next to him asked if the killers were behind it, insisting that they must have some sorcerers with them. William replied, "No, they can't do that. What's happening now is beyond the ability of any human mage," he added, watching the area intently. "There's a massive magic barrier starting to surround the entire village, and this magic is incredibly strong. I've never seen a human able to use it. What's going on? Why is someone sealing off the village like this? And why is everyone attacking our village now?" William kept watching in silence until strange forces appeared before them. He was stunned and said, "Impossible. I know them. They're the Ghost Squad, one of the 7 calamities." Then he continued, explaining to those around him, "The Ghost Squad is a group of knights cursed by the ruler Kronos. Because of that curse, they can neither live nor die, and their only goal is ruin and destruction. Their power is enormous, especially their leader. There's no way I can face them without my sword. I need my heavenly sword. Otherwise, we're all going to die here." Then William asked in panic, was Prince Gian talking about this Ghost Squad when he warned of the coming destruction? He must have known they'd appear. But how? As the villagers trembled in fear, one of them said, "But where can we run? The whole village is surrounded by the magic barrier and the ghost forces." William told the boy to stay put, assuring him he'd handle the ghosts himself. He then headed toward them and began unleashing his power, saying, "I have to take them down and protect this boy and the villagers. They've suffered enough already." At that moment, Oshina appeared and stopped him, saying, "Don't do anything stupid." William was puzzled and asked, "What do you mean?" She answered, "The Ghost Squad isn't yours. I hate when someone steals my meal, and I won't let you do that. I've waited a long time for this moment, and it's finally my turn to join in. I've been starving." She stepped forward to face the ghosts and ordered them to get ready to fight. William was taken aback and said, "What are you doing? Even if you're strong, you can't take on the Ghost Squad alone." "That's impossible." Oshina replied, "I can wipe them out easily, and who said I'd fight them alone? This is a shared meal between me and my followers." She used blood magic, cut herself, summoned the blood beasts she controls, and ordered them to serve her, saying, "It's time to wipe out my enemies." She summoned a full army of beasts to confront the Ghost Squad, and confirmed that the forces were now much more evenly matched. William stood there, stunned by what he was seeing, and said, "What on earth is happening?" He stared at the strange powers of blood and added, "This is the first time I've seen a blood mage capable of summoning this many beasts at once." Oshina kept laughing as she ordered her beasts to attack the Ghost Squad and wipe them out, telling them to finish the battle quickly. Sure enough, the blood beasts charged at the Ghost Squad, and a massive battle broke out, with both sides tearing each other apart. Meanwhile, Gian suddenly entered after breaking the barrier around the village and said, "I've been sensing a great power from far away, and there's no doubt it belongs to the Ghost Squad. Their strength truly justifies their classification as one of the 7 destructive calamity squads," he added, as he watched what was happening. According to the novel, the hero was supposed to beat them with his friends after a hard struggle, but I can't wait any longer. Then he looked toward Oshina as she slaughtered the ghosts with her beasts and said, "My most important weapon in this fight is Oshina herself. Her immense power will give me the chance to deal with the ghost leader without having to worry about his followers." Jaeon kept scanning the area, wondering, "Where's the leader exactly? I need to strike fast and end this fight. I have to get back to the capital for the ceremony that's about to start." He used his ability to probe obstacles and managed to pinpoint the ghost leader's location. He said, "Finally found him. He's radiating a massive amount of energy, more than all his followers combined." He studied the leader for a moment and continued, "That's the cursed king, the one Kronos herself cursed." Then he congratulated himself, saying, "There you are, and you'll finally be freed from your torment by my hand. I came here specifically to end your suffering and pain." At the same time, Oshina kept attacking all the monsters, laughing, "I haven't had this much fun in a long time. They're seriously strong." Then she addressed Jaeon, "I'm glad you're my master. Without you, I would never have enjoyed myself like this. I only like facing the strongest monsters." She asked him who his next opponent would be after these monsters, and he answered, "Our job isn't done yet. First, we need to deal with the Ghost Knight's leader. He's the most dangerous among them, and we have to take him down." Oshina reassured him, "Don't worry, I'll make you a path so you can reach the ghost leader quickly and finish him." She used blood magic to form a massive blood aura and said, "I'll make you the path now." She attacked the knights in front of her and took them out, then told Gian the way to the leader was clear. She then used blood magic to create a blood horse and told him, "Use it, Gian." Gian mounted the horse and headed straight for the Ghost Knight's leader. He said, "There's only one reason I allowed the demons to use their artifact and summon the Ghost Squad, and that's Krona's artifact, which I can get after defeating them." He added, "There are conditions to owning Krona's artifact. First, I have to be present while the Ghost Squad is being absorbed. Second, I have to take part in the battle. And third, I need Krona's coordinates and the ability to defeat the Ghost Leader and free them." At that moment, Gian charged the ghost forces in front of him and quickly cut them down, using the Eye of Darkness, which let him block the arrows the Ghost Squad fired at him. He muttered to himself, "There are a lot of arrows, but I'll use dark magic to block only the ones that might hit me, and ignore the rest, so I can save my strength for the decisive fight with the leader. He's the strongest among them and will definitely drain all my energy." And indeed, Gian used dark magic to take out the arrows that were about to hit him and added, "Even with Oshina's help, the enemies are strong, and there are a lot of them." Then he urged his horse to move faster, saying, "I have to reach the leader while Oshina keeps the rest busy. I need to finish him quickly." Suddenly, a knight lunged at Gian, trying to strike him with his sword, saying, "I'll get rid of you." But Gian used dark magic right then, saying, "I was saving my strength for the leader, but fine." He struck the knight's sword with the Dark Point ability, which spread through the knight's body and wiped him out completely. Gian kept going and told Oshina to deal with the rest of the enemies quickly. Then the ghost knights hurled a cluster of boulders at Gian, trying to stop him from reaching their leader. Gian used the Dark Shroud ability to envelop his whole body, grabbed the rocks easily, and said, "This cheap trick won't work on me. You'd better back off." Then he used the Dark Grip ability to hurl the rocks back at them and take them out. Right then, more knights appeared in front of Gian, trying to strike him with their swords. He used the Blink ability to teleport right to their position and said, "I warned you. Fighting me is pointless. You're way too weak." Then he used the Black Flash ability and wiped them all out. After that, he asked their leader if he planned to keep hiding behind the knights for much longer. As more knights appeared to attack Gian, Oshina's beasts rushed in and attacked them, keeping them from reaching Gian. Gian thought to himself, "This is annoying. The knights are trying to drain my strength before I reach the leader. I can't let this continue." He began gathering his dark energy and said, "I'll wipe out every monster here in a single strike, so I can conserve my power." While a group of knights surrounded their leader, Gian ignored them and leapt forward to reach the leader, saying, "I'll get rid of everyone in one blow." Then he activated the destruction ability of the sword Alexia and attacked the knight's leader with everything he had. The leader quickly parried Gian's attack, and dark energy spread across the entire area, destroying the remaining knights who tried to stop Gian from reaching their leader. When the dark energy faded, the leader was shocked to find that Gian's strike had broken his sword. Gian stepped back to prepare for the next assault on the ghost leader, saying, "I figured as much. An attack like that won't be enough." But he was surprised when the ghost leader was the one who moved first, teleporting right to his position to strike. The leader used his sword aura to repair his blade and said, "Did you really think a pathetic strike like that would defeat me?" Gian replied, "No." He began flooding Alexia with dark energy to unleash its full power. He activated all the sword's properties and used the Dark Flicker ability to vanish from in front of the ghost leader, who slashed at Jaeon's last position for nothing. The leader grew furious and asked, "How long are you going to run from me? Didn't you come here to defeat me?" Gian answered, "I'm not stupid enough to let you activate your special abilities against me while my physical strength is low right now." Then he used the Night Flash ability and vanished again, adding, "A fight isn't just about brute force, it's about brains too." The ghost leader snapped, "Do you take me for a novice knight? I was the battle commander and the strongest king." Using his experience, he tracked Jaeon's energy and said, "Your ambushes won't work on me." At that moment, Jaeon appeared behind him to strike, but the leader blocked him quickly and said, "Your cheap tricks are worthless here." Jaeon retreated fast, using the flash ability to blink to the leader's position and tried to attack, saying, "I'll wear you down first before I use my strongest blows. And I will do this to Venifly, and they were after Mater wise round." The ghost leader said, "You're no ordinary kid, and it seems you're skilled in combat, but that doesn't matter to me. I was the strongest military commander in history." He dodged Jaeon's strike using his own magic and tried to hit him, saying, "This is your end." But Jaeon switched tactics quickly and tried to attack with his sword. The leader easily blocked the blade with his hand and said, "Your dark energy only affects the living, and, unfortunately for you, we're not considered among the living." Jaeon tried to back away quickly and said, "He's really strong, he can predict my moves." But he was caught off guard when the ghost leader teleported to his position using his magic and told him, "If you're hit by cursed magic, "You'll die." Gian was rattled and said, "His strike is dangerous, I'd better dodge it." He did dodge the leader's attack and tried to escape, but the leader teleported to his position again, saying, "You can't run from me. Once you've come in here, you must die." The leader struck Gian with overwhelming force and sent him flying. Jun pulled back and said, "He's incredibly strong. This fight won't be easy." The leader teleported to him again and said, "When I first saw you here, I felt great joy, and I hoped you'd fight me. I wanted you to defeat me and free me from this eternal torment. But sadly, you've let me down. Why are you this weak? I've fought people much stronger than you, and they didn't defeat me. So how did you show up here thinking you could beat me?" Gian was surprised by his words and got angry. He said, "Really, the gap between our combat skills is huge. Even when I boost my physical power using the Black Star ability, I couldn't affect him with my attacks." He wondered, maybe if I had 3 stars in the Black Star ability, I could have affected him. He's really strong, stronger than I expected. Even Oshina herself would struggle against him if she joined the fight. Then he continued, "But it's fine. I came here to get rid of him, and I was ready for the worst." At that moment, he unleashed his dark energy, summoned Alexia's sword, and went all out, saying, "I'll use Alexia's power for now to defeat him." A massive explosion of dark energy filled the area, shocking the Ghost Commander, who asked Gian what he was doing. At the same time, the narration shifts to the Grey Lion Squad, which had arrived at the village to protect Gian under orders from Princess Evelyn. The squad's vice captain, Bleo, asked the captain what was going on and why Gian had come to this particular village. Captain Ram was angry and said they were there to follow Princess Evelyn's orders, but he never expected to be forced to protect the exiled prince, calling it a waste of their time. Bleo replied that they had to follow orders anyway, and that leaving the capital was mentally refreshing for them, so they should enjoy it a little. Ram rejected that and stressed that this wasn't a vacation, ordering him to focus on the mission. Ron and Bly were shocked to find a massive magic barrier surrounding the entire village. Ron asked what was going on and ordered his squad to approach the barrier and try to break it quickly, insisting that Gian was definitely in danger. The scene returns to Gian's fight with the Ghost Commander. The commander expressed surprise and asked Gian what the strange energy he unleashed was, but Gian didn't answer. The commander got angry and said he would act decisively now to eliminate him, and that no matter how strong Gian was, his power was worthless before him, asserting that Gian would just be another person added to the list of those who failed to free him from the curse. Before the commander could reach Gian, he was stunned to find his hand cut by the sword before it even touched his opponent. He stood there in shock, wondering what had happened. Gian challenged him, saying, "You called me a failure and claimed you were strong, but you don't have the right to act superior to me and expect me to forgive you." Gian then activated his Eclipse ability, saying he'd show him his full strength now, adding that he'd intended to relieve him of his suffering, but after that arrogance, he would finish him without mercy. Here we learn that the Eclipse ability lets Gian fuse the black stars of darkness into his body and detonate them instantly to temporarily boost his power. It's one of the power enhancement techniques of his race from a previous life. In that moment, Gian moved behind the Ghost Commander to prepare his attack, asking if he could block his strike this time. The commander sensed Gian's presence and immediately took a defensive stance to try to block, accusing him of being foolish and arrogant. Gian attacked with Alexia's sword, and while the commander managed to block, he was shocked that Gian's dark aura started devouring the aura of his sword bit by bit. The commander cried out in disbelief. "This is impossible," Gian asked. "Who's weaker now? Which one of us called the other a failure?" The commander tried to strike back, but Gian shattered the aura of his sword and attacked his body directly with the dark aura, continuing his taunt. "Who's the failure now?" The scene shifts again to outside the village, where Ron's forces are still trying in vain to break the magic barrier. Ron said the situation was extremely difficult, and that they'd exhausted all their strength without being able to break it, adding that fighting giants had been easier than this. He explained that the barrier was a prison-type spell, meaning it's much stronger from the inside than the outside, designed to trap those within. He wondered if this was a trap set directly for Prince Gian, and warned that it would be a disaster if the prince was hurt or killed. Princess Evelyn would be furious, and wouldn't forgive them for failing to protect him. The captain asked what they should do now, and Ron ordered them to move away from the barrier. He would handle it himself, saying it was their only solution. Ron gathered his power and sword aura, saying, "Since Princess Evelyn entrusted us with this mission, we have to carry it out, even if it costs us our lives." Ron used his lightning aura to attack the barrier, focusing his power on a single small point, explaining that they only needed one entrance, even a tiny one. As soon as he attacked, A violent surge of lightning flared and chaos erupted in the area. Everyone was stunned that their captain had unleashed his full power. At the point where Ron had focused his attack, the barrier began to fracture. Loki hurried over and told everyone to join him and strike the barrier at the same spot before it stabilized, stressing that they had to break through quickly. They did in fact join forces and kept attacking until they succeeded, and Ron rushed into the village with his squad, warning them that the situation inside was unknown. The squad was stunned to see Oshina's monsters fighting the Ghost Knights in a massive battle raging across the area. Ron asked about the situation, who these monsters were, and why there were strange knights there, confused because it was the first time he'd seen knights emitting cursed power of that magnitude. But he was shocked when he saw Gian attacking the Ghost Commander, a huge wave of dark energy pouring from him. He couldn't believe his eyes and said in astonishment, "What is happening here?" Gian kept pressing his attack on the commander, relentlessly asking why he wouldn't answer his question and whether he was truly weaker than him. The Ghost Commander angrily told him to shut up, insisted he was far stronger, and tried to call up his aura for a counterattack, saying he'd let Gian attack for too long and would end the fight now. But he was surprised when Gian used darkness movements to strike at him. The commander defended himself using his aura and pushed Gian back, but Gian immediately followed up with a heavy strike that sent him flying. The commander regained his balance and shouted angrily, "Since when did you unleash this much power? I don't understand. This is the first time a human has dared face me like this." But Gian vanished from in front of him and appeared behind him using the dark aura, trying to strike from the back and asking again, "Who's weaker now? You or me?" The commander grew more agitated and said he could easily block Gian's attacks, then tried to attack himself. Gian dodged using flash and said that despite the difference in power, his opponent had become extremely arrogant. He tried again to strike with the dark sword, but the Ghost Commander dodged quickly, declaring, "You're not the only one who can use magical teleportation," then grabbed his head and landed a heavy blow with his leg, mocking, "I told you from the beginning, you're the dumbest one here." He added that Gian's body had become much weaker than before, and if he still had his old strength, he would have taken him out with a single physical strike. Then Gian drew his sword and said, "There's only 1 minute left before the Eclipse ability ends. Once it's over, all the boost I gained will vanish, and I'll go back to how I was. I've got no choice. I have to end this fight fast." He charged at the Ghost Commander with his sword. The commander quickly blocked, astonished at how Gian had been able to amplify his strength throughout the fight to the point of surpassing him. Gian kept up his assault, sheathing his sword in dark aura, trying to land a hit, while the commander kept retreating, thinking to himself that Gian possessed some strange, unfamiliar power not from Earth nor from the demon realm, wondering deep down, could this boy be the one who will finally free me from my torment? At that moment, the commander used his lightning aura and attacked Gian, saying, "I really underestimated you." Gian quickly parried and backed off. The commander laughed and said, "At first I thought you were weak because you used a blood witch against my army, but now I've changed my mind. You're very strong. Tell me, are you actually the hero who came bearing the power of the ruler, Kronos, and will free us all from our eternal torment? We've waited for you for so long. Now is the time to fulfill destiny, and you should secure our freedom." The commander cut himself off passionately as he declared himself the cursed king and told Gian he would use his strongest attacks out of respect, saying, "If you can withstand my strike, we will all find salvation." At that moment, he unleashed a massive aura blade that enveloped the entire area, proclaiming that his attack could wipe out entire armies, and that he trusted the hero would be able to endure it. Ron and his squad watched in utter shock, remarking that this guy was definitely insane. As for Gian, he stared at the colossal aura blade and said, "There are only 5 seconds left before Eclipse ends. I don't have any other choice. I have to shatter this aura and seize control of the fight." The Ghost Commander then rushed at Gian with his aura blade, urging him to show his strength as a hero, saying this was the moment that would decide his fate. Gian gathered his dark aura and charged at the giant lightning aura, declaring he was going to end the fight now. The two auras crashed, and the place exploded with tremendous magic. The commander seemed moved and said, "I lived for ages, unable to die and unable to live. My curse was an endless desire for battle and destruction, and I waited for the hero who would one day appear and free me and my followers. And finally, this day has come." At that same moment, Gian activated the black hole ability and started absorbing all of the Ghost Commander's aura, draining all his power. He told him, "You were mistaken. I'm not the hero, but I'll end your suffering too." Gian managed to fully absorb the commander's power and said, "That's the end of you. You can rest in peace now." The commander's body began to crumble. Seeing what had happened, he asked Gian what kind of power he'd used against him, and how he managed to nullify his aura so easily. Gian answered, "This is one of my special powers, an infinite darkness that absorbs everything. The strongest auras and the mightiest magic are useless against the dark hole I possess." The commander laughed and said the names of Gian's powers suited their strength, and thanked him for finally freeing him from his curse, saying he could now die and be released from their world. Then he revealed his face and said, "You're the last human who will see the true form of the cursed king before he fades." Then he vanished before Gian and disappeared. Gian let out a sigh of relief and said, "And just like that, I've finally finished my mission." As soon as he said that, a magical gate appeared before him. He commented, "It's reward time." He stepped into the gate, saying he would collect his reward and then return to the capital, where a lot of work was waiting for him. When Gian moved to the new place, he found himself in a completely different world. He looked around carefully and wondered, "This isn't from our world." At that same moment, someone appeared before him and said, "At last, the ghost squad has been eliminated. Everyone has been waiting for the hero to free them from their torment all these years." But he was surprised by Gian's reaction and immediately asked if he wasn't shocked by what had happened, and why he hadn't asked who they were. Gian answered, "You're without a doubt the guardian of the treasure room. I read about you in the novel, but unfortunately, there weren't many details about you." Then he asked him directly about the 5th question tool, noting that he was very busy and wanted to get out of there quickly. The guardian laughed, saying he didn't expect Gian to know about his rewards too, but said that was normal for the hero, and assured him he wouldn't waste his time. At that moment, the guardian began inspecting Gian, then jolted in shock and said, "I take that back. Who are you? You're not the hero, that's impossible. The hero was supposed to defeat the ghost army and their commander, then come here to receive his reward to fight the demons. That's his destiny. But your fate is extremely strange." Joan asked the guardian in astonishment whether his fate and future were so frightening that they made him deny being the hero. The guardian replied, "I thought it would be a simple task. The hero would take the prize, and that would be it. But you changed everything we knew up to now." Gian asked what he meant by that, and the guardian smiled and said, "Since you've made it this far, you at least deserve answers to your questions." The guardian added, "Fate is a record of humanity's past, present, and future. Every step you take changes your fate, but it doesn't change your destiny. If you're destined to be a hero, you won't be able to change your destiny no matter how hard you try. Do you understand what I'm saying? The person who was supposed to come here and wipe out the ghosts hasn't arrived yet. The true hero was expected to appear in at least 5 years, once he matured, grew stronger, and gathered his team. You came before your time. After that, others began to arrive at that place, and the guardian said that destiny shouldn't be altered, and that the hero was the one who should have defeated the ghost squad and received the prizes that would help him face the demon army. He wondered how this boy managed to alter the hero's destiny and take it for himself. Joan was shocked and asked the guardian, "Are you talking about the future written in the novel that I wasn't supposed to interfere with?" The guardian replied, confirming that no one could interfere with destiny, and that since Gian had changed destiny, he must have received help from a powerful ruler, and that everything about him showed he wasn't an ordinary person. Joan grew more bewildered and said, "What ruler are you talking about? I don't understand." He wondered if it had anything to do with his transfer to this world. The guardian kept examining Joan and said, "You're so strange that I suspect you're not even human. I can't read your fate or your destiny, and the only explanation is that you're not from this world to begin with." John said to the guardian, "You told me I'm busy, so are you going to give me the prize I'm supposed to receive or not?" The guardian answered, confirming that since he had entered that place, he had already been acknowledged and deserved his prize, and that he was entitled to the 5 questions tool. The guardian took out the tool and handed it to Gian, who examined it, was very pleased, and saw that it was mentioned in the novel, where Cronus gifted it to humanity. This tool contains 5 gems, and each gem is tied to a question, and each question carries a special power. He told himself that the tool was extremely powerful, but unfortunately it could only be used 5 times. Once the 5 gems are destroyed, the tool loses its power. The guardian told Joan that the tool's questions hadn't revealed themselves yet, and would appear when he input the coordinates for the questions, and that the first coordinate he had used was the location of the ghost squad, which allowed him to acquire the first question. Gian said, "All right," and used dark energy, saying he would leave now. The guardian asked who Joan was before he left, and Joan teleported, saying that sadly, even he didn't know who he was and couldn't answer. The guardian was astonished, and said it was the first time he'd met a human this terrifying, and that he would need to keep an eye on him for a while. The scene shifted back to the battlefield, where Ron was watching the destruction caused by Jaeon's forces. Unable to believe what he was seeing, He said he never imagined the ghost squad would show up here, and that Gian would wipe them out along with their leader in a single strike, confirming he couldn't process what had happened. He kept searching the area, wondering where Gian had disappeared to after the battle, and how he entered a strange gate and vanished. Oshina suddenly appeared in front of Rowan and asked if he had come to attack Gian. She warned that the fate of anyone who opposes her master is death, and that she would wipe them all out before her master returned. Blihe grew worried and told her to calm down, explaining that they came on Princess Evelyn's orders to protect Gian from any attack. She told them she would wait until her master returned to receive orders from him. At that moment, Liam appeared, and Ron was shocked. "Impossible! What are you doing here? You disappeared after your retirement message." Liam replied that he had indeed retired and was living in this village, and that he never imagined they'd face an attack like this, and that Gian and his aide managed to wipe out the ghost army easily on their own. Ron said he was glad Liam was all right and asked him to explain the situation and how the ghosts appeared. Liam answered that he didn't know how they showed up, but Joan and his aide took them out easily. Ron asked about the fate of the ghost knights who were killed and why their bodies had vanished. He asked Oshina if she knew anything about them, and she said she didn't know and that she was only looking for her master. Gian appeared from the magic gate and apologized for the delay. Oshina was delighted and said he had finally returned and that she'd been worried about him. Jaeon replied that he needed to leave here and return to the capital to rest. Jaeon bid farewell to the villagers and promised to send forces to protect them soon. Liam stopped him, saying he would join him. Jaeon asked why he changed his mind about joining even though he had saved the village. Liam said he had hoped to stay here, but he would keep his promise. But Jaeon told him, "No, stay in the village. My goal was to prove myself and get the 5 questions bracelet, and having you around was a bonus for me. I don't want to trouble you now. I'll only need you for the great war against the demons." He asked him to remain in the village and protect it until he called for him. Liam said he expected to see through Jaeon's desires again, thanked him for understanding, and bid him farewell along with the villagers, confirming that he would declare his allegiance and wait to be summoned. He had left a group of serpents there to grow, and it was time to get rid of some of them. He then headed to the Moon Eye organization and briefed his aide, Irin, on what had happened, explaining that the ghost squad had completely disappeared. She asked how they disappeared, so he gave her a report and explained that Nara was the one who wrote it. Irin read that when Prince John arrived at the village, he summoned a large magic shield that surrounded the village. Then the ghost squad attacked everyone present, and that after a massive battle against the ghost squad, John managed to wipe them out with the help of the Blood Witch and the former commander of the human forces, the Ghost Sword, Liam. Irin asked her aide whether this news had spread anywhere else besides them, and he told her it hadn't, and that they were very cautious about releasing any details about Gian. Iron said that if this information spread throughout the kingdom, the entire realm would be shaken, and every image they had of Gian would change. She asked the aide where Jaeon was now, and he told her he was returning to the royal capital to take part in his ceremonies. Iron expressed her surprise and wondered if Jaeon expected them to spread this information in the city and even in the royal palace, so they'd be a reliable source, ensuring no one would doubt anything about Jaeon. She confirmed this was a very smart plan. Irin wondered whether she should visit John soon at his palace, telling herself she needed to understand his plan so she wouldn't accidentally get in his way. At that moment, one of her aides arrived to inform her that someone had been spotted, and they believed he was the chosen hero. Irin was stunned by the information, asked him to clarify every detail, and immediately dispatched a surveillance team to investigate the potential hero. The scene shifted to Joan in his palace, where he was undergoing intensive training and was trying hard to form the 3rd star of the Black Star ability. He tried to focus all his energy on forming the 3rd star, but his energy finally ran out, and he failed. He vented his frustration, saying that getting the 3rd star right now seemed difficult. He thought he had gathered enough power for it, but he was wrong. Even so, he wouldn't give up and would strive with all his strength to achieve it, noting that the whole problem lay in his weak body. Even though he increased his strength through the ogre's heart, his base condition had been bad from the start, and his power hadn't increased much, so he had to develop himself to be able to withstand the Black Star's full energy. Priscilla arrived at that moment at Jeon's palace. She was still there and congratulated him on defeating the Ghost Squad, which had been considered one of the worst disasters they faced. Priscilla strolled around a bit and praised the new training palace, calling it far better than his old royal palace, and saying it was extremely advanced. Joan asked her why she had come. She told him she wanted to ask his permission to join his effort and his plan, and that she wanted to support him with all her strength. Gian asked how she intended to support him. Priscilla was surprised by his question, but Gian clarified that he meant how she planned to back him when she was weak in magic, to the point she couldn't even handle weak assassins, so facing demons would be almost impossible for her. He offered that she could help by gathering information or by taking control control of her family's magic tower and placing it under his command, but he was sure she couldn't meet either condition. He assured her he didn't mind her staying at his palace, but anyone who wanted to participate had to prove themselves first. Priscilla understood him clearly and left after admitting she would work on proving herself to him. Gian watched her and said to himself that he would be straightforward with her. If she didn't want to become the princess of bad luck like in the novel, she had to work hard and become stronger, and only then would he stand by her side. Tara and Nara appeared. They had been waiting for Priscilla to finish speaking with Gian. Nara expressed her embarrassment about the situation, and they both thought their timing wasn't great. Tara told Gian that the secret information about the nobles and the investigation requests he asked for had already been prepared, and that the succession ceremony would be held officially soon for the entire kingdom to recognize him as heir to the throne. But she told him there was a problem they were facing, and Gian asked for the details. Tara said that during preparations for the ceremony, they noticed suspicious movements from the third prince, Enoch, his allies, and the knight Regan, and that they were planning something. Joan laughed, saying they finally moved. He had started to feel bored. He reassured Tara not to worry, that he would handle them, and that he had expected their moves already. Tara asked if he could handle it alone and whether he would need their help. He confirmed he was fine and that everything he'd asked for was already ready. Tara asked Joan if he was confident his plan would succeed that easily. Oshina jumped in to say not to doubt her master. He had never planned anything and failed at it. Oshina asked Jaeon if she would go with him to the coronation ceremony and said she wanted to stay by his side, but he refused, explaining he wanted to avoid trouble for now and that the time for the battle she was thinking of hadn't come yet. She was saddened, but Gian promised that he had prepared an urgent mission for her to carry out. He left them, asked them to wait a little, and promised they would all move soon. The next day, Jaeon headed to his succession ceremony, and the nobles all gathered to celebrate the heir apparent. Regan was present and spoke a lot with the nobles, building ties, while Prince Enoch explained to his allies and notables that his plan was ready, that he had met with the nobles and brought them under his control, and that all their allies were set to move at the start of the ceremony. During the celebration, the nobles began to question the reports that Prince Joan had defeated the Ghost Squad by himself. It was a shocking claim, and they figured the king himself was aware of the magnitude of Jaeon's punishment, which was why he chose him as crown prince. Some of them expressed doubts that Jaeon wasn't alone, but had help from General Liam and the Grey Lion Squad. Others thought the whole thing might be a scheme by Princess Evelyn to support Jaeon, given her strong ties to him. The guard told the nobles to get ready because Prince Jaeon had arrived. Jaeon walked in, looking clearly tense, didn't interact with anyone there, and went straight to the throne, asking for the ceremony to begin. His sister Diana sat next to him, expressed her surprise, and said she hadn't seen him since the last time they met at the royal palace. She talked about his growing reputation after taking down the Ghost Squad. Diana pointed out that he should show more respect to the nobles, so they wouldn't be afraid of him, but Jaeon replied that he didn't need them and didn't care about their recognition. He said he only recruits those he thinks serve his interests, and will eliminate anyone who opposes him. Diana asked why he even showed up if he didn't care about the nobles or their recognition. He said he had no purpose in this ceremony, he came to ruin someone else's plans. Diana was surprised and asked which plans he intended to crush and which rival he planned to take down on this occasion, but he didn't answer. The chief of the royal court interrupted, announcing the start of Prince Jaeon's crown prince investiture, and asked him to step up to the platform with the rest. People began to notice the power and charisma Jaeon possessed. At that moment, the chief of the royal court began the investiture, and asked Jaeon to swear to protect the kingdom, but Regan interrupted immediately and stopped the ceremony. He told everyone he had to congratulate Prince Jaeon on becoming crown prince and on defeating the Ghost Squad, stressing that he was very strong and that he had earned recognition from everyone in the kingdom. The court chief was puzzled by Regan's behavior and told him to wait until the ceremony ended, then he could congratulate the prince. But Regan insisted on continuing. He said Prince Jaeon had long been known as a disgrace to their family, and nobody could have imagined he'd ever touch one of the catastrophes, let alone take it down, and that he had changed dramatically. He then addressed everyone, saying he had dealt with Jaeon before, and that just a month ago, he was completely different. He went from being the disgrace of the Agnes family to its pride, and now he'd become crown prince. He added that such a huge change would naturally raise suspicion, because it's impossible for anyone to get this strong in just 1 month. He pointed out that even if his family's star ability had awakened, it would still be impossible for his strength and personality to change that much in a single month, which meant he must have used other methods to increase his power. Then Prince Enoch pretended to be surprised, and asked Regan if he meant that Prince Jaeon was using a corrupt power like demonic power. Regan confirmed it, and told everyone he accused Prince Gian of making a contract with a demon to gain the power of darkness, saying that was the only explanation for his newfound strength. Everyone was shocked by Regan's claim, and some started asking him if what he said was true. Someone asked if he was sure, because that was extremely serious. Regan replied that demonic energy had been detected twice in the kingdom in the past month, and both times it was around Prince Gian, whether in his palace or during the succession ceremony. He added that an ordinary person would never encounter a demon in their entire life, so how did Gian meet two in 1 month? He also said the only explanation for Gian's personality change during that time was that demonic power had started to take control of him, and that he himself had studied demonic energy and knew its signs. Everyone grew even more stunned and started wondering whether Regan's words were true or not. He added that using demonic energy and making deals with demons is a very serious accusation, and they don't accuse just anyone of it, unless it's the kingdom's crown prince, and that they must confirm it first before taking any action. Everyone asked how they could confirm it. Regan told them it was very simple, and that he had brought the means for them to verify it. If Prince Gian turned out to be innocent, they would continue the investiture as normal. At that moment, a strange group of people entered the hall. Everyone was shocked and began asking who these people were and how they got in. Regan said they were priests from the strongest temple of light in the kingdom, and they had come to determine whether Gian had made a contract with a demon. He added that the third prince's mages were spread all around the hall to ensure everyone's safety, so no one would get hurt. Regan kept laughing, insisting he had set the stage for Gian and this was his end, and that they would get rid of him now. The mages started surrounding Gian, asking him to cooperate with them or else they would attack. At the same time, Regan used a binding spell on Gian to restrict his movements. He kept laughing, saying that binding a prince in the kingdom and treating him like this in public is a crime punishable by death, but they would forgive him if it was proven in front of everyone that Prince Gian used demonic energy. The priests of the Temple of Light surrounded Gian and started using light magic and holy magic on him to expose any demonic magic in his body. Gian thought to himself that he had never dealt with holy magic before, but he was strong and would use all his power. At that moment, the priests used the sacred exorcism spell against Gian and ordered him not to move so he wouldn't be harmed. Regan kept watching and laughing, saying he had summoned the strongest priests to use exorcism at full power. That way they would either force the demonic contract out of Gian's body, or the demon helping him would be forced to appear. Darkness covered the place, the light vanished completely, and the effect of the holy magic stopped. Regan kept laughing, demanding that the demon who made the pact with Gian show itself now, insisting this was his end. The chief of the royal court was terrified and asked them what they were doing, saying he couldn't see Prince Gian through the thick smoke billowing up. Prince Enoch kept watching Gian and laughing, saying this was his end, that he would die now, and that Enoch would take the position of crown prince in his place. Diana was stunned by what was happening, and wondered to herself what the truth was. Had Gian really made a contract with a demon or not? At that moment, Regan told his guards to get ready, noting that Gian might lose control if the demon or the demonic contract took over him, and that they needed to be prepared to fight him if necessary. Regan kept laughing, and told Gian to show his true nature, saying it was time to expose the royal family's disgrace in front of everyone, insisting that Gian was just a filthy fraud. Suddenly, a massive magical explosion went off in the hall, and Gian came out of the blast. Regan ordered his guards to arrest him, and the demon with him immediately, but he was stunned when he saw that Gian was alone, no demon with him, and no trace of a demonic contract. Gian kept laughing and asked everyone if they were finally done with their little play, while Regan and all his guards stood in shock, wondering what had happened, and why no demon appeared with Gian or any sign of a demonic contract on him, and how he didn't even lose control. The priests were stunned too, and told Regan they couldn't detect any demonic energy coming from Gian, and that something was off. Gian kept laughing and told Regan his plan was incredibly stupid, that he failed in front of the whole kingdom, and that he should brace himself for the punishment he deserved. Regan, his aides, and the priests began to back away in terror from Gian, while Regan kept repeating, "Impossible. That boy tricked us from the start. He let us carry out our plan just to destroy us in front of the entire kingdom." Gian kept laughing, then told the royal guards to arrest Regan and all his followers, the mages and the priests on the spot, warning them not to move or he'd deal with them harshly. The royal guards did, in fact, managed to arrest Regan and all his followers and took them out of the hall. Gian then ordered they be imprisoned until he decided their fate later. All the nobles were in shock, wondering why Regan had betrayed the crown prince like that. Diana kept laughing and said Gian had set a trap for them using their own original trick. She watched him with admiration, saying he was very smart. He even managed to fool Enoch and his strongest aide, Regan, so easily and embarrass them in front of the entire kingdom, proving his strength and popularity in a big way. But deep down, she also believed this wasn't the Gian she used to know, and she could understand Regan's suspicion. Anyone who knew the real Gian would notice his drastic change in both strength and personality, and she kept wondering what caused him to change so much. At that moment, Gian went to the chief of the royal court and asked if he was going to continue the investiture, reminding him he was busy. The court chief was surprised, but said yes, and completed the ceremony, announcing by the king's orders that Gian was the crown prince of the kingdom, and the next king if the king handed over power at their next council. Diana kept watching Enoch, who looked furious after what happened, but he couldn't say a word. She kept laughing to herself, saying he was a huge fool, and that his arrogance had led to his downfall in front of the worst enemy he could ever face in his life. Gian left the hall, leaving the nobles behind. He didn't greet or talk to any of them. He just told them to wrap up the celebration as fast as possible and get back to their work. Gian went back to his palace where Oceana was waiting for him. She asked what happened and told him she had waited all day and was extremely bored. Gian told her she'd arrived just in time and that he had a special mission for her. He handed her a map and asked her to study it carefully. Oceana asked what the map was. He explained it was a map of the locations of blood magic towers scattered across the continent, adding that these locations are usually extremely secret, especially the main tower where the mages gather. But thanks to Terra's help and the Shadow Organization, he managed to get them. Gian told Oceana her new mission was to head to these magic towers. Oceana was surprised and asked why she needed to go to those towers, saying she didn't get it. Gian laughed and explained he needed her to take control of all the blood magic towers, especially the main tower, and to become the leader of the blood mages across the entire continent. The scene then shifted to the kingdom's prison, where the knight Regan was locked up, waiting to see what the courts would decide about him. Regan spoke to himself angrily, saying that Prince Gian had fully exposed him and proved his betrayal in front of everyone. He didn't understand how Gian discovered his plan and how he tricked them in front of everyone. He was sure Gian had ties to demons, so how did he manage to deceive them and leave no demonic trace during the holy magic test? He said none of that mattered. Now he would be punished for treason and for insulting the prince in public, and his fate was death. He started wondering if the third prince, Enoch, would step in to save him. If he did, maybe he could defend himself and escape execution. At that moment, Enoch appeared in front of Regan and told him he looked truly pathetic. Regan was shocked and asked if he had come for him and begged him to help him and get him out of prison. Enoch got angry and ordered him to shut up. He said he knew Regan would insult Prince Gian and try to attack him, which is why he was the first to disown him. Regan was stunned and asked what he meant, pointing out that he'd told him about the plan from the start, and Enoch had agreed to it. But Enoch replied that he didn't know what Regan was talking about, and that he hadn't agreed to any plan. He said Regan did everything without his knowledge, then left, saying he had decided to remove Regan from the position of his aide the moment he betrayed Gian, plotted betrayal, and accused him of such vile charges. He added that if his name appeared in the investigations, he would wipe out Regan's entire family. Regan was left in shock by Enoch's response and told him he did everything just for him, but Enoch told him again to shut up, accused him of treason, and left the prison, saying Regan was the dumbest aide he had ever seen in his life. Regan couldn't believe what had happened. He kept saying he'd risked everything for Enoch, but in the end, Enoch abandoned him and left him alone. He was furious and wished he'd get another chance to take revenge for what Enoch did to him. The scene then shifts to the secret cell beneath the third prince's palace, where Enoch was torturing his guards and getting back at them for what happened to him. He asked them how Gian dared treat him like that and said he had to vent his anger on them. Enoch was furious and told them he'd been put in a bad spot because of those bastards, while Gian's popularity and power skyrocketed, and he himself was humiliated by what happened. He said he used to underestimate Gian at the start of their struggle for the throne, but he wouldn't do that again, stressing that Gian would be the first person he crushed. Then he left, saying he needed help to get rid of that bastard, and that he'd go visit someone who might be able to back him up. At that moment, the prisoners begged him for mercy and pleaded to be let out of the cell, but he ordered them to be quiet and said they'd keep suffering until the end of their lives. The scene moves to two members of the Demons Guild who were watching John's royal palace. The demon told his partner that the Nice group's signal had disappeared and they'd been wiped out. She replied that it was Gian who did it, saying he posed a huge threat to them. She asked her partner how Gian could spot them so easily when even guild members only knew each other through secret channels, so how could he pick them out and take them down like that? He said he didn't know how, and that even the strongest intelligence organizations in the kingdom couldn't pinpoint their locations or identities. So how could Gian do it so easily, like he knew all their plans? She asked if he thought Gian had the ability to see the future. He said even if he did, there's no way it would be that strong. She kept pressing, so how can he expose them and kill them like this? He said they had a lot of information on Gian, but he suspected most of it was wrong, and he considered Gian their biggest threat right now. Then he told her to get in touch with the rest of the leaders they needed to come up with a plan to deal with him as soon as possible, before they carried out the rest of their operations. She laughed and said they'd met earlier just to make a plan to deal with the hero, but now things were different and they'd have to split their forces. She added she'd heard Gian would be visiting the magic tower soon. He said that was true, but he didn't know why he was going. He was definitely plotting something. She told him their colleague Haido would be there, that he was really important to their plan, and asked if he thought Gian could expose Haido or capture him. He answered he didn't think so. Haido was very strong and told her to warn him about the visit, so he wouldn't do anything that would raise Gian's suspicions. The next day, Gian actually arrived to visit the magic tower. One of the professors, named Paul, welcomed him, introduced himself, and said he taught ice magic at the academy. He said everyone was proud of the visit and that he'd be Gian's guide while he was at the tower. Meanwhile, we cut to Priscilla, who was also at the tower. She was angry and frustrated because she felt Gian had asked her to get stronger, but she couldn't find any skills or abilities that would help her do that quickly. She wondered what she could do. She couldn't go back to Gian like this, or he'd kick her out again if she didn't prove her worth to him. Then she heard a group of students gathering in the courtyard talking about a prince from the royal family coming to visit something rare, which made her curious. She went to watch the incoming prince to see who it was, and was shocked to see that the visitor was none other than Gian himself. Priscilla was surprised and asked herself what Gian was doing here. Wasn't he super busy lately? Paul was talking to Joan and told him he'd heard he came to meet the academy director, but unfortunately, the director was away on a mission and hadn't returned yet. He asked Gian to come with him to the guest room and wait for the director to return. Gian agreed and said the director was almost back, but Gian surprised Paul by refusing to wait, saying he wanted to walk around the academy and explore the lecture halls himself. Paul was taken aback by Gian's insistence but agreed and said he'd be his guide until the director returned. During the tour, Gian thought to himself that he remembered a serious incident that would happen soon at this academy, involving one of the hero's future teammates, and that it would affect him a lot down the line. Gian explained to himself that while the incident wouldn't be as huge as the crises he dealt with so far, it would still leave a big mark on the hero's group's path, so he had to stop it. He said first he needed to find the student who would become the hero's future teammate, help him avoid the incident, and get rid of the demon here. Once that was done, his mission here would be over. After walking around a bit, Jones sensed the target student's power. He told Paul he wanted to sit in on one of the classes and see what the students were learning. Paul was surprised by the request and asked if he was sure, saying Gian wanted to watch advanced magic lectures, and he didn't think Gian would gain anything from them. Gian asked if he minded. Paul, a bit rattled, said of course he didn't mind, and that Gian could attend any class in the academy whenever he wanted. Gian entered the lecture hall at that moment and started watching the students, who began wondering what was going on and looked at him in confusion. Gian laughed to himself and said he'd found his target, then added, "That boy is Ryan Valden. In the future, he'll become Henry Whisper, one of the strongest enemies the hero's team will face, and the only magician in history to break tradition and boundaries and reach 9 stars in magic. Of all the hero's teammates, he was the only one who got close to the truth about the demons and their goals, and his role in the war was crucial." Jones said that right now Ryan wasn't that strong, though he was stronger than all his classmates, and that after the incident he'd grow insanely powerful. But at the moment, he was really lazy. He was a human who transferred from another world to this one, and carried his past life's memories. What Jaeon knew about him came from the novel he'd read. Joan explained that if he let the incident happen as in the novel, Ryan might still end up joining the hero. The problem was that in the novel he joined late, after the war against the demons had already begun, and that was a disaster for the hero's team. He also pointed out that before joining, Ryan caused a lot of trouble in the kingdom, and was the reason the hero couldn't kill the Demon King, so Jaeon told himself he couldn't let that happen. Ryan needed to join the hero's team quickly, before the war even started. He also said that if he wanted to change the novel's ending and save his kingdom, he had to change the beginning entirely, and that's exactly what he planned to do. The professor started the lecture and told everyone that the magicians and scholars of their world still hadn't managed to build a complete theory of gravity, magic, and time manipulation. He asked for their thoughts on the topic, but none of the students answered. He added that in the next lecture he'd host a debate with a gravity specialist to try explaining the relationship between gravity, magic, and time control, so everyone could understand the idea he was talking about. A student named Isam spoke up and asked the professor if only the students were supposed to answer his question about gravity. The professor said no, anyone could participate. Isam asked if he knew anyone who could explain the theory of gravity and time. Then he turned to Gian and said he was interested in hearing the prince's opinion since he was attending the lecture, noting he'd heard the royal family hired the best teachers and professors for princes from a young age to make them geniuses, so a question like this should be trivial for him. He also said he'd heard Joan used a special type of magic, so he should be able to explain gravity and its relationship to time. Gian didn't reply, so the student continued, saying they wanted to rely on Gion's experience and intelligence, and that he should be able to solve the equation on the board easily since he was a distinguished prince. He told Gian not to worry or be afraid of making a mistake, since the theory wasn't proven yet and was still experimental, so even if he messed up, no one could prove him wrong. This was his chance to prove his smarts and strength. Isam added to himself that he planned to get back at this bastard who dared come to the academy so boldly after getting engaged to Priscilla. He was sure Jun would run away now or try to solve it and mess up in front of everyone, becoming their laughingstock. The professor cut in and told Isam that no one had managed to solve the theory or the equation yet, and they wouldn't waste the prince's time on something they couldn't solve themselves, and that they'd continue the lecture. But Joan interrupted him and laughed, saying that since Isam wanted to see him solve the theory, he'd do it. He liked making the people around him happy. John walked up to the board and started solving the equation using his magic and his hand at the same time, telling everyone it was a simple equation. Everyone present froze in shock and wondered how he was doing that, while Isam thought to himself, how is he solving this theory when he's never seen it before? Gian kept working through the equation and said the relationship between gravity, magic, and time had always been a big mystery that no scholar or magician could understand. But according to the novel, right before the war against the demons broke out, they managed to figure out the final equation for gravity and time, and used it against the demons in the war. He also commented that if anyone else had read the novel, they wouldn't have been able to understand the equation or even memorize it, but he was different from all of them. Jones said he wouldn't have cared at all about Isam's words, but now he needed to prove his theory in front of Rayan, because he was really interested in people like him, and because Rayan could kill the boredom he felt and push him to grow before the war started. He also explained that the person who came up with the original equation was Rayan himself, and that Rayan's future magical knowledge was unmatched. Gian said he was borrowing the theory from him for now, but he wouldn't change much in the theories or methods, so Rayan would still have the chance to discover it himself. He didn't want to change his future too much. Gian kept writing out the rest of the theory, and thought to himself that an equation this powerful was sure to pull Rayan out of his boring life, and force him to continue it from where Gian left off, letting him develop early before joining the heroes team. The professor watched Gian in amazement, and said he'd never seen a theory like this in his life, and really wanted to write it down, but he hesitated because of his students. In the end, he overcame his hesitation and asked them to take out their notebooks and start writing the theory down immediately because they needed it, and all the students started copying the theory behind Joan. As for Priscilla, she was watching Joan in awe, thinking to herself that she'd been sure. Priscilla kept watching Gian in amazement, thinking that he wasn't just strong, he also had limitless potential. That made her feel sad as she realized the gap between them was huge. She started wondering how she could stand by his side now when she was like this. As for Gian, after he finished solving the theory, he went to Isam and asked him what he thought of it. Isam was completely shocked and said he'd always heard that Gian was a failed prince who knew nothing about magic, so how could he solve the most complex equation so easily? Gian smiled and told Isam he hates being tested by anyone in this world, that he's the only one with the right to test others, and told him to be more careful dealing with him, or he might finish him off next time. Isam panicked and obediently said, "Understood." Gian then left them, walked out of the hall, and told them to get back to work, while Paul asked him to wait, saying he'd join him right away. As for Rain, he kept watching Gian in amazement, thinking to himself that he never imagined the rumors about him were this wrong. It turned out he was truly exceptional. John then headed to the principal's office and felt troubled by the state of the academy and the huge gap in their strength and knowledge compared to past eras. He wondered when the principal would arrive, since his main goal after meeting Rain was to talk to him. At that moment, the principal arrived. His name was Oslima. He welcomed Gian and apologized for being late. Gian thought to himself that this was the principal of the academy and the head of the kingdom's magic tower. Oslima was always searching for the truth, a close friend of the current emperor, and known by the title Emperor of the White Flame. He added that Ozlema was considered one of the strongest people on the continent, and that the novel he'd read mentioned him a lot. Ozlema explained that he had been reading the magic theory Gian wrote for the students and was very astonished by it, which is why he was late to meet him. He praised Gian's great talent and admitted that even he himself hadn't been able to solve that theory. Gian asked where he had been, and Ozlema answered that he had a small family issue and had just finished dealing with it. Gian thought to himself that Ozlema came from a powerful noble family, considered one of the top 5 in the kingdom, but his family's loyalty was entirely with the third prince, Enoch. He also noted that in the novel, Ozlema was usually at odds with his family because he refused to use his power to serve their goals or the interests of the third prince. He hated anyone who exploited power. Because of that, he cut ties with his family 20 years ago and joined the academy as an ordinary person, eventually becoming its principal through sheer effort. He was sure Ozlema's visit to his family this time was to stop their attempts to pressure him into returning. Gian told Ozlema he had no intention of wasting time and that they could get straight to the point. Ozlema replied he intended the same, but he had one question first. He asked if Gian knew anything about a person's soul. Gian showed surprise and said no. Ozlema told him the soul exists in everyone in a different form, and that during his journey to uncover this world's secrets, he once found a fragment of someone else's soul. He had met him in the past when he was young, and unlike his other siblings, he remembered the shape of his soul because it was pure and completely different from the rest. He added that everything about a person can change except one thing, the soul. If the soul changes, the person themselves changes. Then he asked, "Who are you?" and said, "You're not the Prince Gian I know. Your soul has completely changed." Gian replied that this question wasn't important. What matters now is that the person in front of him is known to everyone as Prince Gian, who took part in the succession ceremony and became crown prince. Ozlema seemed astonished and wondered if Gian's soul had changed because of his hostility with his brothers and his intense desire to survive, but confirmed it was the first time he'd seen anything like this. He added that he wondered what kind of horror Gian had lived through. Ozlema apologized to Gian, saying he had by no means intended to question his identity. Then he asked, "Why have you come to my place? You can ask me for anything." Gian answered that he actually had 3 requests. Gian said his first request was to know the whereabouts of the strange doctor and a way to contact him. The second was that he wanted to help Ozlema develop a magic circle. And the third was for Ozlema to help him with something important in the future. Gian explained that the strange doctor is one of the top 3 doctors in the world, but because of his odd behavior and free-spirited nature, he got that nickname. Unfortunately, he's always hiding away in an isolated place, and the only way to reach him is through his friends, like Ozlema. Ozlema told Gian he could get him to the strange doctor, but first he wanted to know what Gian needed from him. As for the other 2 requests, he couldn't help. He had dedicated his life to the academy, sworn not to help anyone from the royal family, and to remain neutral, and he couldn't break that oath. Gian clarified that his request had nothing to do with the royal family or the kingdom. He needed his help inside the academy itself. Ozlema was surprised and asked what he meant and what the academy had to do with it. Gian answered that he intended to help him save the academy, and afterward he'd also help him develop the magic he had long struggled to improve. Meanwhile, Rayan was on his way to meet Professor Paul, puzzled about why he'd been summoned, saying to himself, "Since when does Paul care about me this much?" He stressed that he didn't want to waste time and wanted to study Gian's theory and develop it. He said that when he first met Gian, he thought he knew nothing about magic, but he realized he was wrong and that Gian was truly talented. But as soon as Rayan entered the room he'd been called to, he was shocked to find a large number of students' corpses. He started examining them quickly, in shock, wondering what was happening and why there was such strong demonic energy in this place. Paul entered at that moment and asked Rayan what he had done and how he could commit such a heinous crime. He looked stunned, and everyone was thrown into confusion when the rest of the teachers and instructors entered the room. They were shocked and asked Rayan what happened, but he told them he didn't know anything, that he'd just arrived minutes ago and didn't understand what was going on. One of the teachers was sensing demonic energy, the same energy Rayan had just started to examine, and was shocked. He asked Rayan if he was the demon who killed the students. Rayan was surprised when he saw the demonic energy had clung to his body and said, "It was a trap from the start. Someone's trying to set me up. What now? I'm in real trouble. Even if I try to explain, no one will believe me, and they'll immediately accuse me of being the culprit. I have to find the real perpetrator fast." He started checking the energy of everyone in the room and said to himself, "I'm sure Paul is the culprit, and he's trying to frame me, but I've got no proof right now. Do I run and prove my innocence later? Maybe that's my only way out." At that moment, the teachers surrounded him and demanded he surrender immediately. If he didn't, they'd have to hurt him. Paul, meanwhile, kept laughing and saying, "That idiot fell into the trap so easily. How stupid. My plan to get rid of him finally worked. Let's go back in time a bit." Paul had gathered some of his students in the room and thanked them for showing up on time. Isam was confused and asked why they'd been summoned, especially since they were all busy with their studies. Paul told him, "Not everything here is about grades and studying. They were gathered for a much greater purpose." Isam asked what that purpose was, and Paul suddenly ambushed him with a demonic sword, dealing him a fatal blow, declaring that he had chosen them to fulfill their destined role, and that they would die today for his goal. Isam was shocked and asked what he was doing, but Paul told him to shut up and die, adding that there were others who also needed to be eliminated. The rest of the students tried to run, but Paul attacked quickly and killed them all, saying, "No one escapes their fate. You are the perfect trap for Rain. The seer told us Rain is a candidate to be on the heroes team, so it's best we get rid of him and his kind from the start before they become a threat." Back to the present, the teachers kept surrounding Rain, demanding he surrender or they'd attack with force. Paul kept laughing, grateful that his trap had taken so much time and effort, noting that the original plan was to get rid of him himself, but the higher demon leadership refused. It didn't matter, because his plan had succeeded in the end. Suddenly, Gian arrived and said to everyone, "Looks like something impressive is happening here. You should have called me from the start." Paul was startled and thought to himself, "What's he doing here?" He remembered his colleague's advice to be careful with Gian because he hunts demons mercilessly, but he muttered that maybe he could use Gian and convince him that Rain was a demon, and that Gian would help them take him down. Paul stepped forward to block Rain, saying he didn't know who the demon here was, and that they should handle the culprit themselves. Gian said, "Really? I came to deal with the culprit my way." Paul started laughing, thinking his plan had worked and that Prince Gian would now eliminate Rain without the need for a trial or even an investigation. But without warning, Gian attacked Paul directly and cut his neck. Everyone in the room was shocked and began asking what Gian had done and why he attacked Paul. Gian summoned his sword, Alexia, and told everyone to back off. People kept asking what was happening and why the prince attacked Paul, while Gian started channeling dark energy with Alexia and moved toward Paul's body, trying to absorb it with the sword. He asked in a calm voice how long Paul planned to keep acting, saying he would die if the sword stayed in his body. As for the teachers, they kept asking Gian what he was doing, given that he was a prince,